Are you not terrified? Good day, everyone. This is the Wildest Wake Up Show. I'm your host, Sharon Bracy. And every single day, you know what we do. We rebel against remedial rhetoric. I wonder if people are starting to see any kind of writings on the wall. What up, Davey? Good day to you, sir. It's wild out here, god damn it. What up, Byron Turner? It's wild out here, man. Do y'all believe that he pulled out a whole chart? Do y'all believe the chart? I need all 100,000 million, all these goddamn Trump supporters. I need you to hit the link today. I need some explaining. Good day, CJ. How you doing? I appreciate you. What up, Kels? Like, hey, man, this ish is wild, man. Do we not find it interesting that he did his Liberation Day at 4 p.m.? What is significant about 4 p.m. when you talking about Liberation Day and the whole situation? We was waiting for April 2nd, this so-called Liberation Day. Why did you wait until 4 p.m. to do it? What was the significance about that? What up, Davey? Yo, Renee, good day to you. Ooh, that is very true, Dave. Most people never took that Econ 102, and it shows in their rhetoric. Absolutely, every single day we see people just acting like nothing is happening, like we don't see any writings on what. The reason why I believe he used 4 p.m. because we don't waste some time. We just get right into it. We're gonna have our conversation. It is what it is. People are gonna have to catch up the way how they're gonna catch up. The reason why he used 4 p.m. because what time does the stock market close? Good day, conversation with MJ. So the reason why he waited until 4 p.m. is because someone like Donald Trump is smart enough, Don. Someone like Donald Trump is smart enough, Kim West. Let me get my Umar. Someone like Donald Trump, Miss Jalen, is smart enough not to say the things that he said yesterday and watch the stock market go down while he was talking in real time. He understood that, hey, yes, you can see the futures, and the futures are not looking good. The stock market is over there right now. What up, HT? And because of his tariffs, you know what? You could literally right now probably use Donald Trump, take his face, put it on Salt Bay, and go like this, and you can see the stock market trickling down just like the salt. You understand? Right now, somebody should, I don't know who, hey, who's out there? I need a picture of Donald Trump like this, put him on the Salt Bay chef face, going like this, and show the stock market. You feel what I'm saying, young? Because that's what is definitely most likely is going to happen, because people that are in the money world understands what these tariffs are. Other people that's a part of the whole MAGA space, those whole black Republicans, the black MAGA that don't want to just deal in honesty, they just want to gangbang for they side and not say what the honest truth is. CJ, that's what I need. I need an AI generator, like, you know what I'm saying? Donald Trump just like this. Because I could, even though, hey, listen, I'm not no expert at stock market, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have another day of red. It's already been record lows. I mean, things been dropping 1,700, all these crazy points, 3%, 5%, and we acting as if Those ain't big percents. The majority of people love for their portfolio to go up 3% in a day. That's the truth of the matter. And we effed around and found out. So the whole country effed around and found out. MJ says she only see gas prices going down, but a bag of 50-cent chips costs $2.49 now. So you have gas to take your ass to work, but no food to live. Success. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, it's wild to actually see it happen in real time. And like, even what's up, Robin? Even some of the tariff countries. Did y'all see the list of tariff countries? Some of these countries don't even have human beings living there. I need some of these Trump supporters to please hit the link and explain to me how is this going to be good for the economy. I want to know because I'm concerned. I'm a concerned American. I don't care, Republican, Democrat. I don't really give a damn about none of that. I care about what we're gonna do as a people, as human beings, because we gotta live here. They don't care. We gotta live here. Oh man, I don't know, but it is a F around to find out moment, and people are trying to act like they don't see it happening. They still trying to act like all these things that Donald Trump is doing was great. I mean, like we could just go back when he first did it. And this tariff sounds like one of the words that your uncles used to sound smart at Thanksgiving. That's what it sounds like. You know, when I was younger, I remember hearing these type of words, but I didn't really care nothing about it. But trust me, this ain't just some boring economic term, right? Tariffs are like the Kardashians. They're everywhere. And they affect everything. So we driving into Trump's tariffs. So the ones he introduced, like, I'm doing this for America. America. Now I need the eagle sound, somebody to go. But in reality is he adding spice and bland food. Like it's not working out like how he is explaining it to be. Just like we could just go from when he first did it, when on his first term, we could start with the steel industry. When Trump's first rounds of tariffs hit back in 2018, American steelmakers was like, finally, we're back in business. And tariffs on imported steel meant foreign, how do I pronounce that word? Competitors is the word I'm looking for. Competitors, they could undercut prices, so the U.S. still had a chance to shine. You know, and is given a run ahead start, so to speak. But then realizing they still slow, it initially gave about like 1,000 more jobs, but by the end of his terms, we lost 75,000 jobs. So really, hey, I don't know if it didn't really work the first time. I don't know how they think it's gonna work this time. That's the crazy part to me. Man.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey,
hey. Thank you, Miss J, with the $10 cents for your tariffs. Support the channel and click the like button. Thank you. I appreciate you so much, Miss Jayla. Always holding me down. And yes, support the channel. Click the like button. It's right there. Bubba says, question, if tariffs are so terrible, why do all other nations tariff us? So I think the problem that most people don't understand that we all the nations, they had an agreement on what is good for everybody everybody could make it fair. And then, yes, do some countries take advantage? Absolutely. But we're not in a position to start isolating ourselves. Just like I said, when he first did the steel situation and the aluminum situation, yes, it created 1,000 jobs initially. God damn it, I can't pronounce the words today. You said that's every day? Oh, I thought you said, yeah, that's every day you can't pronounce words. I know. Yeah. Talk too damn much. And so it didn't really work that well because we wound up losing about 75,000 jobs. So it looked good in the beginning because, so what it looks like is this. So yes, we are forcing U.S. companies to buy steel and aluminum here, right? So it created 1,000 more jobs. But however, what it is that also you increase prices, which means that they had to fire people because now that you did the tariff last time, you slow down business because now they had to charge more for the steel. It did not lower prices. Things went up when Trump did it the first time. And we can't be isolated now. We are in a economy that is global. Cannot try to make it now that we isolate ourselves. It's just not a smart thing to do. We are not in a position to do things like that. And it's okay, Bubba. Like, hey, all you gotta do is look at it and see what actually happened. It looked good when they first did the steel and the aluminum situation last time when he did it the first time. And America, we had to keep a lot of the tariffs that he did the first time as well. The ones that did, it didn't affect us too bad. However, in the long run, it's going to affect us horribly. A tariff is nothing but a tax. And it's putting war on other countries. We don't even know if the tariffs that he is saying 67% from China, we don't even know what that actually means. Where did he get this number from? Where is this percentage? Like, the problem is, Bubba, we cannot just take his word for it because he said it. Where is the information? He is a part of a cabinet that says he wants transparency. So where did he get these numbers from? MJ, I did not see it recently. He said something already because what I do find interesting, MJ, about Canada, Republicans are already going against Donald Trump already. So it was a bill that's supposed to be passed last night to go ahead and push the tariffs that were on Canada, MJ. And guess what? Mitch McConnell said, no. I said, we try to give reciprocal tariffs, and the Republicans said, no. So Republicans are starting to understand what he's doing is not good for the country long term. Maybe he's purposely trying to bankrupt America, just like how he bankrupted his other companies. Maybe this is the reason why he's selling gold card for $5 million. So, I don't think a lot of people just really understands what is going on. It is still, and I get it. So a lot of companies did try to, they try to go around some of the tariffs that he did with the steel. This is why it affected the car industry last time really bad. This is why the car industry is in this crazy space now, because he tried to do that steel and aluminum tariff. And what companies did, like China and stuff like that, what they did was they did attempt to open up plants in Mexico and Canada to avoid some tariffs. And I understand that. So they try to work their way around it. Fair. That's fair. They did do that. However, the automakers cannot afford to they cannot afford these tariffs. Did you see the prices of some of these pickup trucks? Some of these pickup trucks is like $80,000, $90,000. These are supposed to be work trucks. You cannot spend $60,000 on a goddamn Ford F-150. It's just not a good business sense. If you into buying and selling coffee, If you buying your coffee beans from Colombia, guess what? Now you're gonna have to buy it from Vietnam. It's gonna and Vietnam is going to raise the prices of where? Of other places, because now other places are not going to be able to compete. So all the tariffs are nothing but a tax on us. The rich people, they are going to be able to be fine. They're going to be able to buy more things, while poor people was considered from a rich standpoint to a average human being standpoint. Our goods are going to get more expensive. So therefore, we are going to have less money in our pocket. And so it's going to affect average people and below the most. All right, Bubba, I hear you. I hear you, Bubba. But I just do not I just don't see the benefits, even from when he did it last time. I didn't see the benefits. Another thing that was affected by his tariffs last time was, believe it or not, laundry machines. Some of you people I don't even care about the laundry machine industry, but because of his tariffs last time and all this steel and all that, it affected laundry machines. And so what happened, it spiked up laundry machines by like 200%. Some crazy number like that. And since the laundry machines went up, guess what else went up? The dryer machines, they went up as well because they sell them together. It's not good. And then when Biden came in and he took over, guess what? Prices of laundry, washing machines, they went down 75%. So it's not as all the tariff is a tax. And we just got to be honest with that and just say, hey, man, what you're doing is not looking good. The economy do not like it at all. Republicans do not like it at all. So this idea that you just gonna follow him blindly is crazy. I mean, for God's sakes, he had countries that he's putting tariffs on that have 0 people there. It got penguins there. And this is how we got to make sure we start minding out. It was about at least 10 countries on this tariff situation that have maybe tops 3,000 people on it. Islands that are so insignificant, they don't even have anything to trade. So we cannot just take his word, because Donald Trump is good at just saying things that sounds great. This is for the American people. And it's going to do us better. We're going to do this. We're going to do a tremendous thing. He's great at just saying words that don't mean anything. Miss Jalen, the Penguins are in it. So, and this is when we know that a lot of people do not understand what tariffs are. They say, why is other people tariffing us and we can't? And this is why it is important that we got to pay attention to the way how Donald Trump communicates. He makes it seem like, hey, we just doing what they did to us, but that's not really what's happening. What a tariff is nothing but a tax. This is why Republicans, even though he has majority of the party, last night a bill was passed on some tariffs on Canada. Guess what? It did not pass. Why it did not pass? Because I don't know why people believe that the other country, they literally believe the country is the one that pays the tariff. No, it is you. If you are a business person and you buy things from other countries, when they come off that goddamn ship and it's held at customs, you, the business owner, have to pay an extra tariff on that. I don't know where you get this idea that the country is paying it. So, for example, if if I design some new HVAC units and I get them designed and made in China in some plant, I pay them $5,000 to build my. Let's just make it simple. I paid them $1,000 to build my machines, and then they put them on a goddamn boat and they ship it over here. Then it goes through customs. Who pays that 34% tariff? Imperious, put it in a super chat, please. I'll wait. Let me make sure you understand what I'm saying. I'm in the HVAC world. I build and design a brand new HVAC RTU. I build it in China. They put it on a goddamn shipping container, ship it from China to America. Now it's in Newark, New Jersey's port. And they hold it in that customs. They pass through customs. Now I'm going to pick up my stuff. Who pays that 34% tariff that he suggests that he's putting on China? Who pays that 34% tax? Who pays it? Please, Imperious, put it in a super chat. Go ahead. Since the CCP owns all company by law, the CCP pays. No, you are wrong. You are wrong. And clearly you say you do business out of other country, but clearly you don't, because you never actually seen that tariff bill before. Clearly you never seen it. And it's fine. So no, I will have to pay that extra 34% is actually another bill on top of it. So whatever I paid them to ship it over, so it cost me $1,000 altogether to ship it here. When it's here, you get another bill. And 34% on the $1,000, you do the math. That's the extra money you're gonna have to pay to get your stuff released and put it on a truck and ship it over. And so Bubba says something simple. You just make that same HVAC system here in America. And I wish it was just that easy. It just, so yeah, you can make it here in America, but now you're gonna have to charge a different kind of price. You're gonna have to make it more expensive. So that's where the issue lies at. And this is where it's a tax on the consumer. This is why the people that's at the top is not going to really affect them for real. It's going to affect us because we're making the same money, but we spending more money to consume things. KT to go. That shit was crazy. But yeah, so maybe Imperius just never actually really have business from other places, from other countries, and he got to worry about when your shipment gets off of, when it lands on the port, what actually happens after that. It ain't just like it lands in a port and it goes to your doorstep. It doesn't necessarily work that way. No, you gotta. So now, especially with this new tariff that is happening, so anything that is coming across over on those shipping containers as of today, you're gonna have to pay extra to get it released in out of customs. So yeah, Bubba, in theory, that's what it sounds like. In theory, it sounds good. It's only cheaper to make it in China because of slave labor costs. Fine, you can say that. Which tariffs, it makes it the same cost as making it in America, which it does not. It actually brings prices up because you got to pay people more over here. It doesn't give us the ability to make the product at a less pace. No, that's not what happens. Car prices are going to go up because steel is going to have to go up. Aluminum is going to have to go up so we can start building factories here. So therefore, all of that, you got to put costs into that. You're going to have to hire more people here to build stuff. We don't really sell things to these goddamn islands. The reason why places like Japan doesn't have American vehicles like that is because our cars are bigger. We have a different kind of land. Like, we act like we don't understand. So our big ass trucks is not really designed for their kind of roads. They are much smaller human beings than what we are over here. Imperius with the $2. Does the CCP own all China companies? By law. Answer. It's crazy. Imperius, you are wild for the night. I don't know why you so upset, because your man Donald Trump is just, but but Imperius is a reflection of stupid rhetoric, right? I don't think he's a stupid man, but he has stupid rhetoric. He just say things to get you angry and have these, like, just like Donald Trump, he'll put some truthfulness in the tariffs. Like, hey, this is what's happening. But he's not being honest about what's really happening. Because Imperius think that he's actually saying something that's important, but he's not asking a question that who owns the company. That has nothing to do with anything. When I have to pick something up from the port, I will have to pay a tariff on it. So these other questions that you have, which are, I get it. You're trying to just go towards your point. However, if you're actually importing or exporting things from out of this country or into this country, and you have to pay that tariff, you will understand. And a lot of people that is a part of this whole MAGA situation, they do argue this way. They would just throw in little BS truths, and then they would tell a whole lie after that truth. That is the real problem. And it goes to show that a lot of people are not really into business the way how they say they are. Yes, the steel production, like, so when he first did it, yes, steel production surged and folks were celebrating. Factories reopened, jobs came back, and politicians were taking victory laps. I agree, right? But here's the catch. Tariffs are a double-edged sword. Sure, steel makers were winning, but everybody who uses steel, construction companies, maybe that's why I have a, kind of soft understanding about it. I don't know. Car manufacturers, they're like, wait, why are our costs going up? Because that's what actually happened. It's like charging $100 for a damn Big Mac. It works for McDonald's, but everyone else is going to be starving. So I just don't think, I hear, and I just don't think people really understand how these things trickle down and affect everybody else. You help one company, but then you affect 100 others. It's not a good business model, not even close to one. Imperius with the $2. If the CCP owns the company, they pay you inept. So I got a friend, I might have to play his video as well, because he owns a coffee shop and he does his coffee beans from Colombia. He has a Colombia bean farm in Colombia. That's where he gets his coffee from. It's really good. But now with the new tariffs, places like, if you get your coffee beans from Vietnam, they are going to be highly expensive now, right? For example. So now what does that do for people that have coffee businesses? If you, at one moment you was buying from Vietnam, but now it is so expensive to buy your coffee beans from Vietnam, where are you going to get your coffee beans from now? You're going to have to go to where? Colombia, where it's cheaper for you to buy the coffee beans. But guess now, with the new tariff and the new demand for coffee beans that come out of Colombia, what happens to the prices in Colombia? Now, those prices, because the demand gets so much higher, guess what they're going to have to do? They're going to have to raise their prices as well. So, again, what up, Ray? Appreciate you, Ray Midnight. So, again, what tariffs does is a tax on the consumers. That's what it is. And if you don't understand in that version, then I don't know. I'm not sure about it. It appears I'm not sure. You saying I haven't, but I just broke it down easy for you. Cause my friend, he owns a coffee shop. He has a coffee bean farm in Colombia. Tariffs over there is still pretty minimal. But Vietnam, where a lot of other coffee shops get their coffee beans, is very high tariffs. So what they're going to do, they're not going to buy from Vietnam anymore. They're going to go buy from Colombia because it's cheaper. But guess what happened? The demand's going to go up. So therefore, Colombia is going to have to raise their prices as well. And so now we got Vietnam high coffee prices. Now we got Colombia high coffee prices. So now what the person that's over here that is selling coffee is going to have to do, raise his coffee prices, which is related to who? You, the consumer. The businessman is not going to take the brunt of the tax. They are going to pass it down to who they are selling to. And for some reason you say, yes, exactly. And then you say, then the domestic goods lower, but it doesn't happen that way. Okay. Yeah, boy. The problem is, okay, if you say so, you think that we could produce coffee beans? If you think we could, for example, we just talking about the coffee beans, right? If you believe that we could produce coffee beans the same as these other places, then you, sir, are not really understanding how this business thing works. That's just not unrealistic, what you're saying. This is crazy to me. This is just crazy to me. Like I said, when the steel production surged, it affected construction companies, which affected prices. It affected the way how you have to price your jobs out and all these things, right? The industry that needed steel started cutting corners. So guess what corners they did? Some laid off workers. Others, they just jacked up prices on their products. So while tariffs saved jobs in one area, they cost jobs in another. This is what I'm trying to explain to Appears, but somehow he's just not understanding it, right? And that's like fixing your sink and flooding the bathroom. What's the point? And let's not forget the farmers, right? The poor farmers were caught in the crossfire of retaliatory tariffs from countries like China. Imagine trying to sell soybeans while China's like, nah, we good. Farmers were out here losing money faster than gamblers in Vegas, bro. This actually happened when he first did it. This is not like I'm going back. This is not like me going back 20 or 30 years. This is going back 2 administrations, right? We have Biden, so it's Trump, Biden, Trump, right? In the whole history of America, we had about 45 presidents because Donald Trump is not the only one that got reelected. I forgot what's the other man's name. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I apologize. But it was another president that got reelected later. So we really only had 45 presidents, even though we up to 47 elected official. I can't think of his name right now, but it is what it is. So it was so again, it is a trickle down effect, and for some reason, Ray, thank you, Ray. I appreciate that, Ray. For some reason, people that is on the Donald Trump train, they just don't want to say what is the truth, and it is okay. Like, we cannot fix anything that is a problem in America. We just not dealing with the information at hand. You cannot keep gang banging just for your people just because he's a white man and he has some values like yours. That is fine. However, we got to deal with the information at hand, and the information at hand, everybody else in the world is not looking at this as a good thing. The stock market is disagreeing with what you are saying, Imperius. It's like, it's for real. And everybody that believes that he's helping the automotive industry are sadly mistaken. I understand you could use a lot of filibuster words, and he actually brought somebody on stage while he was doing his speech, and he brought somebody from the automotive industry, and it sounds great. It does, but it's built off a fallacy. And the thing is, tariffs were supposed to scare foreign countries into negotiating better trade deals. But some of them was like, we've been here before, game on. So instead of fixing trade imbalances, we just ended up with a trade war. And let me tell you, nobody wins a trade war. Nobody. It's like fighting for your neighbor over the fence. You lose time, money, and you still hate each other at the end of the day. For people that, listen, if you ever buy a house, hey, you better be good to your neighbors on the side of you, because, hey, a good neighbor is the most important thing. You feel what I'm saying, Ray? Like, he did not help the car industry at all. And so that's the scary part that people don't understand. So what we're going to do, we're going to keep fighting all these other nations. And at the end of the day, when we stop fighting, we're still going to be mad at each other. It doesn't actually help anything. It's weird. Really weird that people would like die on this hill. But I'm going to open it up, and I would love for people to explain and express all these things. Hey, what's up, Genesis? Let's get to let's make sure we are supporting the show by hitting that like button and that share button. That really helps the channel out. This is how we get into the algorithm. This is how we get us to keep growing with our thought patterns, and we're able to challenge each other's thoughts. So please, if you can, we are only at 30 likes, which makes no sense. A simple like and a share is all I'm asking for. If you can, please help a brother out. Goddamn. Let's put some tariffs on the goddamn like and share button, please, and I appreciate it. You okay, baby? My baby's experiencing some tariff problems as well. Pink says she sees the vision. She don't care. I would love for Pink to hit the link and explain to me what vision she sees about putting an extra tax on the people, because I do not understand it for the life of me. I do not understand it for even though I'm breaking it down, I think I'm breaking it down pretty well. But please, all I'm asking for is hit the like button, hit the share button. It really helps us out. This is alternative media, and the only way we're going to get alternative media out there and try to have some kind of balance of honesty is that we have to hit the like and hit the share. This is the only way we could keep building. We are building this plane while we fly it. Thank you so. I appreciate that, Pink. I really do. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much, Pink, with the $4.99 Super State. She took it one step above. She said, forget that like and that share. Here's $4.99. Thank you so much, Pink. I really appreciate that. And anybody, if you can, because I know it's a scary time and a lot of people are afraid to, have extra money to spend, I understand. And if you can, man, it makes the vagina go whoop, whoop. And I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Pink. But if we can, please, it's plenty of ways where you can help. Just hitting the like and the share, it helps out tremendously, and we can keep going. We can help out all of our brothers and sisters just keep on building. What up, Link? Good day to you. How you feeling? So that's what we need to do. Where was I with my thinking? I think I was at where was I? Damn. Okay, let me get my train of thought back. So I believe I was at right for consumers, right? So it is a rough ride. Prices on everything started creeping up, right? When when he did it the first time. I'm talking about the first time. So the prices started creeping up with cars, appliances. I already started talking about the wash machines and the laundromats, right? If you own a laundromat, you know those machines went up tremendously because of these tariffs. Even beer cans went up. So we got to understand how this trickles down. And Americans love beer, but suddenly even our beer was expensive. And you know it's bad when happy hour makes you sad. Did you like my rhyme right there? Hey, Ray, you like my rhyme right there? You know it's bad when happy hour makes you sad. I'm working on it, Maybe Ray, you can remix that. I don't know. And I already broke down the trade deficit. But so while the steel industry, when he first did it, it had a little boom, but the ripple effects hit everyone else is what I'm trying to explain. And it's like fixing one leak and springing 5 more. And yet here we are talking about tariffs again. Even though it affected already, we've seen the effects of it. So now we got round 2. And the effects this time around, now Trump is talking about tariffs again. And I'm just sitting here like, haven't we learned our lesson? Haven't we learned our lesson? It's like we going back to your ex. You know how this ends, but you do it anyway. So this time the idea is to hit China harder because apparently they're stealing our jobs. And in reality, China didn't steal anything. They just got better at making stuff. You ever buy a phone for $200 and wonder, how is this even possible? That is the China hustle. And it is what it is. And the steel industry might see another boost. But here's the catch. It's temporary. Again, the problem isn't foreign competition. It's that America isn't investing in modernizing our industries. You can slap all the tariffs you want, but if your steel plant looks like it hasn't been updated since 1972, we have bigger problems. And then we got the global supply chain. So we live in a world where everything is connected, like, like a bad group chat. You know what I'm saying? Everything's connected like a bad group chat.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Bubba homeschool to find out that, okay, yes, price on cheap Chinese crap goes up to match US made prices. The difference is that the money goes to US instead of China. I like that, Bubba. I see the positivity in the thinking, but I would love if it actually worked that way. It would be a beautiful thing if it actually worked that way, Bubba. But it usually doesn't. And we have the proof in the pudding when we just go back to just, 6 years ago when he did it the first time. JR Boxing with the $4.99. Just showing support. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, JR Boxing. Good day, Sharon and chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody showing love, hitting that comment, hitting that like, hitting that share. And if you have an extra dollar, I really appreciate it. It means a lot that we are able to create a space where we have 2 different mentalities. Bubba is not always on my side, but Bubba is holding me down. Thank you so much. We don't have to agree on everything, but we can hear each other out. So I do like what Bubba said, and I agree. It sounds really good what Bubba is saying, but it just doesn't translate into real life on a big scale for America. That's the only problem I have with it, Bubba. It's positive thinking what you said. It is. But it just doesn't translate for real. That's the problem because we've seen what happened last time when he did it. It didn't translate for us to be actually in a better position. And don't worry, I'll be opening it up very shortly. I just had a couple of more thoughts, and then I will open up for anybody that's willing to enter the link and give their thoughts as well. And we could just have a conversation about it. You want to change subjects, it's fine as well. We could try to watch we could watch the stock market today together, and we could see how the rest of America respond to all the people that is way smarter than us in economy. They themselves are saying that this is not a good look. it's kind of hard to argue with history. Last time it didn't work so good. It didn't. Where are iPhones made? Can somebody tell me where are iPhones made? I wonder if iPhones and all those things are going to go up. Can somebody tell? Oh man, thank you so much. Thank you so much, M. Mills. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, M. Mills, with the $3 super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's very important to me. Please, nobody think that I appreciate every single super sticker. Like, share, comment. It really helps me motivate to keep on moving and try to break through algorithms and keep on moving forward and keep on trying to push through, because we are building this plane while we fly it. We don't always agree with each other, but it's okay. We have to have this open dialogue with each other so we can get smarter together, because we are all living here in America at the end of the day, and we got to just stop gangbanging Republican versus Democrat versus liberal versus conservative. F all that. How are we going to get more money in our pocket so we can take care of our own families should be our real common goal. It doesn't matter if me and Bubba agrees on who, but we need to agree on policies that's going to help us in the long run and keep on building from that. Me and Imperius, we don't agree on a lot of things, clearly. I don't even agree with the way how he communicates. he trying to race bait us into these race conversations, and I get it. They are highly entertaining where we could just race bang. But at this moment, I think we need to be concentrating on how we can actually just stay out of each other's way, stay civil, and just have discussions and try to find some kind of common ground, and we can start building off of those things instead of just always I'm right and you wrong, and vice versa for both parties. Stop with the gang banging. It doesn't make sense anymore. Clearly, as we see, because all the gang banging, what it did was it put men versus women and turned into this whole Donald Trump is the face of masculinity, and him being the face of masculinity is the reason why everybody voted his way and why he won all three powers. Like, I mean, he had all the power, but luckily we see is some Republicans starting to fight back on the nonsense that he's doing. He already had a bill that did not pass. They said, hey, you're doing a little too much. So it's other Republicans out there in Paris that do not agree with you and Bubba right now, because they said no. We try to get reciprocal tariffs, and the Republicans said no, no, no. Oh, shit. Let me not curse on my own damn show. It's crazy. And then we also have, there's the global supply chain, right? This is where we're living in now. That's where I think that's where I was at before, right? We live in a world where everything's connected like a bad group chat, right? And you can't just impose tariffs and expect no consequences. Companies will either raise prices or move production overseas. Either way, the average American is going to lose. Farmers are bracing for another round of pain. Retaliatory tariffs are like a bad hangover. You know they're coming, but you can't avoid them. China's not going to take this line down. And our agricultural exports are going to suffer yet again, because when he first did it, this is what I'm saying, I'm just using the history of when he did it the first time. It was at 55 million. He cut that in half. So U.S. government was giving our farmers 55 million. This is how a lot of the farmers eat, because of the government. The U.S. government pays farmers. They was paying them 55 million. And when Trump came, he put those tariffs, guess what they paid them? 25. So all this idea, maybe Doge need to be working on and looking into every weekend when he's going to play golf. Maybe you need to cut the golf out, because already he spent $26 million in playing golf. Maybe we need to cut that out, Doge. Maybe we need to cut that out. Doge, you need to look into Donald Trump going to play golf on the weekends. So Tim Simmons, that might be a great possibility. Hey, that is a thought, and that's the positive side of thinking. You gotta have to find the land, and then you're gonna have to find land in a place where it has people there. How you gonna get people to move? Like, hey, I think Tim Simmons, hey, that is a good idea, and I don't want to knock it at all. So it is a good idea, Tim Simmons. But to actually implement it is a whole nother thing. I feel you, Bubba. What up, Black Seinfeld? Ray Midnight is suffering horrible, 13%. This is the first time he ever had such a decrease. So that's the thing. That's why he probably going to get out of the Doge situation altogether. He's probably going to you're going to start to slowly see that Elon and Doge is not going to be in cahoots anymore. Slowly but surely, he's going to, like how the Homer Simpson meme was when he just backs into the trees. I believe that's what's going to happen with Elon Musk. Yes, Sharon, you in HVAC, go get an SBA to start an HVAC manufacturing plant. You know what? That would be, and it'd be fun content to see how that works out, right? So yeah, you know what? I will go to the SBA. Maybe Linda McMahon could help me out. Maybe Linda McMahon could help me out because she was running the SBAs for a little bit as well. But I will look into it and we can see if I could. First, I'm gonna have to buy some land and then see if I can get some. Well, you know what? I would do my best to see how that could work out. I'll do that. I have no problem with that. Hey, I had other failed situations in my life. I go broke every month. So, hey, why not try doing another venture? So where was I? I was talking about them suffering again. So the consumer market is going to feel the squeeze, in my opinion. Prices on goods could skyrocket. So you just got to imagine walking into a Walmart and realizing you can't afford anything because tariffs added 30% to the price. That is not patriotism. That is pain. And at the end of the day, the goal of these tariffs is to create leverage. So that's what it really for, is gambling. These tariff things, to me personally, it sounds like gambling. It is to create some leverage. Trump is betting on the idea that other countries will cave under pressure. And this is the problem that I have with this tariff, right? But there's this thing, countries like China don't cave. We understand that they adapt. They retaliate. They keep going. So while America plays chess, China's out there playing poker. They might just call Trump on his goddamn bluff. That's the scary part. So what's the moral of the story? Tariffs are like, I say they are like the friend who talks big, but never follows through. They sound good in theory. They are protecting jobs, boosting industries. But the reality is way messier. Sure, the steel industry might see a boost, but the long-term effects on farmers, consumers, global trade are a gamble. And that's the punchline. While Trump's out here saying America first, we all standing in line like, can I get seconds? Because we will be hungry. That's the issue. And please, anybody that have any disagreements that could give me some more information, please have your camera on if you can. Please refrain from cursing as much as you can so we can just stay monotone. So, you know, I just want to just keep everything honest and, hey, educate me. I love to be wrong, especially in this situation. Bubba homeschool to $2. Fun to see Sharon be a Trumper when he owns biz. Hey, like I said, Bubba, I'm in for things that is just going to be positive. I'm into just being honest. Like I just did a video on what's her name, Jasmine Crockett. She said some wild stuff, and she was wrong about the things she said at that moment. I'm willing to say, hey, when you said that, You was 100% wrong. You got to take that L, and we can move forward because we got to deal with information that is true and factual, and just deal with facts that's in front of us instead of just gang bang and say, hey, because I voted for him, that person can't do no wrong. We cannot keep allowing ourselves to believe that. Shout out to the Black Seinfeld. Happy birthday, my brother. Shout out to you. I had no idea. So where we at with the likes? Did we get to 100 likes so we could open it up? We need 46 more likes. Right, MJ. And I love me some Jasmine Crockett, but she said some nonsense the other day. I was like, this girl crazy as hell. What's wrong with her? And I don't believe that, you know, him trying to name it Liberation Day. We are going to feel the pain way before we feel anything good out of it. But luckily, Republicans are starting to see the writing on the wall. I believe he lost the bill. I believe it was 51 to 49%. He lost the bill last night. So we have 4 Republicans turn against Donald Trump last night and not vote what Donald Trump wanted. They starting to have some kind of a backbone. Happy Liberation Day. Take a vacation to the Gulf of America. Yeah, I still don't believe people got adjusted to saying Gulf of America. Oh man, Bubba, that's hilarious though. We are 34 likes away from opening the panel so we can get other arguments in, and so we can have an understanding, because maybe I got things wrong. Maybe the way how I broke it down, I have it 100% wrong, and I'm willing to hear somebody out with any kind of disagreements. We could just go through it and see what's going on. And if anybody like MJ, if you want the link, you know, I'll send it to you via secret. If you like. So you know what I'm saying, you just let me know, anybody, you know. We need 33 more likes so we can open up and we can have this discussion, and we could, you know, and we just mind this shit out together, man. We got to stop with the gang banging and just believe in anything that man says. I mean, literally, he has tariff countries that don't even have people on these islands. He is tariffing some Arctic islands that's nothing but penguins in there. Hey, Ray, Wisconsin stood 10 toes down and said, Elon, we don't care about none of that billions that you got. Shout out to Wisconsin holding the fort. I agree, Ray. That was pretty good. Hey, they ain't just allowing people to just do whatever they want. So shout out to that. Absolutely. They stood up. We are 20 likes away from opening up the panel. Let's get it together. We could do so much more things together, and we could just hear each other out and stop trying to make the other person wrong. It's not about making Donald Trump wrong, to be honest with you. It's not about that at all. And please don't nobody use. I already started taking wrenches away. Please don't be using your wrench for revenge. We are not going to be tariffing the chat. So please do not time people out just because you see their name in the chat. I really appreciate we do not use our wrenches in that way. I respect everybody here, so just respect the channel. Like, as long as they're not saying anything towards that's gonna hurt the channel, just leave people alone. Just because you see a name you don't like, if they don't say nothing disrespectful, let them live in the chat. We are what, 26 away from opening up the panel. Yeah, that's a great point, Rasbo. I don't think seeing the market react that way is any good. Even the crypto is reacting a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I even crypto is falling in a crazy way. It's not really good. What another thing I don't like is that like Trump, he has a, what can I say, a history of bankrupting corporations. And majority of people would say a place like America is considered a corporation. And so the thing that I'm scared about is like, hey man, maybe this man has some different plans all along. He knew how to play the game. Trump understands the language that needs to be said to rally up people on his side. And he says all the correct things, but for some reason, his actions are not the same as the words that he ran on, is my issue with him at this moment. That's the problem I'm having with him at this moment. And it's a little weird, to be honest with you. Like, he ran on saying that everything needs to be merit-based, and all of his actions doesn't have anything to do with being merit-based. He's just choosing people that is rock with him. Luckily, we have 4 brave Republicans that went against him last night and voted against him with that crazy bill of putting those certain tariffs on these other nations, our neighboring nations. And I do not want this place to turn to the United States of China, God damn it. Because I do not want this man to bankrupt our country by keep doing the things that he's doing. Why we cannot just be honest about the writings on the wall that we can see. It didn't work out too good the first time he did it. You think so, Link? Well, we are at 15 likes away from from getting the panel open. What up, Thomas? He said the bankruptcy is a business strategy. All the insurance companies filed bankruptcy during the crash in 08, and Obama bailed them out and the banks out at the taxpayers' expense. Well, we couldn't allow the banks to just die like that. You know what I'm saying? We just couldn't let the banks die like that. That would not have been a good idea at all. Not a good idea at all. And yeah, I agree. But we cannot say it's a good strategy. I haven't seen a country or a state that use bankruptcy as a good thing. If somebody could point me into a direction where they seen a country or a state, one of our states, file for bankruptcy and it turned around and been a good thing, I would love to hear that argument. Like, he is pushing us in a way where we are not going to be able to do things. It's crazy. And make sure, like, when we are talking in the chat, let's not try to use my channel as well as a way to attack other people in the chat, for sure. If something happens somewhere else, leave it there. You're not here to just attack people. So y'all can't go ahead and attack somebody and then act like, oh, they timed you out. Neither. Because y'all tend to do that very often. When the person that you attacking times you out, you're like, oh, they timing out. Hey, stop attacking people. Move along. So we got to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's just me being honest about the conversation, right? You cannot throw rocks and then try to hide your hand. I don't even understand why people be doing nonsense like that. We are 10 likes away. Let's get it together and we can open it up and we can have some great conversation. Maybe somebody can educate me. That would be awesome. I would love to see it. I would love to understand I would just love to understand how people can agree with how everything is moving in the wrong direction. And do they see what do they see for the next 2 years? Do you actually see it moving in a good direction? And what evidence you have to substantiate that we are moving in the right direction? Because absolutely, right now, is looking dire. And I don't want to be emotional about seeing it because if things are dipping the way how they are dipping, and we believe that something's going to happen later, 2-3 years later down the line, that it's all going to rebound. That might be some smart investing. Wait for it to go to its bottom, invest at the bottom, and you just sit back and wait for a year or two for it to recover back to its original state, because things dropped 1,000 points. If it recovers 1,000 points, man, that's some money. That's some serious money. Free solo, you the nut. You know what I'm saying? We need 8 more likes and we be right there. But the crazy part, even Fox News is going against it too. They like, hey man, this shit is looking too crazy. What up, Nightish? Even Fox News is starting to say that this is starting to look a little too crazy. It's a little too volatile. Like the stock market is looking like cryptocurrency. This is another problem that I have. I don't understand how other American, they are for somebody that is pushing cryptocurrency. Like you are literally trying to collapse our dollar as well. That's crazy to me. How you gonna why are you doing that? That's fine if we don't have no stocks. That's fine. Again, you just having a BS argument for no reason. Like, what's the point of saying that? We don't have no stock. Okay. What does that mean that we don't have any stock? But the people that are into stocks, they do not believe in your man plan. All right. So all of us here, if all of us do not have any stocks whatsoever, fine. But the people that do have stock, the stock market is responding to that. That's the funny part. So regardless if we don't have any stocks, hey, the people that do have stocks, they responding. And what are they responding? Are they responding in good faith? What do you think they responding in? The reason why the stock market is taking is because of what? Imperious? Go ahead. Let me hear it. Let me hear what's your good idea for why so many people that do have stocks are running away from it. Explain it to me. Because I have no understanding of what you're saying. And I don't understand it. It's crazy. We're almost there. We're only 4 likes away. So Bubba said, this is when you should buy stocks. Do you think it's at its lowest already? I'm not sure if it's at its lowest yet, to be honest with you. I think it's going to go even lower. So, hey, you might need to wait until it gets a little bit lower. All those retirees that depend on those 401ks, man, I'll tell you. Man, I tell you, I feel sorry for anybody that got to live off of those things right now. I know that's probably pretty scary. Okay, we're 3 away. Why are you asking me what futures are? I don't even understand why you're asking me that. It doesn't even make sense to ask that question. Doesn't matter if it's futures. All the money that's in the stock market is not realized anyway. All right. The 300 billion that Elon says that he is worth right now, it ain't looking like it. Empirics, you can educate me because it seems like you want to talk about that. Usually when people are talking about options trading, that's another form of gambling. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, listen, you want a day trade, you want an options trade, that's fine. Hey, do your thing. Plenty of people make a lot of money off of options trading. And guess what? 90% of people that do options trading, they fail because it's a gamble. And what Donald Trump is doing with the tariff situation, he is trying to leverage other companies to bend to what he wants, and he is gambling as well. So maybe that's why you do appreciate a Donald Trump situation, and you don't even want to acknowledge that it is looking bad as of right now, and you don't see where the future is heading. So the problem is like, yeah, it's traded in futures, right? And it's shown that the future is very grim. Like literally, right? People are afraid. That's what it's showing. People are scared is what it's showing. It's weird. We need one more like and we could open it up. Let me see. Let me pin that to the top. Okay, we pin to the top. Okay, you could call in if you like. And please educate me on what is actually happening, because I don't see that. What y'all see? HQ reacts with the 9.99. Bubba, you are wrong. The bulk of US no is going in the wrong direction. This is clear. Otherwise, we all gone through the trap door in the floor together, even though most of us saw the hole from his previous run. Welcome to the show. Ray Midnight. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Salute to Sharon Bracy. And salute to the chat. Salute to all the birthdays. Salute to Seinfeld. Salute to everybody. And Tiff too, even though she ain't in the building. Salute to all the birthdays. We love the birthdays. I popped up because it's a good chat conversation, good informative show early on about tariffs, because I hear the word a lot lately this year, and it's something that I think for those who's uninformed to learn about it, considering it's affecting all of us right now. And we see the pool of red in the stock market right now. And you could just feel consciously that shit is not going right. You get what I'm saying? So I have a few questions for you, because you seem very informative, other than New Culture and Imperialist and others who has some experience in the stock market and tariffs and stuff like that. One, pros and cons of the tariffs for you that you see, that you can see, or in general.
My main problem, the pros is hope, right?
Okay.
It's a gamble that other countries will just bend to what Donald Trump is imposing. So if they was to actually be afraid the way how he expects them to be, it could be very profitable for entire of America. The problem, the con is that when big dogs like China is going to fight back, they are going to get other people to fight back with them. And that is the real issue, because we as Americans cannot compete with how they are able to manufacture. Like, you know, it's the whole reason why a lot of people don't understand, like, Honda is such a big situation, because they was one of the first people to really transform manufacturing. They was able to manufacture cars faster than anybody else, even though people had assembly lines before them. They got it down to such a science that they was pushing out cars like, as soon as they come up with an idea, boom, it was out. And so there's just some things that we just, it is what it is. We cannot compete on that level.
Right.
Because of prices and innovation, the way how they run their government, how they just really run on just innovation. We don't run off of innovation. We run off of ideas. And that's why we ship our ideas out, gets other people to build it, bring it back here and sell it. We are an idea nation. The whole America is a big idea that won. It was a gamble that actually worked. And so everybody's once people like when the big dogs like China is not conforming, that's when we have a problem. The same thing with the whole drill baby drill, right? We have a lot of oil here. However, with the oil industry, we cannot compete with the other places because we got to sell our barrels at, say, just draw a number out there. The minimum we could sell our oil is $40 a barrel.
Okay.
Right. And other nations say, all right, so this is what the trade situation is, right? This whole tariff situation is really about. So we said, hey, the cheapest we could sell ours is $40, and we're making a minimum profit. What other nations do is say, okay, so we're going to sell ours at 38, 39.
Right.
So this way it could keep everybody competitive.
Yeah.
So, but now when we say we're going to put a tariff on your shit, now they say, oh, really? Well, we're going to start selling our shit at the real cost, and we're going to sell that at $10 because they're still making a tremendous profit.
Oh, Jesus.
So now who and where is going to buy a $40 barrel or something that costs $10 elsewhere?
Right. Oh.
So that's how the tariff war actually happens. And
so do you think, Sharon, do you think, because it feels like, and this is just based upon from when he was in his last term, that a lot of the people that he's going after with the terrorists are the folks that had something to say about him when he was gone. You know what I'm saying? It feels like more of a revenge thing more than it's for the benefit of helping America's productivity and all that. Is that accurate to you or disagree? It feels that way.
It definitely feels that way. And the bad thing about this new tariff situation that he got is going to take time for us to see. I think we're going to see immediate. He even knows it too. Like immediately, it's going to be hard.
Right.
Yeah, so we have to really see in 6 months down the line if it actually changed into a beneficial situation. It doesn't seem like it is. Like I said before, when he did the whole thing with the steel situation and the aluminum last time, it looked good. He raised up 1,000 new jobs.
Okay.
But long term, we wound up losing 75,000 jobs.
Oh, okay. Okay. So do you think with his announcement of the Doge production facility that is being built in the South, I think it's South Carolina or something like that, or Phoenix or Arizona, something like that. Do you think that's going to happen the same way, that the intent is well, but it may ultimately falter and hurt the economy, although his point is to bring jobs back for as production, because we know production companies like car manufacturing that can never come back, even though that's always the goal, is to bring manufacturing back.
Right. And I don't even think so. First of all, Doge is I don't even know how people just allow him to create Doge where they already had a system that's already what Doge does, right? So like that's weird and wow. And I think what's gonna happen is that further down the line, we're gonna see that Doge was really just a scam. And they thought they were gonna build Elon up and build his reputation up, and this is why he's backtracking and he is turning into Homer Simpson. He's back himself into the woods. But a lot of the things that they found that they're supposed to be saving, it comes to find out the things that they stopping is already done, lived its course already. So yes, we were spending $8 billion on Ray Midnight's sanctuary. They put it on the last month of funding. So really we saved $20,000, but they trying to say we saved $8 billion. Like, no, the shit was already about to end. Okay. So you ain't save us no $8 billion. So they inflate in the money and saying that they saved us all this money because they found this program that was inefficient, but you found it at this end of its life. So you're not really saving us $8 billion already. It's already spent.
Okay.
What's actually happening with Doge, and this is why we never will see a $5,000 Doge check, because they keep saying that they find all this money by ending these
the wasted
programs.
Money. Yeah.
Right. They finding all this wasted money, but the real thing is that you finding things at the end of life. And now you say that you saved all this money. No, just because you didn't renew it doesn't mean you saved us money.
Right. It's just for me. I'm actually literally because is I really want to know, and my conscience be when I see these news stories, CNBC and the Fox, they all kind of like, well, you know what I'm saying? Like you saying, everybody kind of like, we can't defend what's clearly being seen right now as much as we want to support our guy, but what the F, bro? What is going on? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So I just needed some clarity from the chat and from you. This is a good, informative conversations for those that don't know what tariffs does, and for someone who's involved in the construction industry, that
yeah.
you know the fact of wood, metal, and all these other things, the effect it may have. So I appreciate when you're having informative conversations when it comes to our economy and what's really going on from you in the chat today. So I really, really appreciate this. Sharon Bracy. So I'm learning more and more about tariffs in every conversation between you and the chat. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I rarely ever get any kind of love like that. So I really appreciate it. I don't
No,
think I
it's something that, especially in the Black community, we all in this space that we always talk about stuff that's not informative, that we can use news that we can use more than the
mm,
gossip and the the effery and all that other stuff that that comes in between stuff like this that can have an effect on our everyday lives, our rent, electricity, how we buy a car, layoffs. We see the federal layoffs at an all-time high while the terrorist is going on. So this is something I really appreciate hearing and learning from all around.
Hey Ray, he better watch it. Ray.
Omega's off the chain. The
Oh
legendary Omega.
shit. Man, he better watch it.
He better watch it.
And hey, listen, and I think we do want to have these conversations, and I think for a long time we have a problem with creating informative things and making it fun to have the conversation and making it inviting to have the conversation, because a lot of times when we have conversations about things like tariffs and tax and the way how it could trickle down into the agricultural and how the steel and aluminum trickle down into goddamn all the way down to washing machines. Most people not even having a conversation that the steel and aluminum industry is going to affect washing machines, and then it's going to affect dryers. Like, and this is things that are normal in our houses. Like more and more places, they want to have these luxury apartments that have washers and dryers in it. So what's going to happen to your rent?
Yeah. And the
All these
time we're
things.
talking about how high rent is going up and the wages aren't matching with how high the rent is going up. Yes. And now we
So,
have
you know,
these
like
tariffs to deal with.
so all that stuff starts to trickle down
Right.
into
Yes.
broad industries, and people act like they don't understand that, which is fine.
Right.
And so
Right.
we got to make it informative and fun at the same time. We got to throw in a little joke like Omega just did, right?
Yeah, of course.
Have a little bit more fun, making it violent, not make it so embarrassing to say, I don't know something. What's your thoughts on this? And we can have an open dialogue about what is happening. Maybe even research some things in real time too, so we can have more understanding.
Absolutely.
We got to have that inviting conversation as well. You know what I'm saying? As well as nonsense conversation. Speaking of nonsense, welcome to the show. Pastor, good day, sir.
What's up, man?
Pass the peas.
Like we used to do. Now we're gonna lock. No, Ray, we gotta lock the doors.
Why you hating? Why you hating when I come up for, man? That's messed up, man. I don't even be trolling you like that no more, man. But
I
I'll check
appreciate
this.
that.
When it come down to these tariffs, man, I think it can work.
Woo! Really? Go ahead.
Well, it's got to work. First of all, it has to work. Um, we we have to pull back from using so many foreign products. We have to become producers again. We can't import America. I mean, we just can't. It's not sustainable. We have to make our own computer chips or semiconductors. We have to start making antibiotics again. We have to start making a car that America wants to buy again. We're going to have to scrap this EV thing because Americans don't want EVs. Americans just don't want EVs.
So you're saying scrap? So you're saying scrap Tesla, which is an American-made company?
We can keep Tesla, but because that's like the only that we can keep Tesla, but I don't think that we should all those carbon taxes and government subsidies that we give Tesla, we may have to give a smaller percentage. Because I mean,
Okay, so
yeah,
so you said keep Tesla. What about Rivian? That's another American-made
we got to
company.
keep Rivian too. We got to keep Rivian because
Oh, okay.
Rivian is good on making
Okay.
trucks. Mhm.
Okay. What about Lucid? Lucid is another American-made company. What about that one?
Yeah, so Lucid isn't gaining much ground as Rivian and Tesla. Lucid, so they're nice, but they're really big cars, and they're even heavier than a Tesla.
So,
So mhm,
again, Pastor. So you're saying the tariffs is going to work, right? And
mhm.
we got to get rid of EVs, and we are the main ones that's producing EVs.
No. China's making the most EVs. We have
No,
to just be smart about how we're going into the EV market.
so China has one major EV company that is just they are looking like they are bounds and leaps over Tesla right now, right? But however,
Yeah.
we have about like 3 to 5 companies in America that's making their cars here in America. And what did your man Elon did to actually affect the sales of American-made cars? He lowered his prices of the Tesla, which is again, it was a form of how these tariff wars is going to happen, right? We see it happen on our own soil, right? So
Hmm.
Tesla, what he did, he said he already convinced the government to give him all of this welfare to build the infrastructure for him.
Hmm.
And then so now after they built it, so he said, hey, I have my factories and now I can lower the cost of manufacturing my cars. And so what he did was what he put his cars at what 20 something thousand. And so now
Yeah.
all the other EVs, they cannot compete with that because they did not get the government to subsidize their market. And so now those companies is going to fail. We only going to have Tesla. And so he literally did what the tariff war is going to do, but he just did it here. And this is the problem with it. It leaves the people that's been here for a long time to lower prices to a point where the people that in America is not going to be able to sustain.
Well,
So,
that's not
yeah, so that's
well.
why I use and this is why I use the oil situation, right? When he said drill baby drill is going to cost us like $40 per barrel. Other
Mhm.
countries can drop their prices all the way to $20 a barrel. We can't compete, so therefore we have debt stock.
Well, the thing about it is, if they drop like let's with the oil concept, even if they do drop their barrels to $20 a barrel, they'll oversaturate the market. So, like, even if let's say China tried to drop their EVs, because they're trying to do that right now, they're trying to drop their EVs even lower than
Tesla.
Tesla. What what happened is they'll just saturate the market for something that people aren't really buying anyway. So, like, so like, if you look at overall car sales in America, no one, even though Tesla's the number one EV sales rep, no one is really buying EVs still. The average car in America is still gasoline or diesel propelled. So I mean, no one's really buying these cars anyway. So that's the reason why I think we can cut back on the money that we're spending with Elon, rather than get rid of it. Because I think it's a technology that obviously ain't going away, so there's no need to get rid of it. But we should definitely watch how much we're investing in it. Because I mean, because people like hybrids and people like there's other cars that people like too, rather than just EVs.
Mm-hmm.
So I
All
think
right.
the tariffs will work. I think the tariffs will work. Tariffs did work
So
before there was income taxes. We collected tariffs, and that paid for the nation. So hopefully we can do it again with more
so
money being circulated.
but when that happened, what else was going on in America?
There was a world crisis.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why I didn't want to go so far back, Pastor, because then it turns into a history lesson that we do not even want to really like even have a conversation about. We don't want to say, hey, the last time tariffs actually worked is when we was at war. Because then now we're gonna have to find a war to happen for this tariff situation to work. Let's just try to keep people alive for as long as we can. So that's why I just went back strictly to when he did it the first time.
Could I ask both of you guys a question real quick? Based on your expertise on this, where, and of course we've been through this before and we've seen this before under a different president, right? So there's a little bit of a difference, right? Where do you guys see, as just as of now in this moment, what goes from here? What do you see happening from here due to this? From where you see it right now. Of course, we're not sure, but
Yeah.
what do you see, Sharon Bracy?
I
How
see.
it pans out.
I see what's going to happen is going to trickle down into the housing market. I think we're going to have a similar crash to what happened in '08. I don't think it's going to be that bad. And I think the writing is already on the wall with Miami. Miami was the first place to crash when it happened in '08. It was houses that was going for 500,000. The crash happened. Those same houses starting to go for 90,000, right? And still today, those houses that sold for 90,000, they never recovered back to the original price. People don't realize that we never actually recovered from that '08 situation. People started making money again, so people just like, hey, we out of it, but we never actually recovered for real. And in Miami and Florida, again, we starting to see that same trend. For some reason, it starts over there. I don't know why, but it starts over there. And it's starting to have that trend. We're starting to see houses over there talking about 0% down. Hey, it is going in a downturn.
I am hearing that that people are starting to fall back on buying houses because of the mortgage rates and going back to renting, and folks are leaving their high-rise condos.
Correct.
As well.
And so and it's a delicate balance between rent and mortgage is how you get people to buy houses. So you have to make it that your mortgage is cheaper than renting to actually have a healthy market.
Right. And folks are getting rid of their mansions too, by the way.
They are.
So once you can rent cheaper than a mortgage, you have a serious issue, especially over here in America. That is a horrible imbalance that is possibly trending in that way right now because buildings, people that have these multi-family houses that have 20 units and more, they having a problem keeping occupancy. And they are giving away, like you start to look, you see people say, hey, come live here. We give you 3 months off. Bro, that's a problem.
Right.
And that is the trend that it is going in.
That's the correction it needs to make, Sharon. There's no way that see the problem with Florida housing. Florida has some of the most inflated housing. Has one of the most inflated housing markets in the United States, partly because of no location, climate and all that. But so they have inflated that market to the point where it's not even sustainable. There shouldn't be that many houses for sale in Florida like there is. That's because the ground is given and those houses are already inflated too much. You can also see this in Austin, Texas, where they're starting to drop their houses at 150,000 plus, because that everyone knows that was an inflated market. It should not cost no $600,000 to buy a house in Austin, Texas. They know that's stupid. So they overinflated the market. So when we see this crash, I don't think it's going to be a crash. I think it's going to be a leveling. To some people, that's a crash. But this stuff has to level out because they push the market in the wrong direction too fast. So it has to level out.
So, but here's the problem with it is that if it was just leveling, then it'd be fine. Like we get back to 3% mortgage rates, then I would say it will be leveling. But as long as we have that 7%, 6%, if you got really good credit, nobody's gonna buy. Why would you buy? That is too high. 7%. You're gonna be paying like even if you find a $200,000 house, if you used to do a 30, because most people gonna have to do 30 years, you're gonna pay almost 4 times what the house is actually worth by the end of it.
You probably end up paying about 45 years if you don't double up on payments and figure out a savvy way to get it Bet.
You know what I'm
Or
saying?
you can refinance. You can refinance in a couple of years. I
That-
don't think
so
I don't
that's the
think
problem,
America.
Pastor. So I'm glad that you said the refi. I'm sorry to jump in, but that's the problem is that when you refinance, you're gonna want to be paying more because the interest
Mm.
rate is not going down. So it's one thing if you buy it now for 7%, and then 5 years down the line, and somehow it gets down to 3%. Okay, that's you like, all right, that kind of makes sense. The problem is it is trending that the next time you refinance, it might be at 9%, 8%. That's the
No,
problem. That's the issue. So you might be
America
paying more. It's not going down.
America can't stay down. Look, this country can't stay down for long.
Okay.
Like we may not like. Okay, America will always be the superpower for its military. China is now becoming the superpower for its production. I'll give them that. But we ain't going to stay down. See, that's where the American pride got to pick back up, right? You can call it idealism, but
Mhm.
this country won't stay down. There's just no way.
That's
It's just
fine.
no way.
That's fine because we got so many human beings here. So we're gonna find a way. And the one way we're gonna probably find a way out of it is about when we elect somebody that has some common sense. That's number one, right? When we hire somebody that say, hey,
Right, right.
you know what I'm saying? That's when things will probably trend back into the right direction, to
I
be
agree.
honest.
I
Somebody
agree.
that actually has a common sense when it comes to economy. We might need to start checking this man's mental health. This man he's
I think Donald Trump has common sense. I think no.
he might
I
be
think
losing it.
Donald Trump is risk. He's probably one of the more riskier presidents
Yes, there
that
we
Yeah,
go.
we've had in a long
I agree.
time.
He's bold, very
He's
bold.
bold.
Yeah.
And I think America needs some of that boldness, especially in this soft guy era, in the masculinity of the women. We need that kind of boldness from the president. You
That is
know,
fine, but that's fine. But he cannot be gambling with our
Right.
lives. That's the problem.
yes, he can. Look,
Uh,
these gambles are going to work out. These tariffs are going to work out. You notice, look, Mexico and China, they kind of gave in. No, Mexico and Canada gave in.
Perfect. Perfect. So they did not. So what
Yes, they
happened?
did.
So no, they did not. So what happened, Pastor, is that when he tried to pass the bill to tariff Mexico and Canada, what happened last night? The
yeah,
bill
that Wisconsin.
that bill did not pass.
It got blocked by scaredy cats.
No, because four Republicans said they seen the writing on the wall. They're like, hey, bro,
Look, what they doing is
the
not smart.
automotive, the real, like I understand the workers, they believe that these tariffs is going to be good for the country, but the people that's actually making the cars, because we see what's happening to GM and they stocks down the drain, and so they saying, hey, this is not good at all. How you going to even now? You're going to have to start saying what percentage of the car we going to tariff.
So we are the
If 45% of the car comes from Canada, because that's what it is, right?
Mhm.
Only 51% of Ford cars is made actually here, and that's really just the assembly line. But
this is the assembly, yeah. Because
49% of the car is made in Canada.
we're gonna
How
have
you
to
gonna
start making
tariff
those
that?
parts in America.
That's the
Look.
problem. We can't cut that. So okay, so thank you. I'm glad you said it, right? And I'm sorry to cut you off. And so now that's where the problem is going to be. So now, what that's going to do for steel and all these other productions that we're going to have to now make here, it's going to cause the price to go up, and we have to pay it.
Okay, but we'll be paying for American goods, putting money in Americans' pockets. We'll be paying each other. I look, will things go up? Probably, but we will at least be paying each other. Like, you know
Probably.
what I'm saying? Like you ask for support all the time on this channel, right? It'll be a damn shame if China had to come in here and support you, not your actual American, not your actual American
Awesome, but
viewers.
that's what actually happens. I gotta put a tariff on the goddamn like and share button. Goddamn it, I'll be asking for likes and shares. Let me. I gotta ask people from out of place. Like we said, we got over $130 and we got only 100 likes. It's crazy.
So
Look,
who's better to support you? Outsiders or your actual people? Who's better to support you?
The person that's willing to support.
The person
No,
whoever's
Sharon, you
trying
got
to
to
pay
know
me.
this. The better support is from your chat. It's not from foreigners. It's not from foreigners.
Welcome into the show, Stan, Audrey, and then right after Stan, we got Either Man Wins. Go ahead, Stan. What's your thoughts?
Stan, the motherfucking man. I'm sorry.
Hey, salute, Sharon, Ray Midnight, and the panel in the chat. Hey, I'm gonna tell you this. This is crazy to me, right? And I'm not talking as a layman. 35 years in the military. I'm gonna tell you this. Our strength is being able to set bases up in all these countries, strategic planning, right? Now, once they kick us out of their country and they say, we're not doing business with you anymore, we got a problem, right?
Yes.
We got a big problem. Now our strikes got to be different. And now we only got to go with plan A. Is hit the button. When we know what the button means, that means nuclear, right? So again, you think for 1 second that that guy with them open-toed shoes that's working in them plants in another country with no benefits, no vacation, and they're paying them whatever, $5 a day. Let's say $5 an hour. And you think that to bring them jobs back here with the pollution, that you want $30 an hour with 401k and health benefits, those people that owns the business, they're not going to allow that to happen. Let's
Okay.
keep it real. Let's
All
keep it
right.
real.
Well. First of all, so what Donald
What
Trump
up,
is doing?
E?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Hey, salute E. I didn't know you was on the panel, bro.
Yeah, I just did a drive by. First of all, I don't understand this argument from the Democratic side saying let's get rid of the mandatory taxes. We mandatorily the mandatory tax is your income, right? Let's get rid of the mandatory tax and let's tax the optional. Because when we start talking about buying cars, we start talking about this. Those are optional buys. You don't have to buy a brand new car that's taxed at that level. You don't have to buy these things. So why wouldn't we say you as Americans, you got choices to pay taxes on what you want to pay. So I like getting rid of the income tax. I like getting rid of the tax on the front end if you're doing overtime. I like getting rid of Social Security tax. And if these people decide to go out and spend their money that way on things that are taxable, they need to look at it and say, hey, yes, this went up 20% from tariffs. Because we know everything is not going to come back. Some stuff will going to go up. Let's be live in reality. But you got the option to say, you know what? I just don't want to buy that brand of car. I need to buy a different car, or I need to go buy a used car that's already on the market. I don't
I agree
understand.
with that.
That's my whole point. Is like it's still you have an option in America whether you want to buy this stuff or not. You're not forced to buy it.
Well, and hopping on the back of that, the issue is every car that people are talking about that is going to be affected by this is cars they can't afford. People are out there spending $2,000 a month to rent cars, essentially, and then they're complaining now that the car that they can't afford to rent, they can't rent anymore. I wonder. Everyone, like, we talk about what is the single greatest negative to the economy. Does anyone here know? Does anyone
Well,
here know? It is called stagflation or shrinkflation. Okay. And that is the single greatest enemy to the American economy. Okay. People forget we needed a 16th Amendment to allow for income tax. Okay. So the original economic usefulness in our country, the single economic ability that the Congress had was tariffs from the beginning of this country. And it's been useful every single time. The only reason the Dow's down today, do you know what a futures market is?
Right, that's
What the
gambling.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is
No, it's,
literally.
no, it's not. No, it's
It
not.
is gambling.
Gambling. No,
It's
gambling
literally
implies that the
gambling.
house. Again, this is what I'm saying. People talk but don't know what is a futures market. Do you know what a futures market is?
It's
Describe it for
gambling.
me.
That's what it is.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
not. Describe a
And-
futures market.
and-
If you know what it is, describe it.
Go ahead. I'm allow you to.
No,
It's
no,
okay.
describe it. If you know so much and you talk and ramble.
Imperious. We having a conversation. Just go ahead
Hey,
and speak.
If you
hey,
know so much about what a
hey,
futures market
Sharon,
is,
pull
describe
it
it for me.
up and post it. Sharon.
No, he doesn't know what it is. That's why he can't describe
Okay,
it. A
okay, that's
futures
fine.
market is a
I can't
cash
describe
step.
it. So go ahead, and
Okay, a
because
futures market
you
is
think
a
that you
cash.
know something. So go ahead and
A
explain it. And
futures
then we can
market
take
is
it
a
apart.
cash negotiated valuation of a future stock dividend,
Mhm.
which you don't even know what that means, do you?
No, what does it mean?
Okay, so that what, and this is what I'm saying. People that don't know
No,
what a
no, 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 no,
dividend is.
no, no, no,
No,
no,
this is why
no,
you shouldn't
absolutely
have an
not.
opinion.
No, absolutely not. So go ahead and explain it. Go ahead. Let me.
I'm not your almanac. Go
Okay,
look
so,
it up.
okay, so if that's the case, don't bring it up because I knew this was going to
But
happen.
then don't
Right?
bring it.
Like, as soon as you say, okay, I don't understand it, explain it. All of a sudden, he can't explain. I knew that was going to happen.
Oh, I can explain it. But then
All
why
right,
do you ramble the whole time without
okay,
explaining anything?
okay. So
Why do you ramble the whole time without
if you-
explaining anything?
if you can, because this is your
Yeah,
argument.
ask the white man to teach.
So look, this is not my argument.
Ask the white man to teach.
This is your argument, not mine. So if you want to substantiate your argument, then you substantiate your argument.
No, it was your argument.
It is not. You want to try to shift it into something that I'm not talking about. Again,
did you bring up the stock?
So again, you have to have patience. So if you want to change the conversation into futures, then fine. I will allow you to bring that conversation up because I allow people to use their arguments, whatever you want to bring up. Because we was not talking about, Stan was not talking about futures just now.
No, you were talking about the stock market. And I asked you, why is the stock market down? Why? Why is it down? Sharon, tell me.
Right. And what is the point of asking me that?
Because it's down for futures. See, you don't know how to create an argument. This is fascinating. The market is down because of.
So again, so this is the thing that a lot of the MAGA style people, they try to do, right? They try to bring in some information that you was not talking about to make them seem like they know something that you don't. Just because I just don't feel like entertaining.
Did you bring up the stock market?
I just don't feel like entertaining your nonsense to go back and forth to show you that I'm intelligent enough to have a conversation with you about.
You're not. That's why you're running.
Because I really don't care about if you believe if I know it or not. Because once I show you that I know it, all you're going to do is move the conversation anyway.
No, I don't have to move anything. Let's.
It's okay. You actually cannot have a conversation
because you run.
This is kind of like what I was talking about yesterday, right? About perspective, right? And it's what I was talking about earlier. People just want to be right and try to prove somebody wrong instead of actually having a conversation how we could build together. This is the problem with a lot of stupid men. Now, if you want to have your argument, base your argument. That's fine. So base your argument on substantiating what you're doing. Stop trying to prove that I'm right or wrong. It doesn't matter. Just please.
There's fact. There's reality. There's reality. There's no argument. There's reality. There's reality. Again.
Okay, hold on, Empress. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So this way you don't have to feel like you are being attacked. Please make your argument so we can have a conversation about the argument.
The conversation is this.
Hold on. There's no need for insults. Just make your argument. That's it. Go.
You said the stock market is down as an example of this, the Liberation Day and the tariffs affecting the worldwide economic market. That is what you brought up, correct? Now, why don't you look up right now on the Dow Jones Industrial and the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, what is being affected? It is all futures. And because you don't know what a future is, you just look at the Dow market and go, oh, it's down. That for the tariffs are, no, it's called a futures market correction, which happened during Biden as well. So everyone talks about, oh my goodness, Trump, he's causing. There's a reason why Canada overnight dropped every tariff. There's a reason why Israel overnight dropped every tariff. Did Canada not drop their tariff overnight? You can bring that up right now. Why did overnight the price of our dairy drop? Everyone here in the chat talks about how nothing. Okay, I'm still talking.
You asked the question. See, like some people don't even know how to have a conversation. You asked the question.
I have a conversation, but you don't know how to answer it. All these things are facts.
That's fine. So you asked the question. So you do not want us to have. I
asked a rhetorical question.
Well, don't ask no more fucking rhetorical questions.
Okay. Well, okay, then I won't. I'll
finish your thought. Go ahead.
The single greatest effect on the U.S. economy is stagflation and inflation, which is caused by trade deficits. Over the last 50 years, we have accumulated a $36 trillion trade deficit, which now makes the dollar absolutely worthless. In addition to money pouring outside of the United States economy, which devalues the dollar, is what affects inflation, which directly affects you. These tariffs only affect things that you decide to purchase as luxury goods. Inflation is what affects you the last 4 years, that has raised your price every single day on every single thing you use. And because of that, you blame Trump when it's been stagflation over the last 4 years because of overspending and overuse of government revenue. And instead you go, oh no, it's Trump that in one day he's done, oh my God, he's bringing the world economy down, when you guys don't realize you're bleeding out slowly through inflation. And instead of now cutting back on inflation, which will eventually kill you and kill the entire economy, you go, oh man, I can't have my Louis Vuittons for now $100 extra, which you guys can't afford in general. It's always it's always poor people that are complaining about things that they think they can afford that they can't, and then they think they know what the economy does and how it affects people. Tell me again, each one of these tariff goods, and then again, China. You talk about China as a power. China now has below a 4.5% GDP growth for the first time in the last 45 years, and the CCP is now being destroyed from within. The entire social contract between the Chinese people and the Chinese Communist Party is that the Chinese Communist Party assures a 6% GDP growth every single year. Right now, China has a real estate boom and bust that's going on right now. You cannot in China invest your money outside of China, so you can't diversify your funds. In addition, every single Chinese company, every company that's based in China is owned by the Chinese Communist Party, and any US company that goes into China has to give all of their IP to China. So when the Chinese companies that you're talking about the steel manufacturing and all the imports from China has to pay more, it would be China that would be paying more, giving us back our money, that the trade deficit has been in balance for the last 50 years, which would lower inflation because money is not leaving the US economy. That is how the world market works, gentlemen. It doesn't go, oh my God, China is a paper tiger.
You finish your point?
Go ahead, refute any of it.
It's not for you to ramble. Okay. So, and again, this is what a lot of people that don't really, they would throw in some truths again and don't actually have any proof of what he is saying. Again, what I was talking about was referencing actual hard facts of what actually happened here. Like for the agricultural industry that got affected last time Trump tried to put tariffs on that, right? They lost billions of dollars. We broke it down already before, and this is okay that you just don't understand it. Same thing with the steel and aluminum. It looked good at first. I already gave you the example that, yes, in the beginning, it raised up 1,000 new jobs. But at the end of it, we lost 75,000 jobs, which if you do the math, that's 74,000 jobs lost. It made construction go up. It made in here, over here, I'm talking about, right? Not in China, because I don't really care about China, like how you just rambled on about China. It's weird to me when we're talking about America.
You brought up China as a competitor.
People like you that believe that they know something because they regurgitate some information that they heard somewhere else, and you try to ramble on
just like you're doing
because you think that somebody's going to interrupt you, and it's fine. But I'm giving you facts. We had 1,000 jobs created when he did it the first time, and then we lost 75,000 jobs. So again, it's affected America in a horrible way. You don't understand because that's why you're a faceless avatar. Because you are not a grown man.
How many jobs did agriculture grow in Trump's first term?
And it's okay. And this is why.
How many agricultural jobs?
This is why you have to jump
in. No, I'm giving you facts from the Department of Energy.
Now you want to
Department of Energy facts. Do you want Department of Energy facts?
Again. So again,
do you want facts or do you want to ramble?
Again.
You lost 10,000. We gave 110,000.
Fine.
We gained 110,000.
Again, you don't want to
Department of Energy, 110,000 in the year
2019. Can I ask him a question, Sharon? Can I ask him a question real quick?
The problem is that you don't want to talk about what I'm talking about. You want to try to.
I will talk about anything. You just.
Okay, so then let me finish talking. Again, you want to start changing. I gave you examples, literally just now,
and I just gave you one.
And you about to change it to something else instead of.
You said agriculture. We lost 10,000 jobs. I said we created 110,000. So we had a.
Oh my God. This man is.
Let me ask him a question, Sharon. Let me read some of the super chats.
Okay,
got it. You got it.
So This way we can actually have a show and not just scream and yell at each other.
Go for
Scorpio
it.
at Freak 75 with the $2. Good day. Support the show. Thank you so much, Scorpio. We also got Kev Stutters. The U.S. economy is 65% of China's GDP and 80% of Mexico's GDP. They're not kicking us out of anywhere. They will crumble. We're not getting kicked out. Sounds good. But it's
Hey,
not.
Sharon, I'll bet you $1,000 versus your show in then less than 3 months. Okay, that
Hold
all
on.
these companies will drop all their tariffs. Give me your show, or I'll give you 1,000. Let's put something on the line here. If you think you know so much,
Hey, respect
Okay,
the super chat.
okay.
Hold
if
on
you
one
think you
second.
know so much, Sharon, let's
Hey.
put something on the line.
Respect the
I
super
heard
chat.
you. I heard you. Hold on. So, Black Man Unfiltered Network with the father Sharon. He's 100% correct. The boy knows his stuff. He's definitely cooking with good grease. There should be no argument at this point. I guarantee you this. BMU, I would like for you to explain to me what was he cooking? What was he saying that is 100% true? Because he didn't say anything. He just said a
The
whole bunch
economy
of
that you don't know.
Jesus
The
Christ.
description of the world economy.
Okay, I'm gonna have to thank you. Kevin Studd of the $2. This happens under every president with stocks. It didn't happen with Biden. Stocks went in the different direction when Biden got in. So like it's okay. But we dealing with the facts, I thought, right? And so again, I gave you an example. And go ahead now. You disprove what I said. Don't give me a new
I
fact.
will. I'll disprove what you just said. Trump had a net increase of 227,000 jobs every year. He had a net increase over his 4-year term of agricultural jobs of 100,000. So the 10,000 jobs that you're bitching about, which of course you're talking about is the black farmers, I'm sure, is insignificant compared to the market of agriculture because it grew. And you understand that, number one, what if we tariff China and they don't raise the tariffs on our food? Who imports? Who's the world's largest food producer? We're just trying to import most of its food because they can't grow agriculture because they're polluted land and soil. Is it us? Do we have a national security hold over their balls because they can't feed their people? Yes, of course we do. Now, and again, this is what I'm saying. You think the tapestry of the world economy is, oh my God, Trump's taxing people. He's not taxing people. He's taxing companies, which in turn will choose to pass that price down to costs that we will choose if we want to buy. See, the problem is, Sharon, instead of now a Mercedes is going to cost 115 instead of 85, you're going to have a Chevy going to cost 20 instead of 28 because the thing is supply and demand. If you're talking about import,
again, see, I don't know. And I get it why people that don't know believes that what you're saying actually made sense. And now you want to talk about another topic again about German cars and all these other things.
I talked about import tariff.
Okay,
import
so,
tariff.
right. Okay, so stop there. So with
The German import tariff, yeah.
Okay, but that doesn't have anything to do with agriculture, does it?
It has to do with the tariffs. What you're talking about?
Okay, so let's talk.
Liberation Day. You want to talk about agriculture? Let's focus on agriculture then.
Right.
Let's focus on agriculture for the next hour.
So
what is the single? What was the tariff on agriculture for? What were the tariffs on?
This is the thing. It's okay.
What were the tariffs on? What were the tariffs on?
Are you asking me if you have a point? Then you say
no, because you don't know. That's the point. You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm performing a self-introspection on your argument.
Oh my God. So here's the thing, Imperius. You cannot question my intelligence.
Obviously, I can. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So the problem is you are not saying things.
I'm saying I just gave you numbers on job creation.
You did not.
100,000.
Oh my God. You gotta let me talk. I'm allowing you to talk. Just understand. I'm allowing you to talk.
You're not allowing anything. I go on bigger.
Don't think that you are doing something that I'm not allowing.
Keep him down and let Ray Midnight ask the question.
I want it to be understood. You cannot do anything on the show that I don't allow.
Thank you, bro.
So you need to understand that. So you're either gonna respect it, bring your voice down, and speak to me properly, or you could just leave. So again, I'm allowing you to talk. So you understand. I want you to understand. I'm allowing you to talk. You are allowed over here. You don't run shit over here. Is that clear? I'm asking you a question. And make sure I pronounce it properly. Asking you a question. Oh, okay. So maybe he went somewhere. I don't know. We're gonna pause for a second. I don't know what's going on with him.
Yeah, because Ray Midnight wanted to ask the question, but
No, I was just barely going to ask him the same thing I asked Sharon. Like, if he sees it as clearly an advocate of what Sharon is saying against what Sharon's saying, what is the benefits of what for it does to our
so here's the
economy?
thing. So when I just want to tell him, so because I don't know where his confused, right? So the first round of tariffs during Trump administration had a significant impact on the U.S. agricultural sector, right, leading to billions of dollars in losses, right? So that's what happened. So farmers face estimated 27 billion in export losses due to retaliatory tariffs imposed by countries like China. And these tariffs were supposed to use imposing duties on Chinese goods, which escalated into a trade war. So again, so like if he was allowing me to speak, he will understand what I'm saying instead of just trying to argue and make himself seem right. But I'm talking about facts, what actually happened. We talking about $27 billion loss in that alone. So again, this man does not know what he's talking about. He's just throwing out things and just saying things.
Again, you're talking about manufacturing of agricultural equipment. Why don't you look at the actual increase in the amount they made in actual agricultural production?
Because I want to talk about what I
exactly. You want to talk about what you don't know.
I want to talk about what I'm talking about. Don't try again. This is what
that's why you run from the argument.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Again, if you cannot have a conversation towards what I'm talking about, that is fine. Say yes, Sharon, you're correct on that point. But what about this point? And then we could move the conversation forward. This is how a conversation works.
Blacks don't know how conversations work. That's why you're acting this way, Sharon.
Okay, I want you to understand.
Sharon, you talk over people because you're afraid, Sharon.
No, I talk over people.
You have to have a channel where people think.
I could talk over you. So let's be
people. You have to have a channel where.
No, I need to. Okay, so we won't have to change the conversation from the tariff situation, so you can understand who I am compared to
you're nobody.
All right,
you're nobody. You're a guy who blatantly.
Okay, that's fine. So over here, so hold on. Over here, you need to understand why I'm a nobody.
Sharon, over here, you're nobody.
While I'm a nobody, you're gonna have to respect.
You have more people watching me than
I understand. You're gonna have to respect what I'm saying.
You have more people here for me.
Okay, so you either gonna have to respect what I'm saying or you're gonna have to leave. Because I don't have to entertain you.
So
hold on.
Okay, got it.
I don't need to wait for somebody to pay a bounty to drop you because I don't really give a fuck about you like that.
Exactly.
You don't hold no value to me over here. You do not create any kind of money for me over here. Your opinion is a fallacy. You're not even bringing out stats that are facts that's actually implemented in society. You're just talking because you feel like you have some kind of power because of whoever told you that you are whatever.
Superior.
I don't know who told you this, but in real life, you have no power. So again, I allow you to be here.
So stagflation
if you're going to be here, you're going to have some respect when you're speaking to me and the people that's in my chat and the people that's on the channel and that's on the page. So if you cannot have a conversation like a supposedly intelligent man that you say that you are, and then we'll try this one more time. You scream and yell like you have some kind of, I don't know, ADHD situation going on with you. I don't know what kind of medication you on. However, you need to calm down and have a conversation, or I will drop you again. All right? As long as we understand that, Imperious, we good. So now,
the problem
in real life, I'm an attorney and you're an online character.
The problem with
that's the difference. In real life, I'm an attorney. You're an online character.
Let's hold on. Let's talk about stagflation for a second, right? Let's talk about that, right? So did we have
what is stagflation?
Did we have to slow down our spending?
What is stagflation?
Did we have to slow
If you don't know what it is, what can you describe it, or how can you argue
with
it?
Did we have to slow down our spending?
Sharon, tag me in because I'm a level set.
No, I'm just asking them. Did we have to slow down our spending? You talk about stagflation, because honestly, that's just a new term that
it's a very old
you picked
term.
up. No,
No, it's a very old term in economy.
it's an old term that they
This is why
recently brought.
the internet's so entertaining
So
for me.
so they brought this back into circulation recently. That's just why you use it. I don't think you even really understand how stagflation actually works.
You don't.
You want me to describe it for you?
No, you don't need to because
Because you don't
it'd
know,
be flawed. It'd
because
be.
the thing is just like
I
this
know
is
what it is, and I've heard you
no,
explain it, and it's
this is the Kevin
flawed.
Hart scene from 40-Year-Old Virgin.
No,
Because it's a big
okay,
word and you
cool.
don't understand.
You watch Black
All right.
cinema. Cool.
I'm not gonna allow. I'm not gonna allow. Like, if you're gonna have the conversation, then have it. Go ahead. We're gonna try. Hey, Pastor, you try it.
So
You try
he doesn't fully understand what stagflation is.
it.
Did
Right.
we have to slow down our spending or slow down the economy to catch up to our over? We still have too many production. We still have too many products that we're not actually getting into circulation. So they had to slow it up. So I understand why he comes with this term stagflation, where the economy is pretty much stagnant, but things are pretty much still rising in cost. Stagflation is not a hard concept to understand, but you
Right.
have to understand why we're doing it. We have no choice. We're not doing stagflation. The stagflation doesn't even come around that often. But the reason we had to do it is because of the position we were at. So I get his argument, but it's also something that we had to practice because of the situation that we're at right now. So I ain't want to argue with him and call him stupid or call him dumb and none of that stuff. I just
But
wanted to
it's
tell him
clear
that
that we can see it, though, right? We can see it, and it's okay for us to be honest, right? This is the problem that we have, is that we don't want to call things out because they put things that they can't even prove, right? He says he's an attorney. Fine, you say so. We don't know for real. You don't speak as one. Go ahead, Stan.
Hey, Sharon, only thing I want to say, right? You remember when, with all this nonsense been going on, is that the farmers is growing too much stuff, right? And I go what my man was just saying, and he
Yeah,
said,
CT's
well,
seen my bar card, so
and then USAID, right? And then now we pull another head trick. All those crop has died. I'm gonna tell you what the hustle plan is because this play's been going on forever. If anybody lived long enough through 2008, people walked away from their houses that was 500,000. The people got it for 150,000. I'm telling you, I'm listening. See, because this is the first time in modern times, right? Most of us that you hearing people that don't look the same complaining. They're like, hell, nobody can harvest my crop and I can't get this and the contracts went away. I'm telling you, this is the bag of bullshit, bro.
Mhm.
It
why? It's
happens
perfect
to
right now. Millionaires are being made right now.
no, yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's
it
perfect.
have wait a minute. Wait a minute. Give me 1 second, brother. Give me a little latitude. I'm telling you, Sharon, you're right. Because what end up happening is that okay, well, we're gonna snatch the rug out from under you so I can buy your farm. And guess who buying the farm? They're not Americans. And
Right.
then and then you say you can come into the country if you got X amount of money, whatever it is. I'm telling you, the hustle is on. How many empires have went down? Sharon, you right, man. You right on the
No,
right topic.
Texas is passing laws against that. Texas just passed a law that
Thank you. Thank you.
Chinese foreigners cannot buy ranch or farmland in Texas. You have to be an American citizen to actually purchase land in Texas. So so certain laws are changing for that very
Absolutely.
issue. And
Absolutely.
they should be, because I don't think that people that aren't American citizens should be able to buy American land.
Absolutely.
Other countries do it. They won't let you come in there as an American and just buy
I
their
agree with that.
land.
I
So
agree
why
with
should
that.
Americans let Chinese people come in here and buy our land? We should not allow that.
I agree. I agree. But we catching up
Yes.
because Sharon, unless you got a certain skill set, you're not going in their country. You ain't gonna get a job in their country, right?
Right.
Sharon, so you on the right point. So now what we do as collective, it's like, man, we can't ignore what's happening in front of our faces
You can't.
and we act like it's no big deal. We don't care about the industry until it happened to us, right?
Absolutely.
Because you and I had a conversation And I'm gonna tell you this, and I'll talk to you in the back about it. Hey man, how do we get into this and help us out, right?
Right.
Us as Americans, not just black people, because
Americans.
we still got to keep going. And I'm working on a business plan and all this other stuff. I got to get, the powers that be to blast off on it. It's
Mm-hmm.
like, man, I don't like this hypocrisy, what people say and all that, that all these empires went down. We're the youngest country on the planet. And we talk
Woo!
about, hey, then they talk about, hey, the military, we so strong and ain't nobody gonna ever take us over. Man, you crazy. We're strong because of our allies, and we in all these other countries where we can strike.
Mm.
And we think that we're bigger than them. Why are they having meetings in the back room? And I land the plane on that. With all these countries, now they talking about building up their military and negotiating with our enemies and not our allies. I
Absolutely.
land the plane there.
Tony going with the 199. Sharon, how you getting dog walk like that? I don't think I did, but I get it. People think that because a person's affliction is high and he says some things, that means he getting dog walk. OG Do Dirty with the $2. Salute to Ray, Smoke Twin, Stan, and Pastor.
Yeah, OG do dirty. Salute.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, so America provides something that a lot of countries can't provide. Like we keep talking about these Europeans and these white people and how they fight so well. Well, Americans, which is an American army, consists of more than just white people. Consists of blacks, Mexicans, Asians, everybody, right? And America provides defense for a lot of these countries.
Mm.
So when these countries turn their back on America and say that they have to strengthen up their army, you got to realize they're trying to fill a hole that we have been providing for them. So that's just why America, with our military and what our military has done, has given us it's given us a big heads up as far as globalism.
Mm.
Our military has definitely helped us out. Well, all of our armed forces, the
Right.
Marines, the Air Force,
Mm-hmm. And
Navy,
so,
they have.
I
Mhm.
really wanted to have a conversation, and I thought maybe he was able to, but it is what it is. And I wanted to really have a conversation about the retaliatory tariffs, particularly affect the exports of soybeans, which is the main issue that we had at that time when Trump
And
came in.
I wanted to argue
And
that
which,
point too, because Sean, because he was getting, y'all were getting at it, but he kept talking crazy. The
yeah, he
reality
got
of it, who else is going to buy those soybeans, and that's the word. So
and
who
so
else
like
is going to?
and that's what but what happens past is that they got used to this whole Trump rhetoric shit when he just say a couple of truthful things and then he just filibuster a whole bunch of other shit that don't, and then get people to say he's 100% correct on that one thing. But however, when you look at the totality of the conversation, and which we saw a dramatic decline in sales to China when we had this whole soybean situation, one of the
Mhm.
largest markets for U.S. agriculture, right? And this
Yeah,
distribution forced many farmers to seek alternative markets, and it
but
often lower prices, further
mhm.
compounding their financial difficulties. And the ripple effects of these losses were felt across rural communities
But
where
how long was that going to last, though,
agriculture
Swan?
serves
How?
as a corner, and this is the places where it's a cornerstone for local economies,
Well, how long?
literally. And this
Okay.
is how it affects us. And most people are not dealing with the trickle down effect of what actually happens. And that's the problem when people like imperialists starts talking, and they have this Donald Trump way of communicating. They
Okay.
believe that they say one fact that now they get a bunch of other people to agree with them because they have some kind of authoritative tone. But
Mm-hmm.
he's stupid and he didn't actually bring in no facts. Like, I just gave you actual facts.
Okay, that is a fact, but the fact is, how long was that going to last, right? So the reality of it is, China still needed soybeans, and you're right, they did pull back on the deal with the soybeans, and
Yeah.
that and farmers did initially, because Donald Trump even talked about this. There are going to be some initial pains. There are
Uh-huh.
going to be some initial pains, right? And that was one of the initial pains. But how long was that pain going to last? Those Chinese, they were going to come back for those soybeans. And when they came back for those soybeans, we were going to be able to negotiate a better price.
So, but right, that's if that would have happened. So
No,
but,
there's no if.
but the issue is though, Pastor, is that it's still a gamble.
Hey,
Okay, so you're
Sharon.
right. It's a very it is a
Sharon, I
gamble,
gotta
but
go.
it's a very
And let me go after
favorable
Pastor.
it's a very favorable gamble because they were
Hmm.
going to come back for them damn soybeans.
Hey, I already know what global economy, practice economics, and etc. I already read it on Google yesterday on my phone.
Well, so there's this book that was written called "The World Is Flat" by Thomas L. Friedman, and it talks about globalism and how America has been practicing globalism and global economics for an extremely long time. And this whole stagflation is probably happening in America because of our globalism that we've been practicing. And that's the reason why Donald Trump is saying we have to pull it back to America to get ourselves out of this stagflation where things are costing more, but yet your economy is still staying stagnant. It's not growing, it's not shrinking. It's if anything, it's probably going to shrink after stagflation. But so Donald Trump's trying to go the other way. He's trying to get us to grow after being in some form of stagflation. So I won't say the imperialist was wrong for bringing up the term stagflation because we've seen it before. And the only way to get out of that is you got to step up production. You got to save some money. You got to bring things back. You got to centralize things a little bit more to get out of it, I think. And I could be wrong, but I think you have to centralize and grow your economy at home to get out of stagflation. And then you can get back to the world. But you can't
Hey,
get back to the
Sharon.
world. Mhm.
Sharon, I gotta make a move. So if I can make a statement after
Yeah,
Pastor.
go do your statement, go Stan.
Hey man, I'm telling you, this is like the craziest thing on the planet. We be on these panels. Don't listen to old heads. This guy's 80 something years old, a billionaire. Yeah, I believe what he says. I'm believing that. But I'm gonna tell you this. This is one thing for sure, and two things for certain. We got to understand, man, we are no longer in life being self sufficient. We need resources, right? We took all the pollution out of the United States, right?
Mm.
For the majority of it. And now these people working for $5 an hour. And I'll reiterate that. And now I got to pay you $40 an hour, and you're going to call out of work and you're going to do all that. It's the business people that's going to do what's best for the business people. I don't think that we're so slow and so dumb to think that these jobs and all these things go on. Sharon, keep fighting the good fight. It's because now all these trades that are gone, right? Did we capitalize on that? We relied on lower labor, right? What are we going to do when the Americans can't even read a tape measure?
Mm.
You don't even know what a hammer is used for. I'm telling you, if we don't build our country, so I believe in what Pastor was saying. We need to train our people. Well, if we're going to take everything away while we're training, it's going to be in a deficit. And how long are you willing to wait for that? Sharon, thank you for allowing me to be on your panel, man. But keep doing what you're doing, man, because people are clouded.
Yes.
Because it's never about you.
No.
You think a joker with a chainsaw and billionaires and all that stuff, they say get rid of it all.
Mm.
And tell you this, tell everybody to do a research where their money is invested at, that all the people that's talking to you, I
Mm-hmm.
promise you it's not in the United States. And I'll
Mm.
talk to you soon. And Sharon, keep doing what you're doing, bro. Keep doing
Appreciate
what
it.
you're doing.
In Paris with the $5. You can't debate me, Sharon. I crush Andrew Wilson. Who is that? I have no idea who that is to me. He doesn't mean anything to me that you crush Andrew Wilson. But okay, set up a formal debate on any subject. Put 1K on the line versus your show. MDD can host. Who's MDD?
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. But
I think it's funny how they believe that that it's that he actually thinks that I believe that Andrew Wilson is what, intelligent or a good debater.
well, he
I don't,
just the
I
one
don't,
that gains a
I don't
lot.
hold him as no high regard over me. Andrew
Not at
Wilson is
all.
not smarter than me or a better debater than me. Actually, Andrew Wilson, he debates just like Imperius. He'll throw a whole bunch of things in the mud. He will ask a whole bunch of questions that has nothing to do with what we are talking about, and he believes that is smart. But you
But they
cannot
don't also
actually,
they also don't
hold
answer
on, but you cannot
questions.
actually refute anything that I actually said. That's the issue that I have. Where is the proof that you destroyed anything that I actually said? Nothing. I don't know where your phone at, baby.
They don't like to answer questions either because I asked them a simple question. Did America need to slow down our spending? And we did need to slow down our spending and pick up our production. I mean, there's no way around it. I mean, I get it. Like, we can come up with all these fancy old terms put back in the lexicon and people start using them again. Trust me, he wasn't alive the first time. Actually, none of us were alive the first time that we seen true stagflation in America. So I mean, we love to talk about talking points from things that we have heard, things that we can learn, and things we can conceptualize, right? Because I guess we're going through it in our society today. All I'm saying is we're going to have to be a little bit more patient with the president. I think that Donald Trump's going to end up getting this together. We might have should have been a little bit more patient with Elon Musk with Doge, because when you look at Elon Musk, he went to Penn State and he majored in economics and physics. So he understands economics, and Penn State's not a bad school at all. So he understands he understands economics. He also understands physics. So I think we should have been a little bit more patient with him. I think he should have moved a little bit more patiently himself. I think everyone's trying to fix this thing way too quick. And that's my problem. That's my biggest fear is how
So
we're trying to fix this thing way too quick.
so my issue is that, like, even with the whole inflation argument, we act like as if the world didn't have an inflation problem. It wasn't us. It was the whole world had an inflation problem. And guess what? We did very well on inflation. Like, let's just deal with the facts and deal with the information instead of just trying to gangbang and say that my answer is right when you are not bringing out or putting out any real facts. You're saying a little bit of a fact, and then now you build a lie off of that fact. That is not good debating skills. It's not honesty. And a lot of these people like him are very dishonest people. And this is why somebody like Trump won, because he's a very dishonest person. We know that. We see that he lies on a day-to-day basis, and he makes up these fake ass stats. Like, he literally are tariffing islands that have nothing but penguins on it and act like he did something. It's crazy.
Trump's going to end up being a good president.
Hopefully,
No, he
because
will be. He will
no,
be.
Pastor, if he is, that's a good thing because we are Americans, right? So that is a good thing. But I'm saying it doesn't mean that we cannot talk about the wrong shit that he's doing as well, right? We can, it's okay, is what I'm saying. Let's just deal with the information. What he's doing right now, it's hard to see past the negativity that he's doing, and I don't know why that's a problem for stupid people to understand that. But welcome to the show. Before I know Pastor want to respond to that. ADS, good day, sir. How you doing today? What's your thoughts?
What up, brother Sharon?
Hey.
Good morning. Well, let me just keep it real. Elon Musk is a part-time. They need to deport his ass. I do not like Elon Musk. But I also agree we need to give Trump more time, right, to figure some of this stuff out. This is the first time we're actually trying to do this. Let's see how it works and see if it benefits us. We should be a little more patient to see what the outcome of this will be.
Absolutely not. We should not be patient. When do any business run off of patience?
Businesses run off patience every day, B.
They do
They
not.
wait, they just waiting on somebody to be a Patreon of their services. They just
No,
wait.
all right. So
And
okay, let me reframe what I'm saying because
mhm.
you go into consumer and the customer part of it. I'm talking about in the business side of things, right? If I'm running this construction company and then all of a sudden I do something and it goes into a major loss, when are we going to try to correct that?
Well, that's where marketing comes into play. You buy yourself some
I
time.
understand that, but I'm saying the company, once they say, hey, look, we had a profit loss of 1,000%, when is the company going to try to say, hey, we need to pay attention? This is the most important thing in the company right now. When are we going to change? What are we going to do about that? When does that happen?
It happens as soon as Donald Trump starts saying that we're going to start
Right,
making things in America again.
I'm
Check this
taking it off
right.
of Donald Trump, though. I'm taking it off
Well,
of
no.
Donald Trump.
So okay.
No, no, what I'm
Let's
saying
go
is
into
this. So hold on,
let's
Johnson.
go into any industry, right?
Before we add Donald Trump
Okay.
into it, right? What I'm
Okay.
saying is that normally, if we are all us four right here have a business, and one of us did something and it tanked the business down 1,000%, all of us would say, "Hey, we might have to change some things, and we need to move in a different way."
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So when he's doing something, majority of business people, we do not wait. Well, let me not say we. People in the business field that is way more intelligent than us, that's in the stocks and all these other things, right? They do not wait to see, oh, let's just see what happens. No, they change it right away. They go ahead and attack the problem right away.
Okay, so prime example, right? There's this Italian restaurant that I like to go to, right? And they started outsourcing like their noodles, right? And that's actually ended up being the worst thing that they did. So they stopped doing that right then, and they started making all their noodles and pastas and pastries. They started back doing it in
Hold on,
house.
let me.
They started doing it back in house,
But you're
right?
not.
You get what I'm saying? Like, so they tried something different, it didn't work, and then they made a change on the fly. And what Donald Trump is doing, and he's making changes as he keeps America going. So
That's
did they stop? Okay, you got it.
Yeah, but that's the problem. America was already in. They was anticipating Donald Trump to become, and when he was about to be elected, stocks was going in which direction?
Initially, when he was getting in, the stocks were going up.
Because they was like, yes, we finally got this savior, and then he started making decisions. And then what did they say when they started seeing his decisions? It started going which direction?
They started going down, but
Okay, so let's
Sharon,
deal with. All right, so
this
what I'm
is the
saying,
dip.
Pastor.
This is the
So,
dip.
so
We
why
have
we
to buy
can't
the
talk?
dip.
Okay, so before we move into what you think he's going to do, why we cannot deal with what he's done already? That we have faith in you. The country had faith in you. Everything was going in a productive direction. You started making decisions. It started having causes and effects, and it's going in a negative way. Why we can't have a conversation about what's happening today?
It's going in a. It's supposed to go this way. He told us there were going to be some pains in what he was going to do. This is projected. That's the reason why so many people are making money when this economy is going down. They understand the futures of what's about to happen is okay. Short what's about to happen because or bet against it because we know it's about to go down for a while, but it's going to rebound and actually skyrocket back up. That's the reason why I'm okay with what's happening right now because
So,
I
all right,
know it's going to
hold
work
on one
out.
second. Hold on.
Did,
Who the fuck is this Ron person? Matter of fact, you need, since none of the people that has wrenches want to say anything. Hey, I don't know where y'all get this shit from. You could either hit the link and have a conversation, or you could go some fucking where. I don't understand. I don't understand for the life of me. Anyway.
Well, I got a few things to say, Sharon, and I'll drop because I have something I need to do. My apologies, guys, for being in the haste this morning, and I appreciate.
You didn't do anything wrong. So
yeah, so let's holler at Imperius, right? I mean, let's just keep it real. For a white man to be dick riding so many other men, right? And then saying that all of a sudden he's on the black channel, I just think I think he's actually healthy in a way. He seems like a frustrated progressive who just didn't get his way. And I think he's a great example for Black women. What's on the other side of this? Fantasy versus the reality, right? That's what you really go get if you go over there. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you, Shamar, for having me up.
that was funny. Hey, listen, but the crazy part is nobody wants to deal with men like that at all.
No,
Like you understand, like so, like again, it's a bunch of these people that just I don't know what it is about this. They cannot deal with facts. I don't
he can
understand.
come back up and I'll let y'all have y'all discussion. But I mean honestly, yo, I can't even be beefing online like that no more because of what I'm. Cause like honestly, like it was easy for me to come up here and troll y'all and beef with y'all online, but I got too much shit going. I got my Muay Thai boxing, I got other shit I got going on. I can't even come up here and troll like I want to because I exhausted out in real life too much. And now if I stay in the house and gain up some trolling energy, I can get back to it. But I be out doing too much shit to troll y'all like I used to.
Right, because once you get all of that extra shit out, right, it's like, hey, now I can have a real conversation. And that's the problem with a lot of men like the guy Ron, that he would never hit the actual link and cam up and actually have a conversation, right? And Pierce would never cam up and have a conversation because he know if his face is seen and he say the lies that he is saying, it's going to affect him in real life because he's a bullshit artist. And a lot of people like him are bullshit artists. And they cannot stand on facts, right? They want to just throw other things. So, what about the time when do you even know what washing machine came from? It's like, bro, like all these dumbass questions that you ask and don't mean anything. Let's just have a conversation and talk about what is being said instead of trying to change the conversation. This is something that another dumb person does is Andrew Wilson. He does this very often. Somebody's having a conversation with him, and then he want to just change the whole thing by asking dumbass questions. Well, I'm testing your logic. Who the fuck are you to test my logic?
So check this right. There's this other YouTube. I watch all kinds of YouTube, right? And there's a guy out here in Oklahoma. He buys like machines, like there's something called a witch doctor, and there's something called like a excavator. He buys like these little small machines, like bobcat. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
So he buys those, right? And recently he has been buying Chinese versions of these machines. And he was like, even with the tariffs, it's cheaper to buy a bobcat from China than it is to buy the actual what we know as a bobcat or
Yeah.
in America.
Right.
And so he was like, a bobcat's like 20, 30,000. You can get one for like 25,000.
Right.
But he got
Right.
his bobcat for like 10,000 with tariffs. And he was like, and people were calling him a traitor and saying that he's un-American and all those
Right.
things of that nature. But then he was like, y'all are calling me a traitor and American off of an iPhone, something that's already made in China. Now, when Imperialist was up here, he was saying that China is now having a regressive GDP. Their regressive GDP is because they are literally making almost everything in the world. That how can you can't continue to progress
By
making
lowering.
everything like they
Yeah.
make everything.
Because you undercutting. And this
You undercutting, right? So at one
right.
point,
And so that's the real right. And so thank you. So and that's a real fact, right? So yes, they if you just look at the number, yes, it's went down. But the reason why it went down because their prices went down.
like they make everything, and the thing about it is, America has to start making something. I do think, and we seen this during the shutdown, right? Where America we did not have ventilators, right? And we were asking
Ooh, that's a good
who do we ask who do we first ask to
one.
provide us with ventilators?
That's a
Who do
great
we
point.
first ask? Who do we first ask to provide us with ventilators? I'm not
That's
gonna, I mean,
that's a good point.
so we asked, so and then but we asked them to provide us with ventilators until we were able to buy enough time to. I think even our car companies and some of our tech companies started producing ventilators, and then we were able to catch up in our ventilator production, and we didn't need their ventilators anymore, and we haven't needed them since. So I do think you need to give us time, and we will be able to get into play.
Yeah. I understand what people are attempting to say about give us time, and they feel like Trump is being scrutinized for his negative things that he did. But every president gets cooked for the negative things that they do. If Biden did something when he was in office and he did something, right away it was in headlines. I don't know where we get this idea that people are overdoing it with Trump and they wasn't overdoing it with Biden. That's insane to me. Obama, he got scrutinized for everything that they damn near said he wasn't American. So this idea that we supposed to just allow Trump to do anything and not talk about it is crazy. We supposed to just sit back and wait. No, that is not how Americans work.
That is true.
Something happens, we talk about it. This idea that just because somebody like Imperius, the fact that somebody like Imperius agrees with Donald Trump should give you a red flag right there.
Well, look, so imperial. So you talk about imperialist for as a
Ideology, philosophy.
so okay. So far as no, we're talking about far as a character. I don't think. See, and that's the thing about it. Almost like Donald Trump, right? You don't like the character of imperialists. I don't necessarily know if you dislike what he's saying or information, right? You might. I
I
get it,
do.
right? You dislike him as a
So the
person.
problem is this, Pastor. He's not dealing in facts. He's using a fact that China's GDP went down, but we're not. Then let's break that down. Why did it go down? Because they selling things cheaper. That's all. It ain't
They
because
selling they selling things cheaper, and they at this point they are literally. So the peak was when they
right.
were
So what I'm
actually
saying, Pastor.
making
So if
everything.
we sell 1,000 Big Macs, Pastor,
Uh,
right? And then so we sell them at $1 and we made $1,000. And then next year, we're like, damn, we can't sell it at that price because another store down the block. So now we sell it for 75 cents. So yes,
it
we
went
made
down.
less money, but we still sold 1,000 Big Macs.
Yeah, so China is still
Okay,
making a lot of stuff and selling it, even down
all right.
to
That's
farming
thank you.
equipment.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So when he says that, yeah, they made less money, but you're not really breaking it down for real. You're using that bullshit as argument. Yes, it's logical that yeah. So we made $1,000 the first year. Now this time we made $750, but we still sold 1,000. So we
And,
actually didn't do less than what we did. We actually sold it for less. So therefore, we made less.
and so one thing that I wanted to actually talk about that we did with him that we didn't get a chance to talk about is farming was made great again a lot by using Chinese farming equipment. John Deere and all of those and
Shit.
those were people could not afford them
Boy,
damn
you
John
can
Deere.
afford that shit.
They couldn't afford that shit.
And so, but that's where the whole situation comes, and that's where it gets scary for me, pastors. That's what's going to happen. Even without we see those F-150s are not approachable no more. Those
That's
are
what I'm saying. Like I remember when the F-150
F-150 cost the
was
same amount.
30. I remember that was 30 and 40,000.
Come,
A King Ranch
come
F-150,
on,
a King Ranch F top of the line F-150 used to be 60, 70, about 70,000. That's top of the line F-150. And
right?
then we start getting to the F-250s, 350s, and 450s.
Yes.
You can
Mhm.
start getting to the 70s and 80s, right?
Right.
F-450 used to be about 85, 90.
All
But
right.
now you're starting out with
60.
F-150s. Especially
The bit,
that F-150 Lightning, the EV,
forget it.
the EV F-150 Lightning, that bitch
Forget
was
it.
about 100 grand
Off the rip.
off the rip. I'm like, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
So America, we have to pull it back together. I don't think are we going to be able to. Well, we if we can sell
No.
100 grand trucks. Hold on, we can sell 100 grand trucks if we're making 100 grand trucks in America.
No, we can't.
I don't know. I think we can do it. I think we can do
The
it.
reason why we know we can't because those when we was getting the parts from Canada and Mexico, that was cheap. So now we make it over here, it's gonna raise the prices up. We know that we cannot afford to pay the same way how they paid in Mexico, unless everything in America goes cheaper. House is gonna have to get cheaper, groceries, everything has to get cheaper for that to happen because we cannot afford to pay the way how Mexico was paying. We know that.
So that means we have to make American
That means we have a
farming.
problem.
No. But it's a fixable problem. Okay,
Okay.
we make American farming great again. That means we
Okay.
produce our own apples, our own oranges, our
Mhm.
own collards and corn and all of that shit. We do our own livestock too,
But
right?
the
We
problem is, Pastor, we do that already. But the problem is that now we can't sell it elsewhere.
we don't need to sell it elsewhere.
But we do. But the farmers need it, not us, but the farmers do.
Well,
And that's how they make their money.
if
Because
America is an ever growing society, so if America is growing, we got enough. If American farmers get a good yield on their fields, they can sell those their product to Americans. They don't have to. Why we don't have to ship our produce and our livestock out? No, we don't. There's enough Americans eating meat and eating greens and fruits and vegetables for our produce and our livestock to be raised, farmed, and consumed here. We don't have to ship it. We don't have to ship it.
so
Why do you think we have why do
I,
you think we have to ship it? What makes you think we have to ship it?
because it's gonna cost more staying over here.
You
Because
think
the
you
reason
think
why is
America
because so now if we are just selling it from here, we're gonna have to make it cheaper, right?
No, we don't have to make it
Our
cheaper.
USDA meat will have to be cheaper than Chinese meat.
No, we don't have to make it cheaper. Why? No, we don't. Because look, says right, America can actually back up the price of our goods. We don't have to make it cheaper. We just have to make it here. And we'll be able to we will be able to sustain and grow our economy.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why this whole tariff thing sounds good. Like initially, it sounds good. I agree, but in reality, it just doesn't. It don't work that way. Yes,
Well, why do you want to make things
if
cheaper?
Americans just bought everything from Americans, everything should be cheap, and we should all be able to live kumbaya amongst ourselves because we got 300 million people here, right?
No, I don't think it'll be cheaper. That's you keep going with this argument. So will things get cheaper eventually? Yes. But will things initially cost more or cost about the same when they kind of
So that's
level
what I'm
out?
saying.
Yeah.
Americans, that's what I'm saying. So it's not going to get cheaper, and Americans can't afford shit now.
Yes. Well,
And we getting it from, and we already getting it from cheaper places. So
well,
therefore, if we
okay.
get everything from us, the price is going to be up. It's going to go up, and we already can't afford the cheap shit. Is what I'm saying.
I don't think it's about making things cheaper. I think it's about keeping Americans employed. You don't have to you don't have to make things cheaper if you can keep people employed and keep business going. If you
Okay.
can keep people, 'cause like, so think about it,
So
right?
now,
They're doing.
okay. So now, all right. So let's move on to that subject. All right,
Mhm.
fine. So now we got to keep Americans employed. He has not been doing that.
But that's the reason why you got to bring production back to America so you can keep Americans employed. You don't have to make our society cheap. You don't have to dumb it down and make it poorer and cheaper. Which because cheaper means worse production. That's China's trying that cheaper production stuff, and it ain't and it runs it hits a ceiling faster.
So,
America is good
but
production
what's
is
happening
lasts
is
longer.
so the problem is what's happening when he dismantled the Department of Education. What happened, right? What was the trickle down effect? They also stopped the funding for farms, the local farms to feed local schools. So now the schools have less what? Food for who? The people, and for the people that cannot already afford. A lot of children are not going to be able to, they only eat because they have free food in schools. Like literally, this is for real.
So that
I don't know
means
where these
that
people live. Like it's a school in Newark, New Jersey that hit the news because they got to stay open until 12 o'clock, 12 a.m. so kids can eat dinner and wash clothes, bro.
so their parents are
This
going to
is
have to get off.
literally
Their
so
parents are going to have to get off drugs and start practicing urban farming.
okay. That's fine that you're saying that.
I mean, and that's not just a talk. That's just not a conservative talking
Right. It's
point.
just right. It's just
That's just the reality. So you would consider that a conservative talking point. I consider that just the reality. Like
but it's
maybe
not.
the
But what you're missing at is not reality for majority of people. We are
yes,
acting
it
like
is.
it is
No,
not.
you have to make it reality. Yeah,
But it's
and then that's harsh. That's
right. I
harsh. That's
understand what you're
harsh.
saying. So you're saying that again. So what you are saying is what? That majority of the people that cannot, that are already struggling now, that they need to struggle more.
They have to struggle better.
And for some reason, I don't know how you think that makes sense.
Because
We talking about reality, because once that starts happening and you see it in your towns and you see all these fucking starving ass kids and they start looking like Africa with goddamn flies flying on their goddamn eyeball, all of a sudden people gonna be like, what? Like it
that
doesn't.
means they're gonna have to struggle better. They're gonna have to go buy some. They buy some apples. They parents gonna have to buy some apple seeds, get some worms, grow something, grow something, do something. Americans are going to have to do more than they've ever done before. Americans have been on cruise control for a long time, and we're gonna have to kick this shit into action.
What I think is that a lot of people don't live in reality of the people around them. This is what I'm starting to believe. Majority of people do not have land to grow food. Majority of these cities is kids struggling to eat. We know we have a ongoing problem with that. This idea that because we're making everything here, that Americans is gonna be able to afford it when people are not already as is can afford it.
The inner city is going to have to stop making excuses. People move to the inner city to thrive. And I find it mighty funny that you hear these complaints from inner city minded people. I grew up in the country parts of North Carolina, actually. And there's no way, and I'm glad that I moved to the city later on in life rather than was raised in the city, because this city dependence is devastating to this country. It's devastating.
See, but the problem is that like that's fine that you're saying that, but what are we gonna do about it? Like, so this idea that tariffs is going to change everything is not real. That's the only issue that I have. So you eliminate, so you isolate us from the world, and now we have to create everything ourselves. We got to build up these industries. We got to build up power plants and all these other things.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Fine. Who is paying for that?
Look, we are working towards that. The money will come, and the money is
Okay.
coming.
Fine. So now the problem is, y'all people on that side of saying that all this money is going to come. Where is it coming from?
America and investors in the greatness of America. You got to have better faith than where you were raised from. You have to become a better American, and the black people got to become better Americans.
Okay, that's fine. I could
You
agree
know,
with that as well. So, but the problem is that it doesn't happen that way. Business don't work that way. I don't know what businesses that y'all know work that way. That say, hey, it's going to be more expensive for us to build something, and that's how we're going to make money without us raising prices. It doesn't work that. I don't understand how does this work?
why do you keep going back to that? I got the hookup.
Because
I got the cheaper.
people actually believe that Honda is going to spend billions of dollars in America to build cars that we can't afford to buy.
They already done it before. There was a company before Elon Musk bought Tesla. There was a company in California called Numi, where I think Toyota came in and helped, I believe Ford build cars, and then that deal went bad. So foreign investors have already been America is let me tell you, America is one of the greatest industries for a car market. Even Europe is as well, because people love they do a lot of driving and traveling. In Asia they don't drive as much as we do. Americans drive for miles and miles, and we are really grand tourists of our country. We really drive our country. That's the reason why everyone is interested in selling cars in our market.
Hey, I hear you.
So we
I
have
hear
a market. So we have a market, or a car industry market,
you. Mhm.
unlike
All right, so okay,
unlike
so
any in
okay,
the
so now
world.
they're gonna. All right, so this is what you're saying. They are going to build. So the construction workers and the people that they employ in these places are going to be the ones buying these cars.
Yes,
No,
that's
but that doesn't. Okay, right. So that's the problem. That doesn't happen.
yes, it did happen. Who do you think bought all those cars from Detroit? From when Detroit was running like Detroit was running, who you think was buying those cars?
The reason why they was buying those cars because of the interest rate was very cheap. The interest rate is not like that anymore.
When you producing your own and your people are consistently at work, you can
Mhm.
now give them that interest rate, because now you have that trust in your society, even financially. These people, you made a reference of people calling in to work, not going to work. Americans go to work. We got to stop this, right? We got to stop this, and Americans are going to get back to work, and we're going to make this country great again, and we're going to produce things in this country. We're going to be a self-sufficient country, to the point we can export again.
So again, so I already proved that doing the steel and aluminum in this country did not help us. I don't know. Like, all I'm saying is I'm going off the history of what happened. Like, we seen what it happened. So this idea that history is not going to repeat itself is crazy to me.
So
Literally, I
so so
ran
what if
down
it
how the steel and aluminum industry affected 75,000 job losses, and we just want to ignore it because we helped out one industry and we destroyed five, and we saying that is a good thing. I'm not understanding that.
you can move people in the industry? Look where we're at right now. You talk about all those losses America took historically. Look where we are at today, and we are up there. We up.
Okay, I look. Hey, if y'all want to just wait, and then you're gonna say 5 years down the line when he's gone, you say nothing happens. You'll say, well, we need to wait longer, and
No,
then
no, 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 no. We are
so, all right. So
currently
okay,
up.
so fine. So Ryan, you saying we need to wait? ADS says we need to wait. All you black men want to follow Imperius and follow all these white men saying that we need to wait. How long should we wait?
We're not following white men. We're following what's actually happening in the world economy. You're trying to
Yeah, but if you
gaslight
was,
us with this
I'm
white
not trying
shit.
to gaslight anything. I'm giving you facts of what happened last time he did it. The agricultural company industry lost $27 billion.
And then they went back
You
and
want to
gained
ignore,
more
and you
back.
said you want to ignore that. Fine. So then I broke down the steel and aluminum industry and explained to you how yes, the steel industry gained 1,000 jobs, but the country itself lost 75,000 jobs, which means that we lost 74,000 jobs. Right. So I'm giving you real tangible things so you can say, hey, this is what happened, but you're telling me to ignore those things. And I'm saying, fine, I'm willing to ignore those things. Now, how long should we wait to see if his plan's working or not?
They all work, and what we're doing is we're cutting things. We're about to see a whole lot of cuts that, and black people don't be upset at these cuts, okay? Because these cuts are going to end up making the country more money in the long term. Look, there's gonna be some nasty cuts, right? We're going to see some Medicare and Medicaid cuts. We're going to see some Department of Education
Well,
cuts.
at least somebody tried to answer what I just asked.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
no, no, we're not.
Bubba says 2 years. At
Hold
least
on, two
somebody gave me
years.
something. Yeah,
Yeah,
somebody
hold
because
on.
you're not answering the question. I don't know what the hell's going on. I asked you a question. I said, how long should we wait? And you didn't answer nothing. You started rambling about something
Well,
else.
okay,
I
then.
so
So
Bubba
you
said
you
2
you
years.
want to you want a direct number of how many years we should wait?
Right, because you act like we're
I
not
say
supposed.
after
So
after
the problem,
after one.
that I'm having past it, and this is why I guess a lot of Trumpers cannot hit the link. They are scared to hit the link and actually have a conversation of a failing administration. They do not want to hold the man accountable for nothing.
You can't fail an administration in 2.5 months, right?
Yeah, you can. We can judge them on what they already did in those 2.5 months.
Right. So I say give it
Okay,
two
so that's
years.
all I'm doing. I don't understand. Maybe majority of people just don't.
Give it 2.5 years and then talk your shit.
I wish the job industry worked the way how some of you men think, because everybody would have a job, nobody would get fired.
No,
Because
it
guess
does
what?
work that way.
It does not, because if we was on a construction site and things was falling apart, nobody's gonna say, "Hey, project manager, we gonna give you another 2 years to finish the job and see if this whole thing fall apart." This doesn't happen in real life.
Because Sharon, you're comparing one building with one project manager to a president controlling a country and a world economy.
Correct, because he is project managing the goddamn country, and this part of the job that he is doing is not looking in the right direction. And anything else, when we are building something or we trying to change something, we correct the things that is going in a certain direction. And the direction that he is doing, it is not going in a direction that look like it's good for the people.
They already talking about impeaching Trump, and it's already been two. It's only been 2.5 months, and they talking about some impeaching Trump.
But
That
why you
is
not answering? Well,
crazy.
why you not talking to the things that I'm saying?
Because you lead them to what they saying.
Okay, that's fine, but disprove what I'm saying. Like, it's okay. Like, I don't understand why y'all keep moving the conversation, because if you could just say, hey, you know what? Everything is looking that way, but I just have faith in that man because of whatever reason, and then just say that. But don't try to keep moving it when I'm literally just going by the facts that's in front of me.
Well, okay, I have faith in what is going to happen with the economy. I have faith in what is going to happen with the American society. I do not have a doom, even though I have Pastor Doom up here. I don't feel doom and gloom about where America is
But
going to
I'm not.
end up going.
So you think, Pastor, you think I'm doing doom and gloom when I'm just literally reading what is happening?
Yes, I think you're doing doom and gloom on the president because you're bringing up all this devastation that has happened in 2.5 months, and I agree it has been fairly reckless looking, but it is going to all fit together. You got to break a puzzle. You got to look. America is like a puzzle, right? That was put together, but it was done wrong. So now you got to break up some of these puzzles. You got to break up the damn puzzle and put it back together.
Do you understand that people saying that I'm reading propaganda
You are.
when literally this happened in his first campaign? I'm
You
literally
are.
I'm literally reading what actually happened when he first did it.
But you don't you
So how
fail to
is that okay?
realize.
Hold on. How is that propaganda when I'm telling you, when we read something like, for the agriculture situation, right? This is something that happened, correct?
You stuck on them
Um,
soybeans,
yeah,
but we made that money back.
because no. Again, I'm not stuck on that. What I'm trying to point out is that I'm talking about a fact that happened. Is that correct? Was that a fact that happened?
It was a thing.
Okay, did it? So how am I reading propaganda if this actually happened?
It was a thing that you are overplaying. We gambled and tested them on them soybeans, and were they some farmers that were mad
Okay,
that they
like
didn't
okay,
get?
we are off of the soybeans, right? Like we are off of that. But what I'm saying is that did it happen? Is what I'm asking. Like it doesn't matter if it was the car. Did he? If we are going to say, hey, he got shot in the air, did it happen? Yes or no?
It happened.
Okay, so that's a fact, correct? Correct?
No,
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 no what? You just said yes.
no.
He got shot in the air. That's a fact, correct?
No, no. Well, because look, so if I tell you it's a fact,
Just follow me in the logic. So yes, he got shot in the ear, grazed. Something happened to his ear from a bullet, correct?
yeah.
Okay, so that's just a fact. So why is that not propaganda? Because it's a fact, right? So now when I'm talking to you about a different fact that is affecting him negatively, why is that propaganda when it is a proven fact?
Well, because even the shot in the ear was still propaganda. It did
Okay,
help
that's
propel
fine.
him into
Okay.
presidency, and the fact that you bringing up the propaganda of the farmers. When I ain't gonna talk about of the farmers, these were farmers that did not get their subsidies or get their money from the government that in particular year. But at the same time, we already know that they was going to come back and buy those products from America again, and they end up doing it.
Okay, so
And now we can negotiate the price. Now that they
okay,
back at the negotiating
okay,
table.
right. You're not talking about what I'm talking about again. So you don't think that the stock market moving in the direction that it has been for the past 2 months is any proof of anything at all? Is does it mean anything?
No, I'm actually kind of happy with how the stock market is
Okay, that's
moving.
fine that you're happy that it's moving that way, but do you not believe that it means anything?
No, it doesn't mean anything. This is a chance for people to get into the game. Hey, black people, this don't mean a damn thing, y'all. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Hey, I'm about to get up out of this round. It was good talking with you, brother. Black people, buy the dip. Get some water. Get some stocks in water in the water distributors. Get some XRP, some Cardano. This is not financial advice. Get some XLR, XLM, H bar.
What happened?
Y'all get out
Speaking of that,
here.
what happened to XRP last night?
It went down a little bit. Get in the
A
game.
little bit?
Buy the dip. Buy
Pastor.
the dip.
It went down 20. Okay.
Buy
You
the
know what?
dip, y'all. This is a chance to get in. This is a chance, y'all.
Oh my God. Mm. This is crazy to me. That we literally have people telling people to go ahead and buy the currency that is going to destroy the American dollar. This is crazy to me.
So Ron, crypto is scamming.
This is wild.
You know that?
What's up, JL Boxing? Good day, sir.
Hold
How
on.
you doing?
What's going on, Sharon? What's going
Oh,
on,
sorry
people?
not to cut you off. Crypto was scamming.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. I was listening in a little bit here and there. Very passionate conversations, man. Intellectual conversations occurring. Just talking about the economy and the current state, the current administration, and what's going on. And man, interesting points of view on both sides. Facts stated on both sides, just things like that. But I'm with you, Sharon, as far as more so like the way the economy is going right now. Uh, any proper businessman or woman, if you are doing business and you see your business failing, you look to take immediate action to resolve a failure. Like you look at it analytically, you study it, and you find out how to go about being better at it, regardless of the fact, right? Because that the point of a business is to turn a profit, or you can be in it for the passion of helping people or whatever, but majority of business people are in it to make profit. And the way the country is being run to make profit
because that's how we live, that's how we survive. So it's interesting to see with the tariffs that on Liberation Day that was imposed and things like that, how that will come out to help the country. I don't see it immediately. There will probably be a lot of jobs that will be lost due to this Liberation Day, quote unquote, especially in the automotive industry um, here at home base in the United States. Because you got to think, I mean, we're outsourcing goods to come in to make parts of the vehicle in an assembly line style, but if it costs more to effectively get those resources in to frame the vehicle together, you still have to pay those people that are going to frame the vehicle together. So you got to figure out how to do the same with less. Like that's just economics. If I'm paying more for something, I can't continuously pay the same amount of output and expect to receive a profit back. Like your profit share is not going to be as high as it once was. So people are going to get laid off due to these tariffs. Like it's going to happen. People are already getting laid off due to Doge, but more specifically to these tariffs because we're looking at resources or we're taxing other countries on resources and goods that we need because we don't have all the resources here in the United States to continue to manufacture properly here in the United States. So
Let me stop you right there. We have the resources. We don't have the manufacturing to do it.
no, we don't have all the resources as well. We don't have all the resources. Like that, there's a reason why we go to Canada for their steel and their wood. Like we have it here, but we don't have an abundance of it to continuously make it at the rate that we need. So you have to go to other countries and utilize their resources as well. Because if you think about it, if you tap all your resources here, then what are you left with?
I'm sorry. I know I just got here, but are you saying that we don't have enough steel within the United States for long-term building? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we don't. That's
We
why we
do
go to
though.
other countries for their resources, for their minerals. That's why it's so important to get minerals and resources from other countries. That's a
No,
part of it.
no. We go to other countries because we don't want to actually build up the infrastructure of our own nation, and also because mega corporations owns our politicians, and if they built those jobs and those industries within the United States, they would have to pay those people an actual wage.
Yeah,
That's why they do it.
that's labor laws. So that's different from resources. Labor laws and resources is different. I agree with you as far as having the industry here because we had the industry here. We had automotive industries here, but labor laws took effect. I'm not going to pay somebody $35 an hour when I can go to another country, build up an entire infrastructure for half the price and pay the people a third of what I would pay somebody in the United States. But you have
It's
to look at resources as well. If you
well,
tap into an industry, if you look into an industry like home building, if you go and you look at the Canadian outline of Canadian uh, how they manufacture wood and things like that compared to how we manufacture wood here in the United States. They have a larger mass of trees, of agriculture, of minerals, of resources that here in the United States to refine them, to use them, we would deplete ourselves of our own resources.
oh, not no, not at all, not at all. Okay, let's just take wood for example, right?
Okay, so before you talk about lumber, let me just
Mm.
uh, I got you. So
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
conversations with MJ with the big 50 bottle. Thank you so much for your patience today. I'm in my villain season. Thank you so much. Conversation with MJ. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Go ahead, Bumpkin. Now
Yeah,
we'll do-
specific. Yeah, thank you for donating. By the way, that was amazing. Lumber capital of the world is Washington State. The reason why we don't actually and grew up there, the lumber industry is dead because of heavy regulations they put on the lumber industry based off of an owl from 60 years ago that ended up being a barn owl. So we have the resources here to do a lot of these things. For instance, even with natural resources or natural minerals, right? Specifically natural minerals, we found, I think it was 9.17 trillion metric tons or some ridiculous number of natural resources, I believe in Wisconsin or one of the flyover states. I'll have to look up the actual article on it. The only thing holding us back from, and that, by the way, that is 3 times the amount that China has in natural resources. And this hasn't even been being brought up out of the ground yet because we actually have to build up the infrastructure to pull the resources out and refine it. So,
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so now listen. I know everyone hates Donald Trump, right? And now tariffs are good if you do stuff with tariffs. For instance, right? If you use a tariff, okay, and then you do stuff like price capping on products, right? If he's not a protectionist enough, okay, because he shills for mega corporations. But now, for instance, right? Let's take one example. Let's take eggs right now, okay? Everyone knows egg prices are ridiculous. Ridiculous, right? Now, if he set out a federal mandate that you cannot charge for eggs above a certain price, right? Which is possible and legal, fun fact. And if you mix that with tariffs, you get a very functional economy. You do. You get a very functional economy. It's called state capitalism. Fun fact, one of the biggest presidents that actually did this was FDR. He was notorious for doing that. He would put price caps. He was all for like a more state capitalist society when it comes to the economy, where the federal government would mandate that, hey, no, you're not allowed to charge $20 for a carton of eggs and all of that.
You want more regulation. Bubba, homeschool with the thought I said, if tariffs hurt their own people, then why do other nations do it to us? Ooh, we can answer that. Aren't they hurting their own people? Of course not. Tariffs work. What do you say to that? Because I think that's the misconception that people have that other nations are doing is because we already agreed on these tariffs that we getting from other people.
Yeah, and the agreement
doesn't actually hurt them. Actually, the tariff on us helps their nation.
Yeah, but why should we care about helping their nation?
No, I'm just answering the.
Gotcha. Yeah.
The globe they already came to conversation. Say, hey, this is how we're gonna make sure everybody is able to be fair with each other.
Yeah, but it's
came to that conclusion.
No,
right?
that's not how tariffs work. They don't come to a conclusion. They just say that we're going to put this tariff on this nation. There's no real like negotiation.
No, because tariffs is an act of war, literally. Yes, it literally is.
Then Canada has had an act of war on the United States for 60 years.
Right, that we agreed upon. Say, hey, look, we're going to tariff you. We're going to tariff each other. Okay, fine. That is an agreement. So, just because a country's at war with it doesn't mean they don't have a cease and desist. So the tariff was the cease and desist. This is where we at. Hey, and we're going to do our thing. So now when you expand it, you ought to say, hey, forget the treaty that we had. Let's go back to war.
And then in that regard, right? In that regard, because we live in the United States where we have elections and things change, right? When a new administration gets into office and says, I don't like the way this tariff's going, we're going to tariff you more because of your original tariffs on us, right? And they're justified in doing that.
Right, that's fine. So, but what happens when a country says we're not at war anymore, and then now you say, hey, no, we back at war. You send the first shot. Now we are going to be fighting. And that's going to affect us as a country, right? So this whole idea that most people say that Canada is charging so much for milk tariffs, that is only 0.01% of what we buy from Canada. So it's not even worth an argument to talk about some goddamn milk that Canada is charging us a tariff on, right? It doesn't really make sense when we look at it business-wise. But again, this is what I think that a lot of that side does. They would bring up things that, yes, it's a true statement, but it actually is so little of consequence that it doesn't really make sense to bring it up. Like all these tariffs that he's doing on countries that don't even have people on it. Like, they don't even have people there. They got penguins.
On where? Name one.
The name of the country is McDonald Island. What the
McDonald Island?
On that? Yeah, this is a McDonald Island, right? For, like when you look at the tariff list, it's like, oh my god, what is going on? But what I'm saying is that, so I don't want to bring up inconsequential things, like, because it don't make no sense to me. However, but we just look at the people that we are really affecting, the people that, let's concentrate on what's going to actually help us move forward as people in this country. And tariffs never was a good thing, ever. It's literally an act of war. It's a trade war. And we, as a people over here, we buy things from other places to build things over here so we can make money. We also sell things to other countries. For example, if you have a coffee shop and you buying beans from, one is buying from Colombia and another one's buying from Vietnam. Now that he raised the tariff on Vietnam, guess what that's going to do to coffee prices over here in America? It's going to raise the prices up. Because guess what? While Vietnam, they're not going to be able to compete with Colombia beans, right, JR? They're not going to be able to compete. So what's going to happen? So the demand for Colombia beans is going to go where, JR?
It's going up.
And then so now, who's going to pay for those coffee beans?
I mean, the consumer, us. Of course.
Quick question. Let's roll that back to the
It's
McDonald's.
okay. I don't want to get hung up on McDonald Island or the.
Why not?
Because it's so. This is why I'm saying, because it's so insignificant, right? It's like a 10%, whatever. It's such a small place that
Well,
they don't even really, like, it doesn't matter. So I'm saying I don't want to get caught up, because that's what your side does. They will bring up something like McDonald Island, right? They get a 10% tariff. They 10% tariff in us. They got about like 500 people there, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't actually affect us for real. That's what I'm saying. That's why I brought it up.
Okay.
Not to actually like hop in on the island itself, but just to say as a point that, yes, it's a true statement. McDonald Island exists.
Yeah, it's a true statement. It's McDonald
right, but
Island,
it doesn't actually affect us for real.
And Hurt Island, yeah.
Right, you know what I'm saying? So like, yes, it's a true saying, but us having a conversation about McDonald Island doesn't affect Americans.
Well, do you know why he did that though?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you can tell us why, but it doesn't matter, because it doesn't affect us enough to even have a conversation about McDonald Island. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you brought it up though.
Right, and I brought it up to prove the point, which is now you about to prove my point that y'all like to major in minor subjects.
Minor subjects? Not at all.
Minor. Am I not proving it in real time?
It's an extension of Australia, is why. And he put a tariff on Australia. So if you're going to put a tariff on Australia, you want to put a tariff. You want a tariff on the entirety of the Australian.
Yeah, you got to put it on all the surrounding areas as well. Because what Australia would try to do is then take their goods, send it to that country, or send it to that space of land, and then send it out from there to get past a tariff. But regardless of the fact, Bumpkin, something interesting that I thought you said, when you first came in, you said that an executive order could be put in place, right? If 47 did not, put himself in cahoots or put himself in the back pockets of big corporations, right? Well, the point of big corporations is to make money. Like, they're in it to make money. So
I know.
When it comes to the tariffs and what Sharon was saying, that prices are going to go up. Coffee beans from one country is going to go up. The consumer will pay it. But if a coffee bean maker here in the United States is, you know what, I can make coffee beans too, and you start looking at the comps of what other things are being sold at, I'm not going to come in as a U.S. maker of something and be like, well, I'm going to just sell my stuff, $5 cheaper than what somebody. No, I'm going to sell it to the same price point. Now, you said that The president himself can put in that executive order and utilize tariffs the right way. But I think what Sharon is saying is that the tariffs will not be utilized the right way, just due to the fact that they're saying that, oh, we got to grow things, we got to bring back things to the U.S., we got to make infrastructure and industry, big business back in the USA. I agree to that. We have to. But if we don't do it responsibly, it's all for nothing.
Well,
And people like you, me, and Sharon, we're going to pay the price.
Yeah. So
well,
do you make coffee beans or do you grow coffee beans?
I mean, you grow coffee beans, obviously.
Okay.
But what I'm
So
well,
saying
like,
is that when you're producing them to put them back out to the market to sell, right? It doesn't matter what I want to sell the price point at. I can sell it for the cheapest price point. But if other things on the shelves are aligned at something $5 across the back, and I'll be like, you know what, I'm gonna sell mine for $1. That doesn't happen because you're gonna lose money doing that. You're gonna sell it at the same rate or close to the same rate. It's the same thing with the housing market. When you get ready to sell your house, if you own a house, if you get ready to sell your house, the first thing you do when you get with a realtor, you look at the comps in the neighborhood. What are houses similar to mine selling for? I'm not going to sit there if a house is going for 390,000, same square footage, same build as my house, and then tell myself I'm going to sell it for 300,000 instead. I wouldn't do that. It doesn't
well,
make sense.
but that's just a horrible example. So I've been listening for a while, right? And when I'm playing this back, I heard like Sharon gonna say, how much time are we gonna give it? In the moment, it always looked crazy because when I look in the moment, they thought Martin Luther King was crazy. They thought everything that Martin Luther King was doing in that moment was absolutely crazy. Then we look back 15 years ago, we see the effects of it. Look at Malcolm X. In the moment, it looked bad. Look at the biggest thing. I don't know if y'all ever read the book, The Biggest Short. And The Biggest Short, if you look at it, it's like, are y'all crazy? He's shorting these companies. That's stupid. And it became a billionaire. So that's the point that I want people to understand is, in the moment, it might be like, oh, we can't see the effects because it's happening in real time. But I personally believe we're not going to be able to see the effects of things 4, 5, maybe 10 years of what these tariffs truthfully and honestly going to do. And for us to have an expectation that we should be able to see the effects of it now when it's in the executive order stage, it's just unrealistic. That means that he really didn't even have a chance to prove that he was able to accomplish anything, in my opinion.
Well, it's the same way with how people thought about Roosevelt, right? When he was the president, he was going in there and doing union bustings. People thought he was crazy, and people thought he was an American traitor because he was going in there and busting up unions. Now we know to this day that that was something that needed to happen because they had too much power within the United States back then, and it was good that we had a president that actually did that. But, you know.
So, but that's the only thing that I'm saying is, like,
All right, so
when we talk-
I like that. The problem is that we could see down the line why it was good. He explained, hey, we should bust up these units because of X, Y, and Z. And the people that was in it, they said we shouldn't because, of course, they want to maintain their power.
Mm-hmm.
And same happens today. I have a construction company. I'm working on a job. Guess what's going to happen? One day out of the month, somebody from a union is going to walk in that place and say, let me see your union card. And they're going to try to get somebody in the company to try to unionize my company. And then I'm going to have to pay somebody to say, this is why you don't want the union in my company. And
why not?
A vote. That's what actually happens.
I know how unionization works.
So both parties get a chance to have their argument and say, hey, this is what I got. This is what you're getting from me. This is what you would get from the union. Right? But with this situation, for some reason, we are saying the writing is on the wall. This is what we get from these tariffs, especially since we already have a record of your tariffs, what you did with steel and aluminum and how it affected America with the construction thing, with laundromats, with buying washers and dryers. It affected things in a negative way already. We have that example. And again, we also see what happened with the agriculture world when you force those tariffs on us as well. And we see that history as well. So I don't understand while all of a sudden we act as if we don't see writings on the wall where he already have a history of doing it just a few years ago.
Are you talking about his first term?
Yes.
You're going to use any sort of data from his first term and act like anything that happened via the economy was because of his policies. Are we going to forget 2020? Are we going to
Yeah, no,
forget
no,
what happened?
yeah. What he say is everything went up because of tariffs. It didn't go up because of COVID. Like that's the point. It's like we have these conversations and we try to isolate that this is the only reason that this stuff is happening. Like, stop it. No, we don't know exactly what tariffs do because we haven't seen a market where it was just tariffs in the normal market. What is Sharon talking about?
Sharon, the entire global economy shut down. The entirety of it. Everyone was forced in their homes and they couldn't go to work unless you were an essential worker, i.e., law enforcement or key industries, so not everything would crumble.
But Balkan, it was because of tariffs. That's why we
But it
was
was because
locked
of
down.
tariffs. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wasn't because there was a 4 year long, well, not a four, pretty much almost 4 year. Not because there was like a 2.5, 3 year long pandemic going on. No, it was because of tariffs. Come on. You can't use that argument. You know better than that, Sharon. You should have known better than that.
Can I ask y'all a question? Did Donald Trump
No,
fix the
Jalen.
COVID?
It's okay. So again, and this is
Whoa, whoa,
what
whoa, 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 whoa! I can't say the word. Damn. Well, too late now.
but this and this is what happens with MAGA supporters for some reason.
Damn.
They put out
And
the
I don't
truth.
understand it. Like I'm literally bringing up very specific examples, and then they want to throw in some truth about the vid and say, "Oh, this is what happened during them." Uh,
You are blaming.
I don't
No,
understand. Like
Sharon, you just yelled. You just complained at me about
majority of people say that was the best time of their life. They made the most money during that time, and
That's
now,
crazy.
but this is what they say.
Well, they're dumb. I don't know what to tell you. Name me who's saying they made the most money at that time.
Hands
Yeah,
up.
like the most money they said before COVID is when Donald Trump first started. That period before COVID happened, our economy was at its best in a long time. And then what happened is COVID happened. A lot of people lost money. Now I get it. Some people got some checks, and you're right. The people who was working at Walmart, they got more money than they ever got because the government was writing them checks of unemployment with interest and maxed out food stamps. I get that. But no, I think a lot of people, for the most part, felt the effects of COVID, and they didn't do well as you're trying to paint now, Sharon. The majority. I know you talk the majority.
Hey, look, I get it. I'm gonna leave it alone. I think people have a problem with critiquing Donald Trump for some strange reason, even when you bring out facts. It's weird to me. If either man have a business and somebody asks him to do something and he did it and it started failing right away and he's seeing a significant decline in his business, he would change something immediately. He would not say, let's see how it works out. Majority of companies don't work that way. And
So
hey,
No, no,
he made a
no.
comment. Who made the most money during the lockdown? Healthcare workers made some of the most money we've ever made
Well, of course,
during
bro,
the
and they were also
lockdowns.
essential workers.
Exactly. Well, so you can't say that no one
But
had a
that wasn't majority though.
no,
Majority of the
I no,
people are not
no,
in
the
the healthcare.
majority,
That's
the majority. If you worked in healthcare during the lockdown, you made more money.
no, you
All of us
missing what I'm
did.
saying is we talking about the total economy and you're trying to isolate
No,
one
no, no, no.
job.
The total economy. You're right. The total economy went down, but did pharmaceuticals and healthcare workers and policing policing also made some of the most money they ever made too, under the lockdown.
But you're still
So
talking about
certain
one
in
percent. That's the point that we try to tell you is over here. Sharon always say majority. We ain't gonna
Hmm.
now try to be like, let's talk about the only people who made money doing this. No, majority of the people they got behind on their bills. You had
Hmm.
people getting evicted. You gotta understand, COVID really did something to this country. Like we
That
got
is
people who
true.
still don't go outside because of COVID. So like that's the point that I'm saying is yes, we can isolate and say healthcare workers did, but the majority of people was they suffered during the COVID time, and we gotta agree with that.
Now I can agree
Okay.
with that.
Um,
I can no, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I can agree with
facts.
that.
Yeah, because how it would work
Facts.
is I'm going to assume that majority of people on the panel were in the workforce when that happened, right?
Okay, so
Majority of
we're
people.
saying that anything that happened during Trump's first administration is null and void because of the vid.
Economically, yeah. I'm
When did the
sorry.
when
Go
did the
back
vid
in
happen?
history.
Okay, when did the vid happen?
2020.
When did Biden get elected?
I'm okay. I'm okay with doing that. Yeah.
When did he get elected?
2020. Ask this question. Don't fall back.
2020.
2020.
So why are we bringing up vid when we talking about?
And you can argue that the vid lasted from 2020 to 2024. Actually, you can really argue that it had a no. Actually, you can argue that it went from 2019 ish to 2024 because it
There
had
was a
a.
ramp. There was a ramp up in 2019 of it. Yeah. That,
But you know, no, but listen, see, and this is what Sharon does. So Sharon gonna say we can't hold Biden for giving away all that money to Ukraine. We can't hold Biden accountable because of COVID. No, we're talking two different things. Like it's not even the same thing. We want to
No, hold
hold.
on. So no. I just want to be honest about what the information is, right? So from 2016 to 20 what 18, Ricky said that was all him without the vid, correct?
We was in
And
a
we were looking
thriving
good.
economy. Like
And we were
if
looking
we're being
good.
honest, from
And who was president at that
2016.
time?
No, from if you look at
Hold on,
2016,
hold on. This is what I'm saying. Which what I don't understand. When was Donald Trump elected?
So from 2016 to 2018, we were looking real good, and a lot of people say that that was Barack Obama's economy, but I
Okay,
don't think that
hold
that's
hold
on, answer
true.
this
on,
question.
please, hold on. I
2016 to
just need hold
2020.
on, hold on. So this is what I'm gonna say again. This is what I'm saying that the MAGA supports a major and minor situations, right? Right. So he had 3 years of him don't have no excuse.
And it was a
Again,
great
they want to say,
economy.
hey, his economy is that 1 year to
and it was
2019 year.
and it
That
was a
1 year is how they say, hey, this is why we give him excuses.
and it was a great economy.
It was a great
Okay.
economy. That's the
Now,
point that
so,
people.
okay, so hold on. So, in that quickly, you're saying that now all the stuff that Donald Trump did was a great economy, even though I'm giving you examples how it wasn't. Correct? This is what we're saying, right? Because
Well,
just not too long ago, y'all would say, this is what Sharon is doing. He want to judge Donald Trump, and he had the vid. And that's why the economy was bad. And now, right now, 5 minutes later, you're telling me no, he had a
Are you
great
trying to use
economy.
technology right now? What's going on with you?
I'm just going by the information that I'm just.
No,
This
you're
is crazy.
ignoring timelines. You're
This is.
ignoring
I'm not.
timelines.
I'm not. You are actually the one that's ignoring the
No, I'm
time.
not. No, I'm not.
Literally, I said he started his tariffs when he became president, and how it affected our economy with the steel, the aluminum, and the agriculture. And
And
you know what?
prior
And then you know
to
what you said? You said he. What did he have, Sharon? Sharon, he had the vid. This is what
yes,
you said, and you said,
and
and you want
prior
to.
to the
And what you
vid,
said was, you want to judge Donald Trump on his economy when he had the vid, and that's not
Mm.
fair. Is what you told me. But now you are
yes,
telling me.
his entire. Oh my
But
God.
now you
Okay.
are telling me that it is a good economy, and now you can judge him on it. Literally
How
in a
how would you
binary
feel if you
concept
didn't
that
eat
just happened.
breakfast
Hold
today?
on, before Bumpkin go. JR Boxing did not just happen just now.
A little bit of both on both sides. I mean,
I
Yeah,
think
that's that. You're
Sharon,
straight.
arguably on
I
both
think you're
sides.
confusing what we're saying. So you're right. His economy when he became president was very well, and then when what happened, that 1 year, that initial year was worldwide devastating. So did that 1 year kind of did that 1 year almost overstep his 3 previous years? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, that's all we saying. That's all we saying. That 1 year was that devastating worldwide that it literally overstepped everything he did previously. And
Hey,
now y'all
I'm
got
done with this conversation. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's
Why?
insane about the gymnastics y'all are doing to just make this man look like he did something good and give him excuses. It's unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable to me. So when he got the economy, was it in a bad state or was it in a already trajectory in a good state when he got the economy in the first place?
It was up. The
It
economy
was
was
up.
up.
So let's yeah.
Okay. So, but what we're saying is you can't really judge the entirety of the economy on his policies during his term. You can't. On the entirety of his term, you can't. Why is this so difficult for you to understand? Okay, let's break this down via timelines, all right? Donald Trump becomes elected president of the United States, okay? The economy is a little bit up. He imposes some tariffs and he gets some new trade deals, especially with fossil fuels, okay? The economy booms, okay? Then it did boom because I remember gas was at like in North Dakota was at like under $2. I just want to point
Yeah,
that out.
no, it took off.
It took off, right? All right. And we had a good economy. COVID hit, boom, lockdowns, the entire global economy because FYI, America is a lot of the global economy. When America shut down, pretty much the rest of the global economy shut down, and then boom, complete economic tragedy. Not because of his tariffs, but because there was a pandemic. So do you understand the timeline that we're saying?
Yep.
Okay. So to judge Donald Trump on the economy, right, his entire economy, would be disingenuous because there was a global pandemic. So either we're going to judge him before the pandemic on those 3 years, which you lose that argument because
I don't.
it was an amazing dude. It was an amazing economy. It was an amazing
That's
economy.
perfect. This is why I brought it up because I won't lose the argument. So when he implemented the steel and aluminum tax in those 3 years, like I said, he gained 1,000 jobs and a bunch of industries was hurting. So you helped one, you destroyed five within those 3 years. Is what I'm trying to say. But y'all want to ignore what happened. Same thing with the agriculture. People was eating more than ever during that time. Somehow, his tariffs made it go in the wrong direction, and Biden had to fix it. And Biden had to fix the steel and aluminum situation as well. Some of the tariffs he did keep that were good, and we're going to give him credit for those. But we also got to give him credit for the ones that did bad. And I don't understand why that's such a difficult thing to have a conversation about and just deal with the information that's in front of us. And that is all. But for
What
some reason,
industries
we want
were
to try to
hurting?
act like he did nothing wrong at all. And everything that he did was great.
You said he uplifted one industry and five fell through.
Correct.
Name one of the ones that fell through on that tariff on steel and aluminum.
Why?
Biden's economy made us look good globally again. And I get it. After the pandemic, we had to have a global hand again, right? But at the end of the day, God, even though the stock market did well under Biden, American production did not do well under Biden. We kept the same old, same old.
And
All
again,
Trump,
from what we was talking about. But
no,
yeah,
no, it's not.
PMUK with the $2 bunking. Who produces the most oil and natural gas? Question. Go ahead.
I believe, and don't quote me on this, I believe right now natural gas is, well, it was Russia. and I believe oil. It's either I'm pretty sure it's Saudi Arabia. I'm pretty sure because the U.S. has the capacity to produce those things, but they just don't.
You're right. You're right, MJ. You're right.
Man, this is crazy though, Sharon. Like you gotta get like this. Like I feel like you being anti-American right now.
I hear you. I'm just, but I'm not actually. I'm actually just dealing with the information. Y'all don't want to deal with the information. Y'all want to deal with this uh idea that he's going to fix things, that he's some kind of savior, and he is not proven to
Not
do
at
it.
all.
You
No,
are. You're
Not
you
at
say
ignoring.
all.
You
savior.
are
You say
literally
savior.
ignoring the facts that he said put bleach in your goddamn veins.
I don't care.
I know that's the problem.
I don't care.
This is the
But the thing
thing.
The
about it is,
reason
no
why I
one.
support these policies is because it's protectionism. I could care less about Donald Trump. I could care less about his entire cabinet. I could care less. The reason why I support it is because it's protectionism. And the long-term effects and ratifications of protectionism brings jobs back to the United States.
And that's all we need to do.
I
We
don't
had
care
we
about
I
his
hear y'all.
character.
I hear y'all. Shout out to the 499 from Gullery. Gullery. I love the avatar too. Most people don't even know what that flag is. I wonder if Pastor, you know what that flag is? Can you see it?
I can't even see it.
Damn. I
I
want
can't even see it either, sir.
Bumpkin, do you know what this flag is?
No comment.
Is it yes or no?
Yeah, I think
What is it?
I
What you think it is?
is that not the it's not the Pan African flag. It's something similar though.
Very similar. Yeah, that's the
Yeah, it's
African
something.
American flag.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
yes. At least Bumpkin, no, that's crazy. Two black people didn't know. Ain't
I,
that
I, I couldn't see it. I couldn't
yeah,
see it. I'm on my
yeah.
phone.
Calls for global trade talks from countries around the globe as Trump tariffs cause worry. Mm. Bumpkin, wrong. It's
It's
the
the USA
USA
for.
for both. Damn.
Is it? Because we don't export it.
HQ, we produce a lot of oil. HQ Rias with the 499. Don't let that Caucasian gaslight you about rump roast. That was a good one, HQ.
I'm
Uh,
I'm on some bullshit today. Be careful, chat. You're gonna have to get me up out of here. Keep.
go ahead, Stan. You there still?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I know I'm belaboring you, but this is the craziest thing. You never said which president was better or worse.
I didn't.
You never have, but that's what I keep hearing in the defense. Watch this. Watch when we ain't got to go back in history, but let's go back history enough. When President Obama came in, what was the U.S. facing?
We were looking pretty
Economy
down.
crisis.
We were looking down bad from
Yeah.
war
Wait a
from
minute.
Bush.
So we were screwed up. So if we screwed up the world, so when we get a cold, the world get a cold, right? And then he took when it got in 2008, and when y'all mega people, when Trump came in, I believe in this passing baton, right? Okay, he had to go through all that fight, and guess what? Trump had his fight while he was in there. What's all these damn excuses? This is the craziest shit on the planet. The the world was in crisis then. It wasn't a pandemic. It was about your damn dollar bill. And now he comes in and then he did what he did. Oh, well, things was booming. He didn't dig it out of the mud, like y'all like to call it out of the mud. Man, when can we get back to being Americans
That's
working
false. That's
together?
false. That's false. Obama dealing with Afghanistan and was different than
I said the
Trump.
crisis. I'm talking about definitely before
Okay, can I ask y'all a
Afghanistan stuff.
question? Did
I'm talking
y'all
about the
read the 48
economy.
Hours of
I'm
Law?
talking about the economy. I'm talking about the economy. Nah,
Y'all
fuck that.
didn't?
Go ahead, go
Okay.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, Jaden.
Like I was trying to say is Obama dealing with Afghanistan and the world economy It was bad. It was bad, but it wasn't a worldwide issue. I think that what Trump went through with the 19 was worse than what Obama had to deal with Afghanistan.
It wasn't about Afghanistan. That's just you put something else in it. People lost their jobs. All the trades, people weren't building. Jobs stopped. Restaurants stopped. Prior to President Obama coming in to stabilize the economy. Y'all talking about straight American, they rely on what the money regenerates. You keep trying to put it to a war thing in Afghanistan. Guess what? And guess what? Trump got out of there. And then guess what? Biden, whether you think he handled it correctly or not, then he handed it to him.
What was the
Man,
biggest issue? What was the biggest issue when Barack Obama became president?
nobody had damn jobs and it was a war going on.
No, the war was a bigger issue than the jobs.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
It
it
kind of,
was.
hey, Sharon, you've been in the industry for a while. Let's talk about it. When the building industry and all that stuff shut down, people weren't feeding the restaurants and all that stuff. I'm talking about, I'm gonna give it to you, United States, that you want to talk about and globalism. Right? The war is the war. It was about people didn't have jobs. You know how many people that were prominent and all that stuff that went away when he got into office? Because you guess what? Guess why you silly jokers still don't have 401k? They never gave you a raise since that time. People were climbing up the ladder. You talking about the wars that we got out of that war.
No,
I'm
no,
telling
Stan. Hey,
you, during
Stan.
that time.
No, Stan. I love you, my brother, but truthfully and honestly, when we at war, nothing else matters. This idea that we cared about jobs, we cared about any of those things. Typically, when you at war, those things doesn't matter as much to a politician. You don't focus on these type things because if you need a job, you can go to the military. If
No,
you need a job while you at war. So no, he's right when he's saying that the biggest problem was getting out of the water or taking care of the war. We don't think about jobs in that time. We don't.
no, I'm telling you, it's a two-headed monster. Because you can say all this slick stuff now because I think you were still in the military at that time. Maybe you were, or maybe you weren't. I'm telling you, if then you can chart it, man. You ain't got to take my word for it. How many people lost it all during that time? Even some people that we know that's on these dang on platforms, what they went through. I'm telling you, it's a two-headed monster, man. You want to talk about the military, how that affected it? That's one thing. I'm telling you, going in, what were we facing at them times? And I don't want to go to which president was better. It's about the economy, and that's the only thing Sharon is saying. What are we gonna do as far as us as Americans? We keep talking American, and we keep talking about all this other stuff. A lot of people got hurt and they never recovered. And a lot of people didn't recover from the call. And a lot of people are not going to recover from this. That's the only thing Sharon is talking about, the conversation. Everybody talking about which president is better, which one is this. And at the end of the day, Sharon, keep doing what you're doing.
But I think so. So we know that when we seen the stock market boom, right? When we see like this idea that you said that people ain't gonna recover from the economy, we do it all the time. Like people recover and it's people who don't. Remember when the housing market crashed? It's some people who did recover and it's some people who did. That's part of economics. What are we talking about at this point?
No, what
All
I'm
right, so,
saying is
hold on.
some people
I'm glad that
do.
you went there.
Some people do and some people don't. He's just trying to get the education so you don't fall into the part that you don't recover. That's the
Right.
only thing Sharon is saying. He's trying to put system in place. People walked away from $500,000 houses in 2008, and people like some of my partners, they bought it for 150,000. And
Right.
Sharon's saying the storm is coming, and he
Right.
don't want us to
Pay
fall.
attention to it. Yes, because just
But
like when it happened in '08, it was the same setup. The same exact thing. All of a sudden, things got out of standstill. All of a sudden, they started doing zero down pricing. The same thing that's happening in Florida right now, especially Miami. It happened in '08.
It's if we hit another recession, it won't be a recession. It will be greater than that.
And we are heading in that way, and people are acting as if they don't see the writing on the wall, like Bumpkin and Eat a Man, which is weird.
But no, what I'm saying is we've been heading that way for the last 8 years. You trying to make
No,
it
we
seem
have
like we
not.
just start. Yes, we have.
What
Like
are we
when we
talking
hold
about?
on. So you telling me us spending money crazy, just sending this money overseas wasn't a start towards a reception?
Bro, okay, okay,
Okay, so
okay.
all right, so substantiate it, please. Don't just ask
Sure.
me no questions. Substantiate.
No, hold on. The majority, sorry, 70% of the money in circulation now was printed during COVID. So
Mm-hmm.
like we are like 70%. Like that's irreversible damage. There is no saving that.
Well, they had to print that money because, like you said, America, we didn't have antibiotics. We did not also have ventilators, and that's one thing that we don't give Trump enough credit for. You remember when we had to import ventilators and Trump turned that around overnight? Give him credit for that, Shawan. So even so, like I don't look. I think Trump did pretty damn good with the pandemic, but that's neither here nor there. No one wants to have that debate.
So okay,
Let me
so
ask you a question.
the
But did
topic
Donald
right
Trump
now
build
is that
something?
we've been headed in a recession for 8 years, is what Bumpkin just said. Do
But
anybody want
but that was meant to.
any?
But
What I'm
see,
saying is there any proof
but
that we
Shawan,
in a for 8 years we was going to be in this position? So if Kamala would have been president, we would have been in the same position that we are in right now. Is what y'all agree?
yes,
We would have
Okay,
been in
yes.
worse. No, we would
okay.
have been in a
So
worse
Pastor
position.
says yes. Either man says worse. Bumpkin, you say
Yes.
this is crazy to me.
Yeah,
Okay.
Because the thing about it is,
hold on. No, let me tell you why I say worse. So you got to understand the one thing that I believe Trump did do is he stopped the bleeding. He stopped just spending money reckless.
Okay, perfect. So where did he stop spending money at?
the
See?
ventilators, the ventilators, the
Shut
ventilators.
up.
No, no, the
Uh,
ventilators, the
stop.
ventilators.
Stop.
No, the ventilators.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
No, why?
Because that's not enough to. So you're saying him stop spending money on ventilators help the economy?
Hey,
Yes.
Sharon, let me tell you the truth about the ventilators, right? We didn't have it, but I'm just ready to pose this point. Did the price point come down for what they were still selling the ventilators for? It didn't. It was just the people in America. They took all these companies, and Pastor, you're right, that they said, well, we're going to switch the market, right? And then we're going to start making it here. But did the price point go down? They charge even more for it
Y'all
when it was
want cheaper.
domesticated.
And
I was arguing this with Sharon. Y'all want cheaper because it's American. Y'all don't get that.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. Like, just
it
because it's
wasn't
made
cheap.
here in America, the price will not go down. We're
Correct.
The
still
Yeah,
going to
price.
import because we're the second largest when it comes to import and exports. We're still going to import a lot of goods because just face it, here in America we're spoiled. We like our certain things, so they're
I
gonna
licky
come
chewy
in.
stuff.
They're
Right.
Okay.
we're gonna import them in. But that doesn't mean when it's homegrown here, the price is gonna go down. If anything, it's gonna either be the same price or higher.
No,
I'm
it
telling
will. It will
it's
go up.
not it's gonna be the same price or higher. That's just the way it goes.
No,
Like I'm or go up or go up. You're
No,
right.
no,
it
Or
will
long
100% go
term,
up.
long term. You're right, Bumpkin. No, not Bumpkin, but imperialist. Long term, you're right, but initially, either man is right, and because even Trump said this. Initially, there will be some that pays the play, right? Initially, there will be some. rising in cost or sustaining of costs. But you're right. Long term, we will be able to bring down the cost. So long term, long as we produce, we will be able to bring down the cost. But that's long term, though.
Yeah.
Hey, Pastor, let me ask you this question. I know you're in the healthcare field. Can you imagine going to your job, right? Let's just throw an arbitrary number. You're making over six figures a year. And imagine going to that job and they tell you now we're not going to give you profit sharing, vacation, PTO, and we're going to pay you 70,000. Is that good for you? You would raise hell.
No, I would not. What I would do is I would become a
How is it
traveling.
just
I
a
would be. I would just become
Come
a.
on, man.
though?
No,
Come
no,
on.
no, 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 no. What I would do is I become a traveling nurse, and I would own my skills and spread them out. If my one employer degraded me or put me down for their cost, I would say that's fine. Thank you for the work experience, and I would contract myself out to other hospital that needed my skill set expeditiously. That's why I do what I do now because of that same concept that you bring up. You know,
Well,
All right,
let me
hold on, Stan. HQ reacts with the 499. Biden has been holding off the recession. You don't even want to say the full thing, god damn it. Trump just deliberately blew a hole in our dam.
no, Biden did some bullshit. He kept us as globalists when we need to be centralists or nationalists. We got to bring this shit back. I don't care
No,
about imperialists being a white nationalist. I don't give a motherfucker
Ain't
about
nobody
that.
talking about that, man.
No, but what I'm saying is we need to become black nationalists. We need to have more faith and more pride in this country and produce and push better for this country. And so does imperialists, and so does every Mexican
What
American, and
kind of
so
shoes
does
you got
every
on?
Asian American.
What kind of shoes you have on right now?
I have some Nikes on. They're from Oregon. They're
Is
from
that made in
Oregon.
America? Is that made in
They're, no,
America?
no, they're from Oregon. You no
Is it
Nike.
made?
No,
Are
no,
these
they're no,
shoes?
no, no.
Hold on!
Nike
Don't
is
tell me where the
American.
country. No, hold on. I'm asking you
Nike's
very, very.
American.
Hold on,
Nike's from
I'm asking
Oregon.
you a very direct question. Is Nikes made in America?
Yes.
That's a lie.
Come on, Pasta. Don't do that. Don't do that. You
Yeah, don't do that, man.
don't do
I
that.
Come
know,
on,
I
man.
know, I
okay,
know, I
okay.
know.
So
I know,
Hey,
like
I
Sharon,
like
know,
skip
God,
it,
I
listen,
skip
know.
it,
don't do
Alright,
skip
that.
it.
alright.
hey,
Hold on.
Sharon,
That's what y'all saying right now.
You
Oh,
wild, man.
hey, can
Alright, so
Sharon,
look, I don't know,
hey,
somebody.
can
I,
So
Hey,
hold on,
hey,
right? So
hey, can Sharon, can I talk about the industry that all affects? I mean, you at
Okay,
least
okay,
you and
okay.
I, right? And the industry, right? So you know that we in the engineering world to get the stuff designed, structure, roof system, floor system, beams, and columns, right? It's cheaper to outlet with somebody in a foreign country and they don't complain. They work and all that, right? And forget, I ain't talking about Americans lazy, man. I'm American, so I never dog us. But capitalism, when you got a business, you're gonna get more bang for your buck. They don't now. They give them the opportunity, pathway. Now, thank you, Trump. Right? Thank you, President Trump. That now you gave us a pathway to bring them over here when the Joker was living a certain situation, and then they can come over here if they pay the money. And I'm telling you, the country's here. The companies here, they're gonna pay for them to get that path over here. They're sick and tired of us.
mm,
I'm in the engineering world, bro. Project management, design world, and all that.
woo,
Man, them guys design and build and all that. Whoa! But to me, as an American, I don't think it's a good thing. But we still utilize it. But now they can come here. Who gonna replace all these jobs that we're losing now?
mhm. That's a great point.
All right, now land the plane there.
American citizens are going to have to replace the jobs, and hopefully it won't be a struggle for corporations to actually pay them properly. This is what this entire immigration arguments about, man. The whole point of immigration, I've talked about it on this panel and other panels before. The whole point of immigration is a way for mega corporations to bring in cheap labor, either or to use cheap labor anyways. It's either to bring in immigrants to use them for cheap labor or ship their industries overseas and produce cheap labor over there, right? Either way, that's what they do. Okay? Now, until we can actually get on a straight path, until we can say no, you can't bring in immigrants to use them as cheap labor, and you can't ship jobs overseas, then we're gonna be in the same problem. There's no solving it.
Hey,
Okay,
hey,
what about the Chinese?
The Chinese, I don't care, bro. Multipolarism, let's go. I think honestly, let's do multipolarism. Let's do this, right? China can operate and control their sector of the world. America can control and operate our sector of the world, and let Russia have their sector too. Three major superpowers that are nuclear, right? Three major nuclear superpowers. We just have open trade amongst each other, and we just rock out. That'd be peace on Earth. Would not care.
So this is why that.
Or either
Man, listen, I
collaboration with the
understand
elite
that he's running on these things.
Chinese.
It's the reason why those H-1B visas is out there, because
I'm sorry
a
for
lot
cutting
of
you off,
those
Sharon.
high-paying jobs, like what Standards was
speak
hinted
on it,
towards,
Sharon. Speak on
right?
it.
What he was hinted towards, right? Or our high-paying jobs is getting remote access to countries that you could pay them 40,000, where you had to pay me 150,000.
Thank you.
And so he's running on that. He's bringing jobs to America, right? We understand that's what he's running, but his track record is showing otherwise. Literally. That's why he's selling the goddamn gold card. This is why the H1, like, even though he's saying that the H1B visas is for this goddamn, we trying to get the best and brightest, people are forgetting that that's also for the janitor. You can hire a janitor on the H1B visa if you wanted to.
Okay.
And
Specifically
somebody
on
got
this.
to echo. I think that's you, Jalen. God damn. I don't know why you keep taking yourself off of mute like you can't hear differently on mute, Jalen. God damn it.
Okay. Specifically when it comes to the gold card, I've said this several times. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I don't think that a citizenship to the United States is something that should be able to be bought and sold. You should be able to have both parents born on United States soil to be considered a United States citizen. It's not just a piece of paper that should be able to be granted to anyone. And also, I mean, listen, I really don't like the H-1B visas at all. It's a terrible concept. Fun fact, the majority of H-1B visa recipients are Indian. Fun fact, India has socialized education. They have free education. So not only are they coming over here and getting undercut in pay, but they're able to actually use their socialized healthcare, their free health, sorry, not healthcare, their free education, by the way. So they get a free degree in India, and then they pop an H-1B visa and come over to the United States pretty much on a free ride. Whereas American citizens are not able to have socialized education. They have to pay a ridiculous amount to get that diploma. So once again, it's just unfair throughout the entire thing. If we had socialized education, I honestly don't think anyone would really complain about getting paid, a little bit less. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think anyone would really have a problem with that. But when you have to cop out, like out of pocket, when you have to cop out of pocket, sometimes 40, 60 grand to go to a good college, you expect to be paid with your degree properly.
Hey, Bunker. Let you know what the power play is. And Sharon, I'm working on this business plan, and I'm gonna tell you what the next move is gonna be. But I'll tell you this: Americans, right? We have been. That's why when people tell people you need to leave the country and see what it's like, we ain't have to. We don't have to leave anymore. They come here. They already, man. Hey, Sharon, I ain't lying to you. I'm telling you, this industry I'm in, we got people, design firms, that's in other countries, and we're doing this and all that. And now they get to come here and do this. I'm telling you, it's over unless we got the skill sets here to stop it. We act like they're helping us. They're not. They're not. And we keep going on this power play. Man, all the stuff that I've done in my life and Jerron, you've done in your life and all that and others. I'm telling you, all these great salesmen, I got my own business. Man, they replace you in a Thanos finger. And then what happens to you? We live in a society that we think nothing's going to happen to us until it happens to us. And guess what? When the presidency came in, they say, I thought you were going to attack everybody else but us. I'm telling you, and like Edelman said, it happens throughout history. But Sharon is telling guys, can we prepare ourselves for this? Can we talk about things? Can we reason together? I'm telling you, this is something that you've never seen, just like within 30, 60, 90 days, that you've never seen nothing like this happen. Sharon just trying to give us the heads up. And now the heads up is not even good on your panel anymore, Sharon. It's a heads up. Fuck all Sharon credentials and all that. He telling man, we don't band together. Like Bunker is saying, if we don't band together, it's already takeover, man. They've been doing it all these years, and now they're giving a pathway here. Now you're irrelevant. How do we stop it? That's the
Well,
better conversation.
well, the thing about it
Hold
is,
on,
I don't.
Pastor. Hold
So
on, Pastor. I want to get 10. I want to leave some space for 10:15, and I want to bring in the beautiful conversation with MJ. 10:15, you there?
Yes, sir. What's good, man?
Yeah. What's your thought?
When it comes to America being worse or better as far as since Trump been elected, I'm not too sure, but I know we headed that way. I could say it's a little bit worse. Just depend, like based on the shit he done did, messing with the federal government, firing all those people, even more firings is coming up. And just like some of the programs he cut out, man, I just feel like it's bad for America. I think we're in a worse spot than he's starting stuff with all our allies and stuff like that. We got military bases in these countries, so we making it seem like these people is using us, but I mean they really helping us when it come to war. Because, like I told you the other day, the only way to get rid of this debt that we in is to go to war. That's why I don't understand why Trump is so against war, bro. Like the only
Depends on
thing
the
we can do,
war.
we can go over there and take out Russia, bro. Um, I don't know why they want to make peace with Russia. Um, we can easily take them out. Ukraine is exposing Russia right now. They weakening their military. That's why I really never had a problem with us funding Ukraine because they are weakening that military over there. Where we can just come in and wipe them out, and that'll get rid of a lot of that debt. That's the only way we'll be able to do it. Like he's saving pennies right now, and y'all are bragging about it.
I'm
Oh
Yeah.
my
sorry. I'm
God.
sorry. Hold on, MJ. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I don't think it's good to advocate that we should go to war with another nuclear power. I think that's playing with fire, and I wouldn't personally advocate for that. Also, the only time that we've really profited from war en masse is during world wars in the past. All of our, Vietnam was a deficit. All of our Middle Eastern was a deficit, even with all the oil that we pulled out of there. No one likes to talk about that, by the way. But that was a net deficit for the U.S. The only like real wars that we've really like profited from is World War One and World War Two.
and this will
That's the
be a
thing. It's gonna
world.
be World
This
War
will be a
Three,
world
but
war. This will be
Russia
a
is
Hold on,
gonna
world
Pastor.
be
Let
war.
so
them. Let them.
weakened. All right,
Let
Let
go
them
ahead.
MJ
finish.
get in. Let
Swan,
me
you
go
let
after
the
MJ.
white
Matt,
man jump in front of MJ, and MJ, no,
Hey,
I don't give a damn.
hey,
I
Pastor.
mean, but
Hey,
we know the next
Pastor.
war gonna
hey,
be
Pastor.
World
Could
War
be.
though.
He's starting to look a little orange. My fault. I apologize. I thought he could do no wrong. Go ahead, MJ.
Let
Hey,
me go
yeah.
after
So,
MJ.
so I'm just gonna say that what 1015 was saying, that's not a good idea. And I understand that it's not civilians' responsibility to actually know who's playing this game when it comes down to Russia and stuff, because a lot of the stuff that they're doing, they're not doing by themselves. And I'm just gonna keep it like that. Stan knows what I'm talking about. So here's the thing, right? My only issue is I just think that everything is moving too fast and is destabilizing everything that we have as foundational in this country, and
Thank you.
is not picking up as quickly as we thought it was. So a lot of lives, a lot of businesses is going to crash. And this saying, oh, we have to just tough it out until we actually get everything regulated again, the people are not going to take that shit, right? The people are not going to accept their family members dying and all the stuff like that until we can get regulated. That's just not going to happen. So I understand the impact that maybe this administration wants to take, but there's going to be a lot of lives that's going to be lost in the process. And the American people is already letting you know that they're not playing that. They don't want to see that happen. They're not going to stand around and wait until later on where we see the effects of all of this, right? And me personally, what I see what's happening, because this is going back to Bubba talking about manufacturing jobs and bringing it back, because that's literally what our country is really built on, really. Manufacturing, labor jobs, and stuff like that. And I agree. I believe all that should come back to America. And we should be strong back in that, right? We was always good in that. And that's what it is. But the problem is, unless we can get these corporations and all the stuff like that to actually pay the American people a living wage that they will want to do these manufacturing jobs, we're going to have an issue all over again. I just see it
Thank you,
recycling
MJ.
all over
Thank
again
you, MJ.
because
MJ, you're going to be able to do it through war. Check this right. So that
She almost
pandemic.
finished. She's almost finished.
Okay, you got. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But MJ, no, I don't give a damn though.
Let her
I
Nigga,
know
I'm
cook.
that's
going
true.
Hold on.
So
Hold
Let her cook.
so
Go ahead,
like
MJ.
that's what I'm saying. That's why it would be great if people would just actually really speak to the people. There can be a compromise there where the people be like, all right, listen, if we have to cut back on here because eventually it's going to push us forward and they can actually visualize and see that, then yes, why let's have that conversation. But right now, that's not what they're seeing. They're not seeing that. And
Diplomacy.
also to your point,
Diplomacy.
Bubba, before I drop the mic, the reason why the Indians, when they do come over here and they're on the student visa, because their degree doesn't equivalent to ours. So they can have a whole bachelor's and master's degree in India, and they will still have to come to our school and get accredited in that field or whatever field they're in, because it doesn't meet up to our qualification. Even though we're looking at these HB student people as the innovators and what we need in the country to help, get us into new technologies and things that we want to start producing here. So I'll drop the mic.
So
Hold on, pick that mic
and
back up.
so
Hold on. Why
hold on,
y'all
MJ.
say? Why you
So hold on,
say
hold on,
Civil
hold on,
War?
hold
Hold
on. So
on, bro. Hold
MJ,
on. She said what I
that's
said
what you.
wasn't a
So
good idea,
MJ,
bro.
that's what you're wrong, sweetheart.
These
Right.
niggas here, bro.
So no,
Bro,
no,
she
no,
said something
no.
about
These
what I
niggas
said, and you
here,
don't even want to let me
Pasta,
talk,
I'm
bro.
right. I had
nigga.
a
I'm not.
friend.
I don't
I
give a
had a
damn about what
friend.
you, nigga.
I
I
had a
don't give a
friend who was a
damn.
whole teacher, and she's from India. And her bachelor's degree did not get her a job in the medical field because it was an Indian bachelor's degree. She had to go back to school here to get the
Thank
Mhm.
you.
accreditation
Thank
that
you,
we
MJ.
that we approve of.
Okay,
I
and
stand.
I understand that. I understand that, right? And for that nigga to say these niggas here, let me tell you something. These niggas here, I am that nigga here. But let me tell you something, MJ. North Carolina is the biggest user of the H-1B visa in the research triangle, right? So these Indians, we don't need the motherfuckers. Okay. Okay. So they come here taking jobs from America. See, look, if you went to Central North Carolina A&T University, we have the talent here. We don't need to go elsewhere for talent. The
But
talent is in
nobody is
America.
arguing with that. Did you understand anything that I said? Nobody was
No,
Come on,
arguing.
MJ.
Hold on. He
Nobody
don't.
was
He
arguing if
don't.
we need them or not. Of course, I believe in the American people. I believe that the American people, it can be smart, but we gotta stop listening to stupid shit, Stop gaslighting each other. Okay?
Thank you,
Like, come on,
MJ.
I can say more, but I'm gonna just
Hold
leave
on.
it
She
there.
said
Like,
some,
please just stop, okay?
you said something about what I said though. What's wrong with war? Why we so scared of war now? That's what we was just
Nah,
saying.
nah, let her cook, bro. Let her
Are you
cook.
telling me I'm scared of war and I'm in the military right now, dummy? Shut up.
Okay, and I mean, there's a lot of people in the
You
military that's scared to
Yeah,
go.
but
But
hey, but MJ
hold
is at
on,
a
but no, no,
level
no.
just
I'm
like I'm
asking.
at a level. Wait one
Hold on,
second. I'm
I'm
gonna answer
asking.
your
Hold on,
question.
bro.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
answer
bro.
your question. I'm gonna answer your question so MJ can answer it for herself. Some of us know what it really means. You think that we fighting in guns in the streets and all that? Man, one of this nuclear shit goes off, man. That
Hold on,
destroys the
fam.
world.
I
Bro,
was
we
in the
got
military too, my
protocol.
nigga.
Man, no,
I was in
not
the
not
military
man.
for
We
a
talking
whole
about
decade,
on.
bro. So, it's
Hey,
niggas in
bro,
the
I
military
got
that's scared of
35
war too.
years.
So don't try to
Bro,
make it seem
listen.
like,
No,
don't make it seem
listen.
like
Listen.
I was talking
Bro,
to her though, bro. Like y'all niggas keep doing this shit. I was
no,
talking to
so
her.
she can answer the question because I'm
Well, then you
understanding it
be
as a
quiet,
man.
then, my nigga. You be quiet and
Yeah,
let her
because you
answer,
won't be
bro.
quiet.
Cause
She
I was
gonna
talking to
tell
her,
you.
bro. I was
She
talking to
started off
her.
with she started off with diplomacy. She said we don't need to go to war. You keep talking about war.
All right, so be quiet. I said one thing about war.
Man,
Now I'm
first
trying
of
to get
all,
her to. I'm asking her
okay,
a
bro.
question, fam. Look. I'm
Respectfully,
asking her a question. Now
respectfully,
hop off,
and
bro.
I'm gonna bring it back to MJ. Okay, cause you're getting
No,
too
I was
I
aggressive,
talking to
bro.
hate you
MJ, bro.
niggas. Y'all be trying to hide behind MJ. Fuck MJ, nigga. Y'all nigga don't be hiding behind.
Ain't
MJ know what the
There's
nobody,
fuck she talking
no.
about.
Oh,
Look,
man, ain't
jeez.
Sharon. You
nobody
see how these
Shut
niggas
hiding.
the
do this
fuck
shit, Sharon?
Man, we're trying to level this
Look,
out.
Sharon. Look,
It's
I was
more goes
asking
on in the
her a question,
military.
bro. You see how
You
these
got me
dudes
I
be,
praying over
Sharon?
respectfully.
here,
You see
bro.
how these dudes be, bro? I'm asking her a
All right, I
question.
How
I
got y'all.
these
said,
Here,
"What?"
dudes?
this how we gonna do it. Look, this is how we gonna do it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
This way
MJ.
you
Can
can
you
have a
answer the question?
conversation with MJ. Go ahead. Only you and MJ.
Can, can you answer the question, MJ? What's wrong with war? Because you in the military, so that means you got the history. You know we tried this. Let's be peaceful. Let's be neutral in World War II, and what happened? We got bombed. So, what's your reasoning
The biggest
behind
thing that
saying?
listen, I know war makes a lot of money. I get it, I get it, I get it. But it really does destabilize the world. And it's to the point why we're in debt to other countries and why countries are indebted to us. And this is the reason why we have the system here where we are importing more stuff than we're actually exporting. So I don't want to go back down to that route by
Well,
destabilizing other countries to the point where here we are faking to be the fucking heroes and the humanitarian services of all these countries, knowing that we have to find a way to keep a profit to keep our country going. We don't that war should not be our first go-to. That is my saying. And it's been a lot of history that shows that war is the first go-to. And then we have to clean up afterwards all the other things that happens when we have war, which eventually all the profit that we make goes right back into fucking fixing things that we didn't have to fucking fix and we didn't destroy it from the first place. That's where I come from that stance.
All right, then I guess I let them know what it was then because she absolutely. Woo, woo.
Based. Uh, Also, we shouldn't be sending American soldiers to die for profit.
No, so the imperialist, you're scared
Why
because
you keep calling that man imperious? That's bumpkin.
Pumpkin, you're scared because
I guess all
because
white people
Donald
sound the
Trump
same. I don't know.
because Donald Trump wants to make this military more white. So that means that your little pudgy JD Vance looking face
Listen, you
ass.
fat bastard. Nobody's pudgy and nobody's
No,
fucking
nigga, I'm not a
scared.
pudgy nigga.
Okay?
Shut the.
Yes, you fat bastard. Shut up. And stop acting stupid and talking crazy to me. Before I block you from this whole fucking channel with your raggedy ass. How about them apples?
Well, I didn't know you had a problem. He could sit his ass right there in the back.
We don't have a problem, but he always want
Oh,
to fuck with me. And I told you I'm in my villain season. Fuck you.
All right. So you better be careful when I bring you back up. Watch your mouth.
Yeah.
Hey, Sharon,
So
when you get the opportunity,
So
let
this
me and
JD Vance
MJ
face
talking about
white boy.
it.
Okay, what
So
you were
the
saying?
JD
Hold
Vance
on,
fat.
hold on, hold on. What you were saying? I'm saying.
Yeah, you let me know when I get the opportunity so me and MJ can have the conversation so we can just lay all this stuff out from our side of the life.
So I'll be real quick when I say this. Bumpkin, whatever his name is so afraid of war because he's afraid he gonna be done like those white boys were in Ukraine, picked up and sent to war. Because Donald Trump wants to make this military more white again. So what he's afraid to fight for his ideology. And MJ want to attack me. MJ ain't mad at you, sweetheart. But the reality of it is, look, yes, JD Vance face white boy. You were afraid to actually fight for your ideology. You will come up on the
this is not
internet.
my ideology. This is
No,
not my
you are
ideology.
high behind
Yeah, yeah,
black
yeah, yeah, yeah.
people. You
Donald
are
Trump
high
is not my
behind black
ideology.
people. You are high
I'm
behind
not
black
gonna go
people. You
die
are
for
high behind the black
neoliberalism.
woman. You
I'm
are
not
high
gonna
behind the
go
black
die for
woman, but you ain't
neoliberalism.
gonna fight for none of this shit.
Yeah, you're not either,
You ain't
bro.
gonna fight for
You're
none
gonna
of
be the
this
first
shit.
one to
You ain't
dodge
gonna
a
fight for none
draft.
of
You're
this
gonna be the
shit.
first one to
You
dodge a
ain't gonna
draft,
fight for
bro.
none of this shit,
You're gonna
pussy
be the
ass.
first one to
See, the
dodge a
thing about
draft.
it is, you got a JD Vance, fat face white boy, and you
Fat
not
face
willing to
white
fight.
boy.
You not willing to fight for none of this shit you talking about. You keep vaping. Keep vaping, white boy, with your motherfucking crispy ass lungs. But you're not willing
How
to
much
fight
weed
for
you
nothing.
smoke?
You're not willing to fight for
How much
nothing.
weed you smoke?
No, weed and vaping is two different
How
things,
much
brother.
weed you smoke?
With your mama, about a
Yeah,
blunt a day.
with your mama,
With your
you're the
mama,
first
about a
person
blunt a
that would
day.
dodge a
But
draft, bro. You're
the
the
thing
first
about it
person
is,
that would dodge a
I'm
draft.
not going to. No, black men have never dodged a draft. We have always rounded out your percentage of your wars.
Why they
The
gotta bring
reality
up the
of it
weed
is,
smoke?
hold on, unlikely. The
You want to bring
reality
up
of it
vaping? He
is,
did it to himself.
the reality of it is, you have an ideology that you're not willing to back up with your hands and your feet and your guns and your so-called musket, white boy. You're not willing to fight for your ideology. And that's the thing about it is you afraid of war. You afraid of being, you know what I'm saying, the American sniper. You afraid of fighting for Americanism. You afraid. You want to you want to waller in the blood and the sacrifice of your ancestors, but you're not willing to do none of it yourself. That's why you hide behind.
What's a
No, no, no,
proper
no.
no
That's
no
why
no
you
no no no
hide
no no. This
behind
isn't a one-sided discussion. What's a proper range that you want to sight a rifle in at, like an AR-15?
100
No,
yards.
50.
No,
You want to
100
sight it in
yards
about 50
actually.
yards.
100
50
yards
yards.
actually. See,
50
100
yards.
yards actually. We're not dealing with muskets. 100 yards actually.
50
See, the
yards.
thing about it is, you don't even have the right guerrilla warfare to get within 50 yards of a target chump. So the reality of it is, you want to hide behind the fact that you are not war ready. You want to sit here and talk all this shit. You want to hide behind black people. You want to hide behind MJ. See, I joke with MJ all the time. This ain't nothing new. Me and MJ been joking and trolling each other for years, nigga. So don't try to hide behind her. Don't try to hide behind Sharon.
I'm
I'm
not hiding
talking to
about anything.
you.
You're the one that's advocating sending people to die for profit.
Trying to hide me. I'm talking to you. I'm not saying that.
You're the one advocating that that we should start a war and send people to die for profit.
No,
Only profit.
I'm advocating protecting American interests, and that means if fighting means we gain profit, oh well. You're the
No, no,
see
no. You said
your
war is
kind,
no. You
your
said war
kind
is
has always
profitable. You
your
said war
kind
is
has always
profitable and
done
we should
this.
start a war. You said war is profitable and we should start a war merely
Hmm.
for profit. That's exactly
Yeah,
what you said.
I
So when
did.
I'm saying we should not send people to die merely for profit's means, you disagree with that, correct?
I disagree with that. I disagree. Look, I am willing to be drafted to fight for my American interests. Black people have always done it. It's the problem is little white boys like you, wimpy white boys like you, have
Little?
not always been able to fight for your ideology. You have a lot of ideology, but you ain't willing to fight for that shit.
Okay,
See,
you're totally blind.
I currently train in fighting. I picked up, like I said, I don't like to do this. I like I told Sharon, I stopped trolling as much because I started doing Muay Thai. I started doing Muay Thai, gun training, long range training. You talk about 50 yards? 50 yards ain't nothing, nigga. I run that shit real quick. Don't forget, black people run the 40-yard dash real quick. You white people judges on it. And I can run it faster than you. You can't perform at that guerrilla warfare level. But you want to talk about fighting for American interests. Y'all, we have look. Black and brown people have
I'm not
black and
advocating that we
brown
should send
people.
people.
Black and brown people.
I'm not
Black and
advocating.
brown
I
people have
don't
rounded.
fucking care. I'm not advocating that we need to send people over there to die for profit, bro. I don't care.
You scared. You
I'm
scared to
not
fight for your
scared.
American
I'm
ideology.
not
Yes, you are.
scared. I'm
Yes,
not
you are.
scared.
Well,
I'm not scared.
so you can't hold up your grandfather rights. You're not a colonialist. So you're scared of
Oh
being
my
a
God.
colonist.
We're not fighting for colonial rights in the Middle East.
Yes,
We're
you
not
are.
conquering a
Yes, you
nation.
are. Yes,
We
you
are
are.
just
You
getting
scared.
resources
You're
and
not
getting
built like
out
that.
pasta.
You're not built like that, boy.
You
You're not
are
built like that.
so fucking brain dead. Why?
No, I will be
Posada,
brain dead.
how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
I didn't eat breakfast this morning. I feel just like you.
God damn it.
Just like you. Just like you. Just like you. A scared little part tart eating white boy.
Do you know what I do for work, Post?
Nigga, eat a part tart, nigga.
Do you know what I do for work?
I don't care what you do for work.
Okay.
All right, so
Tell us what you do for work. Tell us what you do for work.
Are we discussing guerrilla warfare and tactics?
Yeah. I'm a correctional officer.
You are not
Thank
a master
you.
of it.
Thank you.
Huh?
Orthodox guy say he's a master at it. No, you're not. Unlike me, what's up
He's
with
talking
you?
about Bumpkins. Man, because
Oh,
Bumpkins get to see it from another level. Everybody's trying to prevent people from getting that far. That's what Sharon's trying to do. And everybody keep arguing about what they think it is, and people trying to tell you about what reality is. Sharon come on here talking about bidding for contracts and all this other stuff. They ignore it. Bumpkin said, man, I'm in the corrections. This is this. I come up here, MJ, whatever, talking about what the military is, and everybody, you can't give people a heads up, but we're not going to stop talking because some people going to listen to it. We're trying to figure out a better way forward and stop talking about, because healthcare, I'm telling you, if anybody's in America, you tell me how many Americans are the doctors and the surgeons. Are they American? So all this healthcare bullshit, stop the cap. I'm like, oh well, I work in the health. Man, come on, man. It doesn't matter. What can we do to move this needle forward? That's what Sharon is trying to do. What can we do to make it forward while we still got breath in our body?
Absolutely.
If you guys want to do an entire, unite the people against mega corporations, I'll be on the front lines with you guys. But I just don't see that happening at all.
They got to start somewhere. They got to start with conversations that we could be able to get together and say, hey, this is looking like
plan
this
together
versus this is looking like that, and not just say we're going to follow somebody blindly. And we are willing to disagree with each other. Why we can't disagree with bad moves that we could clearly see that is possible bad moves, and pick those bad moves apart until we say, oh, okay, now we see what's actually happening. Because as we just peel back the layers of the onion of his plan, is nothing good coming out of it yet. We are just saying what people are saying on the other side. Let's just wait and see. And nobody in business works that way with a successful business, at least. They don't say, what is this? Wait and see. Even though we stop, even though it's a corporation, literally.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a country. It's not a business, it's a country.
Okay. Regardless, it could go into a certain direction, and we could see, we could start to see that it's looking like it's going towards a certain direction. I'm saying we should have conversations about it and correct it just in case it is falling down. Because what happens in the construction world, we don't wait to see if the building falls. We go ahead and check the foundation. It's leaning. Why is it leaning? It looks like. And we figure it out, and then they have a good explanation for it, like it's leaning because X, Y, and Z, and then we can say, oh, okay, that makes sense. So you got to wait for this, that, and the third to happen, and then if it all comes together, it get back straight. Then we can have, we have an understanding. So now, when those three things happen and it's still not straight, we have to come back to the drawing board again.
That's how we come up with policies and all that in the structured world that I'm in and what you do, Sharon. That's how we do it. And we're like, okay, that happened. Whoa. And then we make it right. But what I noticed that a lot of people they just want to go on fallacies. It's just
Right.
like this has actually happened. So okay, bring a structured person like me, you out there, the electrician, the HVAC, and all them guys out there, and make it right. That's the same thing I've done in the military for 35 years. Man, come on, man. Why all this finger pointing?
Right.
Well, the
Like I
reality is y'all trying to compare America to multiple. Y'all trying to
So Pastor, no,
compartmentalize
so I guess
America.
again, so like when we are trying to move it forward again, right? It happened in real time. Stan saying, "Hey, we are trying to discuss what's happening, not the person that did it. It don't matter if it was Biden. I would be talking about it in the
Mhm.
same
Thank you.
respect. So it doesn't matter. I'm not actually talking about Donald. I'm talking about the policy.
Okay, so what we're doing is we're compartmentalizing America. Look, there's a lot of industries that rely on policies, and it's a very delicate process, man. Like if you do good for one industry, you do bad for another industry. All I'm
Okay,
saying
cool.
is,
I'm glad. Let me jump in right there. So that's good because that happens in construction very often. And somebody like me usually have to correct somebody that's doing what Donald Trump is doing. They say, "Oh, we just moved this over an inch. I don't see how that's going to affect anything else." And then I'll come like, "No, you need to not do that because it's going to affect this light, this sprinkler, such and such and such and such." I could see the writings on the wall before it happens.
In the roof and the floor system, how did that sustain? Because you don't have enough bearing.
Right.
Come
So
on.
I could see the writings down the wall further down than what you as a supposed like we could say that he's a visionary for this project, we could say. But the professionals supposed to come in and say, hey, no, the reason why we can't just move it over an inch is because X, Y, and Z. And then Stan comes and say, yeah, and I'm electricity is also going to get in the way of my wire. Then Bumpkin going to say, yeah, also I got to put my sprinkler there and it's going to affect my sprinkler head. And then so therefore now we know that this 1 inch thing that you want to move, it cannot happen without affecting a bunch of things down the line. That's the issue that I'm having. We act as if we cannot see things going down a line
but
and
how do
touch
you
those
still
things.
make it happen though?
You know,
Right.
you,
Some things you can't. Some
No,
things
no,
you
no,
what
no,
just
no, no.
can't.
There's no such thing as you can't.
Oh,
You
yes,
can
it
still.
is.
No, it's not. That's not true.
Absolutely.
No, it's not
Absolutely.
yes,
true.
you
That's not
can.
true.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Sharon, if I
That's
came
not
out to your
true.
job site, if I came out to your job site, Sharon, you said, man, I need to get the HVAC in there. And I'm coming in there, the structure guy, man. You need a minimum of 3.5 inch bearing. Said, man, I can't give you 3.5 inch bearing. So then I had to say, hey, this is what we got to do to the trusses. Then you got to put plywood gusset or put whatever we got to do to extend the bearing because you only still got it, but you can transfer it, right? That's how it works.
Right.
But without not having a conversation, say, Stan, ain't no way I can get this in there. Then I say, okay, Sharon, we're gonna have to put gussets on this and that to make it work. That's how we make it work. You need the SMEs in the room, the subject matter expert in the room. That's how we fix things. And then next time, other people learn better, don't do it again.
Don't do it again.
Yeah, come on, man. We in the industry, man. Man, people play pimping. But guess what?
That's
Ask him what the doctor he works for and all these jobs he got. What is his name?
damn.
Hey, okay. I'm telling you, fine, it's
You
okay.
want any final
Everybody
words?
need. Yeah,
Want
come
any
on.
final words before you go?
Sure, absolutely. I got something to do in like 30 minutes. I think I'm gonna head to the store real fast before that. Um, yeah, man. I guess let's attack mega corporations and let's not advocate that we send people off to war for profit.
But before you go, I want to let you know if you sight in at 50 yards, you're gonna be shooting too low. If you sight in at 150, you're gonna be
Thank
shooting
you.
too high.
Thank you. Thank you. I could pull over a rifle and I can hit 50 yards,
They
whether I
were
sighted it or
both
not.
wrong, and it hurts my
Yeah.
autism. I was like, "We are arguing, and you're both wrong."
Oh
What
yeah.
the fuck?
Hold on,
Hold
hold on.
on. Real
No.
fast.
So
No,
you normally
real fast. Imperious in the chat says, "I'm what Bumpkin wishes he can be."
no. You set
Absolutely
the
not, because I would never want to be Italian. All right, everyone have a good day.
so you usually set it at 100 yards. 100 yards is where you normally set
No,
it.
it's 300.
No, 300 is not what.
It's
Okay,
250 to 300, my friend.
no,
Look
it's
up, and
not.
if you can look up the field manuals.
Okay,
Thank you.
so
Thank you.
before you disagree, Pastor Stanos, do you agree with that?
I totally agree because I can pick up anybody weapon and I can shoot that far. 50 meters, 100 meters, but after that, then it takes expertise and all that other stuff.
The,
I
the,
ain't
the
gonna bore
standard
y'all with
the
it.
standard the
And
standard
before you go
infantry
orthodox,
rifle.
MJ, do you agree with that as well?
I do agree, but you remember, I'm a woman, so I don't know anything.
MJ, don't pull
So
that card.
and they all have standard military. They're talking about standard military. Standard civilian is 100 yards.
It's
No,
standard. It's
a standard
standard, period.
rifle is 250 to 300 yards.
No, it's not.
Right.
All
Y'all a
rifles.
damn lie.
My brother in
All right.
Christ, an AR
All
15,
right.
an AR 15. You know the difference between the only difference between a military weapon and a civilian grade weapon is the materials they use. It is
Yeah,
not the powder. It is
exactly.
not
The barrel
yeah, and
length. The
that
barrel
does not.
length.
No, because you can have a
Mm-mm.
10-inch barrel on a civilian or a military weapon. If you want to have anybody who wants to have a Second Amendment or gun debate, I'm down.
Eh,
I'm with it
yeah,
right now.
let's
True.
go. That's
I
what
Let's
mean,
I'm
go
telling
right
you.
now.
how we get there? I don't even know how we got there, but hey, Stan said, yeah, he with it.
Yeah, I'm with it, brother, because you're right. You're citing in a civilian weapon and versus military grade and all this stuff for combat. You're right, brother. It's totally different. But people that is knowledgeable, they shoot one shot and they can overcorrect, right? Or they can correct. But a person that got knowledge, they will correct in less than two shots, three shots, right? That's what the standards. But I'm telling you, I mean, I'm tired of everybody acting like they're so tough. Like, yeah, if they come across the border, we just going to shoot. Man, you shoot yourself before you
They
even
will
hit
shoot themselves
anybody.
right in the
I
kneecap
never
before
said
they
I
even
was
hit
tough.
anybody.
See, that's the problem with these military people. Any person that even looks at or owns a gun outside of them, they think is super tough. That's just why they put y'all asses on a blacklist. Look, I don't give a damn about MJ and her military experience. She already know what it is. And
Shut up, Pastor.
Yeah, because that's why most homeowners that have guns, that what is the weapon they use in the home invasion? Your gun.
A
Because
shot.
you
Most
don't
of them use a
have to go.
shotgun. Most of them use a shotgun. You would say
And
an AR-15,
Oh, no,
but most of them use a shotgun.
no, 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 no,
it's
no.
between a 9 millimeter pistol, a 12 gauge shotgun, and an
Yeah,
AR-15
exactly. We know
A
close
shotgun,
quarters.
a
We know
shotgun,
close
a
quarters.
shotgun, then a 9 millimeter pistol, then your
No, it
AR-15.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it
You
doesn't.
lying?
Close quarter
varies. It
combat is
varies.
totally different, man. It varies,
We're
man.
talking about we're talking about a home invader situation, or what the average
Right.
person uses, not
Right.
not a close quarters combat. For CQP, you
Right.
definitely want a short barreled shotgun.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. I'm glad you up here, man. Man, these jokers, they
No,
play
no, didn't
pimping.
I say shotgun? Now you went to short barrel shotgun. Now every state will not allow you to have a short barrel shotgun. That's the reason why the standard is
Hey,
a shotgun. We're talking about thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Fuck
hey,
your
watch
Hulk
this.
Hogan sounding ass,
Uh,
brother.
yeah, well, watch this. I'm gonna help you, brother, because most of you motherfuckers with that shotgun, you hit everything but the target. How do you think the police officer and shoot all them rounds? Because adrenaline pumping through them
That's why you
all
load
the
with a
time.
buckshot, a slug
Yeah,
shot, a
yeah,
bird
right. You
shot,
ain't
a
ever hit
buckshot,
no,
a slug
you ain't ever
shot,
hit,
a bird
you ain't
shot.
ever hit in your children, your friend, your neighbor, and all that.
The
You
You
worst
got
don't
to
thing,
know
just load
when
it
to
up with
pull.
slugs.
the worst thing you can do is load a shotgun for slugs in CQC, or
Thank you.
because
Thank you.
That's the reason why I said you load bird shots first,
actually,
sucker.
you don't. Well, sucker, you don't want to load birdshot either because the myth is that'll split a man in half, but all it'll do is pepper his skin.
Well,
Very,
you want to stop them. You're not trying to. You're trying to
no, you
stop
want
them.
to end
And
the
then if
threat.
the
You want to
initial
put
stop
to
don't,
it.
you then you do bird shot. And then if you don't, and the bird shot don't work, you do slug
Bruh,
shot. Sucker,
You have no idea what you're
sucker.
talking about.
You don't have no
let
idea what you're talking about, sucker.
Load with 4 to 5 shells of buckshot and in the fucking threat, aim center mass.
just like we did with the tracer rounds. But watch this.
You a
Do
sucker. Trace
watch this.
around.
No,
Imperial,
wait a minute.
if
I'm
you
talking about
believe
military.
birdshot will split a man
Wait a
in half,
minute.
you know what
Wait a
we're talking
minute.
about.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. In certain distance, I'm telling you, the people that know, man, I can hit you with a rubber bullet and kill you quicker than I can from a further distance away.
You don't know
Man,
nothing about
y'all
airsoft.
don't know.
You don't know nothing about airsoft and non-lethal. You know
Now
nothing about that
you talking about
world.
airsoft,
You
man. I
know
was
nothing
ride
about the
control.
non-lethal world and how lethal
Man,
it can
I've
be.
been in
You don't know
non-lethal
nothing
world.
about that non-lethal shit and
They
how lethal
tell
it
you
can
you
be.
can't
You
shoot
need to
them that
sit your
close.
ass down. You're not
They
qualified.
tell you
This
tell
is not
you
Call of
you
Duty, man.
can't call that. Motherfucker, I ain't Call of Duty, motherfucker. I don't play a soldier on TV, motherfucker. I'm one in real life. You go back to
Hey,
your video game.
hey, man, don't make it seem like just because you're in the military, you're ready for war, bro. I
Not
don't.
that, man. We had to go through the training, whether military or not.
I
We
mean,
still
I don't.
went through
Hey,
the
look,
training.
look, look. Hey, look, my man. I went through the training too. I went IA too, bro. And guess what? I done seen people freeze up. I deployed with the Marines, dog. And
Yeah,
guess
like you
what?
would freeze up.
Hold on, bro. I seen people freeze up, bro.
Like
Plenty
you
of
will
times,
too.
dog. So don't make it seem like you ready for war just because you got training and all
It's
this
not
other
even about
stuff.
that. Motherfucker, I done been to 10 combat tours,
All
bro.
right, but all I'm saying,
I ain't
I'm not
playing your
speaking on
street
you.
games.
I'm not speaking on you in
But you keep
particular.
saying me.
No. What I said was just because. I'm not talking about you. I ain't saying you scared of war. What I said was just because you in the military, don't mean that you ready for war. Because I've
Not
deployed before. And I've seen Marines freeze up. When the shit
hey,
was
bro.
cooking, I done seen Marines freeze up, bruh. And guess what? They wasn't military forces. They were civilians over there with guns.
Hey,
So tell
watch
me why
this.
our civilians can't fight, but they
Watch this. The difference
what
is
what
with
what?
military people that's been on this panel never ever said that we're prepared for war. None of us said that. Because
Nigga,
it's
I
a
live in
decision they
Dallas,
Well,
have
nigga.
when
to
I said
I'm more
make.
prepared than you, nigga.
when I said that we should
I'm
go
more
to war,
prepared than
MJ
you
was
too,
like, "I'm in the
MJ.
military, motherfucker." Like that's supposed to mean
Hey, yo,
something.
MJ.
Cause I
Hey,
was
baby, I'm
like,
more
nah,
prepared than
cause
you,
I was
baby.
saying, why y'all scared of war, bro?
I
And
doubt
then
it.
she was like,
I'm more
"Motherfucker, I'm in the
prepared than
military."
you.
Like that's supposed to
I
mean some shit.
doubt
That
it.
don't mean nothing,
I know
bro.
you not.
I
You get
completely
what I'm
doubt it.
saying,
You're
No,
man?
you
false.
don't doubt it,
She
baby. You better believe it.
I
she'll
Hey,
doubt it.
look,
but
Quit
I
doubting it.
highly doubt it. I highly doubt it.
man, we'll bust
doubt
y'all
what?
ass because that we get that
What's she
shit for
highly
free.
doubt? What's she
We
highly
get that
doubt?
shit for free.
MJ, I
We
don't
get
have
that shit
I
for
can
free.
stand in front of
In the military, being service connected, we get y'all ass for free.
Look,
you.
And
Nigga,
that's
MJ,
one thing
hold
y'all
on, hold on.
fail to realize.
anybody, regardless of military
They,
or
they, they
not, will
want to
tell you
hide me.
if you get shot at
See,
for the
MJ,
first
I
time,
stand in
it
front.
is a wild experience, and
It's scary.
Thank you.
the vast
It's
Thank
majority of
you.
scary.
people will freeze up. I've never
Hey,
been in the
hold
military,
on.
but
Now
I've been
look at
shot
this.
at before, and it's
Hey, look.
fucking creepy.
Hey, look, my man.
Hey,
One of the guys that froze up, they weren't even shooting, bro. It was a kid with a machine.
Hello.
Yeah, we here.
I'm from the
yeah, we here.
I'm
I
from
didn't hear. I
Kansas.
didn't hear.
I'm
He
from
cut
Kansas
out.
and I ain't
Hey,
shell shot. Y'all talking about shell shot. Y'all talking about
hey,
shell shot. Well, and that
nah,
does happen. That does happen. But
hey,
a lot of black people aren't really shell shot like that. We know either to
Nah,
run.
brother
Like
man,
black people ain't shell shot like that.
there is a difference between knowing somebody is getting shot at and being in a region where people are shooting versus knowing them fucking
You
bullets are
Right.
think
headed
that
right
black
at you.
people? So do
It's a
black people
hey,
just know that this shooting is going to happen? They don't know, but when it does
hey, but
happen,
it is
they don't
different though.
become
It is
shell
different, bro.
shocked. Y'all
It
are
is
shell
different.
shocked.
But look though,
Let's
when I was talking to whoever that was talking, it wasn't even gunshots. One of the situations, it wasn't even gunshots. It was a kid that approached us with a machete. He was demanding water, and bruh froze up. He didn't even draw his weapon. But it is different though, because I remember being out there and you can see snipers in the mountains and shit. We can't even salute officers because they gonna be the first ones to get taken out. But it is different, bro. That shit it's different when you see niggas in the
Well, the thing is like, imagine being in a combat situation and a child approaches you. What do you do?
make a
That's
I
the
move,
drew
thing.
my
right?
weapon. I drew my weapon. He got the
Are
fuck
they
out
a
of there when I drew my
monster?
weapon.
So,
Man,
but the
let
thing,
him finish. Let him finish.
the thing is, most people are not going to be okay with potentially having to kill a child.
You got to see
Well,
him
you
as a
gotta be ready
monster.
for
You
war,
got
bro.
to
That's
see
what I'm
him
telling
as a
y'all, man.
monster. You got
I
to see
mean,
him as a monster.
it's either he kill you or you kill him, bro.
You got to see him as a monster. And that's why I'm telling you, when you have to pull the trigger, that's why I love talking to civilians and they're talking this crazy shit.
I was in the
Once you have to
military. Stop
pull,
saying that.
no, no, not
This
you,
nigga
man. It's
never pulled
people.
a trigger
Oh,
on
all
a
right,
It's
my bad,
people.
child.
my
It's
bad, my
You act
people.
bad,
like
my
you
It's
you act like
bad,
people
you
in the
don't have
comments.
my
children.
bad.
Like,
Wait
so
a minute. Wait a
Tamir
minute.
Rice, Tamir Rice, Tamir
Let
Rice,
me finish. Let me
Tamir
finish,
Rice,
bruh.
Trayvon Martin,
Let me
Trayvon
finish.
Martin.
Let me finish, bro. Give me 1 second. It changes a man, whether you street or military or whatever. Once you get on the business end of it and you have to do that, it changes the individual. That's the only thing I'm talking about. And Sharon is trying to set it up so we don't have to do this shit anymore. I mean, man, war, I'm telling you, for us to go do what we got to do, we got to see him as a monster, an enemy, and whatever. I don't see him as my auntie, my mother, this older person, this child. I'm telling you, that's a different mindset. Well, I'm telling you, Sharon is trying to say why we at that level, and he's trying to level it out, at least for the US, for at least the
Trayvon
people that
Martin.
we're talking to.
Trayvon Martin happened in the U.S. Tamir Rice happened in the U.S. It
And they
happened when
saw him as a
police
monster.
officers.
Yeah,
It happened when police officers thought that
saw him as
young
a
men,
monster. Saw
huh?
him as a monster in less than. Yeah,
They're not monsters, but they were children that
I
had
said they had to see him as a monster. He wouldn't shoot his nephew. Are you don't? Are you listening? I'm
Tamir.
telling you,
He's not.
So
bro.
when a military person shoots a child, it's because they were seen as a threat. And I'm sorry that Tamir Rice was seen as a threat. I'm sorry
Yeah.
that Trayvon Martin was seen as a threat. But what happened is they were seen as a threat, and they received American they received the adult consequences as children. So unfortunately, in this war to protect, unfortunately, sometimes children may be collateral damage, and I'm sorry, and this
Hey,
is nasty. It's nasty. You're right. It's
It's a
nasty.
tactic,
Sharon
bro. It's a
is
tactic,
trying to
bro.
have the conversation to try to figure out. So, can we reason together? And when Sharon see my children, my grandchildren, can we all just like all talk and make things better? Man, we ain't not trying to figure this shit out overnight. And he's just trying to have a conversation, man. We got a lot of stuff going on. And what are we going to do to change it? But I'm telling you this, all that shit you just told me, hey, it was messed up because people they said, well, that person's that way. I'm telling you, being in this uniform is a different world. Cool, but it's still in the same world because we still got family back here too. So if y'all don't respect what we've done, man, at the end of the day, you burn down and whatever. But we're not coming to y'all that way. Like, okay, cool. We're gonna go and we're trying to give y'all back the knowledge that we learned.
Well, I respect the military. I come from a military family. I was born on Seymour Johnson. I was born on an Air Force base, so I got mad respect for the military, right? except for MJ, yo. Like MJ, get your ass up out of here, yo. Nobody trying to
I
respect
knew that
your
was
I'm gonna
coming. You
slap
can't keep
your
coming
ass.
for
like
Leave me the
MJ.
hell alone, Pastor. You've been
Yeah.
bothering me for forever now. You
like
already got me cursing. You had me yelling. Stop it.
like MJ.
Hey, cuss him out
I
one
like
more
to get
time,
to your I
MJ.
like MJ. I like to get to your
No, cuss him
emotions.
out.
I like to
No.
get to your I like to get to your emotions. I really do, and I don't give a damn about your military experience,
Shut
right?
up, Pastor.
Yeah, right.
But
You.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
I'm not
Hey,
discrediting
Sharon,
y'all
I
military experience. I respect all y'all. I'm a veteran myself, so I'm not discrediting nothing, bro.
Hey, Sharon, what the only thing I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna land the plane here, man. I'm gonna let everybody talk, is that all the bullshit that I thought every deployment ever went on, I naively, not really naive, because I know people gonna do what they're gonna do. Who was holding holding the front down back here? While I'm sleeping on the desert floors and going through all this shit. Now Sharon is saying, hey guys, we got to work together no matter what the hell is going on. We got Sharon, you know how many people you got from different states that you even shared on here? Did you help them with the HVAC and all this? We got people that can help people set them up with remote jobs, resumes, and all that. Can we talk more about that? Come on, can we bring it together now? Because every time I left, I came back, the knuckleheads destroyed more. Then I had to go again because I'm still trying to protect, right? But now I'm in a position now where I don't have all those strings on me. What are we going to talk about? Can we help each other? Can we dog each other out more and more and more? I saw that every time I left. Motherfucker ain't sent me a goddamn cookie. It didn't matter because I was doing something that I believe was honorable from my late father, my hero, and his family before me. Now Sharon is trying to say, hey guys, what can we do to do things better? Sharon, HVAC and all these certifications. Can we talk about that? MJ, she getting a transition out of the military. Can we set up a platform to do that? Not necessarily on YouTube, but start it off in the back channel, but to help people. Or are we gonna keep spitting this damn knowledge and this empty rhetoric, right? About politicians. If we only people can stop them is us,
Well,
because we're gonna suffer the
the
most.
problem is you hiding behind MJ like you just try to do.
Oh
Is you
my
turn her,
I'm
God.
hiding behind MJ.
you turn her
Nah,
into a
man, she
polit.
a soldier,
No,
man.
no, my nigga, you turn her into a politician.
She is soldier, man. She is
People
soldier.
create politicians. People created
She a
Donald
soldier,
Trump.
man.
People, no, we as people, no, Donald, we created
She a
Donald
soldier,
Trump.
man.
We
Man,
created Donald Trump. Yes, we did. We created Donald Trump. He's a
we
personification.
ain't create shit. What
Yes,
did you
he is.
create? Did you know Donald Trump? I'm gonna tell
Yes,
you this.
that nigga, my
The difference
cousin.
is
That
the
nigga,
di-
Donald Trump went to Kinston, North Carolina, where I'm from. My nigga, we know that nigga. Like he
hey,
created, right? Yeah. Hey,
let
nigga.
me help you out.
Nigga. Hey is for horses, nigga.
I was
Okay, let
saying,
me let
hold
me
up.
I'm
Because
gonna be
hey,
I'm gonna do what
MJ, let me
Stan
go
said.
real quick. Man,
Okay,
we
okay.
chew the same dirt. And guess what? Sharon, and I'm trying to find people that's trying to figure this thing out. We didn't figure it out earlier, and I'm trying to create this thing, this atmosphere, so our children and our children's children can get better. I don't give a damn. Donald Trump wouldn't piss on your ass. You got $10 billion. You tell him you can't pay your rent, and he would never see you. I'm telling you, what are we doing as a people? That's why I rock out with Sharon. Like him or not, I don't give a shit. MJ, we choose some of the same dirt, not necessarily at the same time. It's like, man, we got to get it together because the damn storm is coming. And so that's respect. Ain't nobody hiding behind MJ. MJ ain't hiding behind us. She's like, shit. She's like, motherfucker, let's go. So stop that bullshit. I know y'all got that relationship, but I just want to tell you, man, the hunt is on for all Americans in the world.
That's what I was trying
It's
to
nothing but respect. Go ahead, MJ.
no, that's what I wanted to say because I wanted to bring it back
No,
to
we're
the
not
original.
listening to that shit.
Yes, sir. This is why I wanted to bring it back to the original conversation, right? So this goes back to the mega corporations. Back in 2023, I did this on one of my old channels. The Gerner Group founder, Tim Gerner, right? He had to do a whole I apologize for my insensitive words at the Financial Review Property Summit because he said that the COVID made people, the working class, arrogant, and that we have to kill that attitude, meaning that we have to let them know that they're not in charge of what we supposed to give them, what benefits they supposed to get, how much they supposed to get paid, and everything like that. They need us, we need them. So what I want people to understand that what we're seeing today is almost a 2-year plan that billionaires all over the world, because even the Gerner Group is from Australia. They all been talking like this, and they have all been putting it to the point where they want to give full control and reins to the mega corporation, meaning they want to make sure that they can cap out how much people can earn, how much they're going to help or assist people with medical, life insurance, social security, and any other social programs. So while people, I understand the whole race thing and all that shit like that, but at the end of the day, it's going to be classism. Okay, we're going back to slave wages, right? And I said this in the chat: slave wages and indentured servitude. That is what we're going back to. At the end of the day, this country had made its wealth off of those things, as including with our slavery. Okay, so they need us, the people, to accept lower wages, them not assisting in anything anymore, for them to continue to build up back our labor system and our manufacturing system from what we had hundreds of plus years ago. So this is where we're at. So unless we're really trying to say, hey, I understand if you have the will, the merit, and the network to make billions and billions of dollars, I understand is like that, like how you gonna tell someone that they can't become a billionaire? I get it. But we as the people who's going to suffer, and we're going to be put into two classes, whether you are actually a billionaire holder or a corporate owner, or you're going to be the working class, because there's definitely ain't going to be no middle class. So do you know what that means? That American dream where you can get yourself out of your situation is going to be a wrap, because they're going to put a cap on that. So if us people are not thinking in that way, then I don't know what the fuck we talking about anymore.
Hey, Sharon, if you give me 30 seconds, I just want to tell you, man. I'm talking to you, man. I'm championing you. Fuck all this YouTube beef, man. Y'all do what y'all gotta do, right? But I'm telling you, so I'ma propose something to you, and MJ, I propose it to you too. How can we get ourselves out of this situation? Because it gotta
Two
be a better
solutions.
way.
Two solutions
It-
that I have planned.
yeah, yeah.
We
So
have to. Oh, you
we'll
wanted me to.
don't put it on. No, 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 no,
Oh,
no,
okay,
no.
okay.
Sharon know how to get in touch with me, and we're connected because I want, because people gonna shoot at it, but we need to talk to people. But no, you can give your solutions, but
Yeah.
I'm telling
Two.
you.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just going to say there's two solutions, and I mean, I'm not going to go into detail, but we have to
Okay.
become skilled labor savvy and tech savvy.
Thank.
We are not going to be going back to only manual labor jobs. It's not happening. We are moving into the technology world. And so we have to be skillful in both. We have to be able to still build and also use our motherfucking brains when it comes down to being innovative. If we're not trying to do both, and if we're not trying to train our working people to do both, we are going to fail, and people are going to lose their lives, and people are going to be struggling. That's what's going to happen, and it's going to happen to everyone across the board. It's going to hit other communities worse, but we all are going to suffer. Period.
Yeah, so that's why I want to talk to y'all about. And Sharon, you know how to get in touch with me. But this is the thing, because we need that part of it and the other part of it. It's like, man, we just keep running around in circles while we all losing. Hey, well, it didn't happen to me next. You know, it didn't happen to me. I told you, like I tell you all the time on Sharon, the bystander approach. When the bully is bullying someone else, we wipe the sweat of our brow until it comes to you. Well, let's get ahead of it. Let's set up our own things. Let's set up our own things. And because we now, I don't know whether I can say this out front. They fucked up. We got skill sets, we got certifications, and all that. Can we talk about us? Because if we don't set aside ourselves and what we got to do, I'm not talking about just black or white. I mean, man, it's a bunch of people in demographics, right? That's finding themselves in that same situations. What are we gonna do? So I don't like this YouTube stuff where people just want to shoot at everything. Get up, pull it up by your own bootstraps. I never heard a Rockefeller say pull it up by your own bootstraps. I'm telling you, we keep starting every generation back to zero. Can we teach them? Can we groom them? Hey man, hey man, I say, hey son, I tell you what, I'm gonna send you to Sharon. Hey, he got this, all this stuff. Get your education, and all that, and they will listen, right? But it does no good if it's just me sending somebody to Sharon, or with my engineering background, he's sending the children to me. Man, we trying to make it bigger for everybody, because I don't know how we think it's only just your bubble. It's one world. So how we start to
It's
heal?
never it's never one world, because it's going to be a trickle down effect in that part, right? Because
Thank
once we
you.
have enough
Thank you.
deprivation and enough suffering that's going around, what do people do? They
Hmm.
start stealing. Right? They start stealing more. They start looting more. They start taking people's lives more. They start dealing
Salvation
Organizing
isn't
into
crime.
suffering.
they start
Salvation
dealing
isn't suffering.
in
What are you talking?
criminal things. So that's what's going to happen.
We, we've been
Salvation
in
isn't
those
suffering.
countries. We've been in
Salvation
those
itself
countries.
isn't suffering. Why is suffering wrong?
Yeah,
This is what I'm
nah,
saying. There's a whole jump to conclusions here that for some reason suffering or pain
What are you
or
suffering from?
she says suffering like it's
What are
something
you
wrong.
suffering from?
Salvation
no. What
isn't
do you
suffering.
suffer from? Answer
What are
this
you
question.
suffering from?
Every kind of suffering, pain, monetary, every suffering. Salvation is based in suffering.
I'm asking
Read
what
the
you
Bible.
suffer. I'm asking
No,
what
read the
you.
Bible.
I'm not
That's
asking
what
you.
He,
that's the literal message.
he said,
I'm
"What
not
do you
asking
suffer from?"
I'm asking you. What are you suffering from?
Huh? Me? I have
Yes.
to live in the world with you people.
And so that's what you're
Wow,
suffering from?
Yeah, inferior
wow.
people.
What does that mean?
The fact that we have a world here, we're for 99%
Shut
of,
up, Imperious.
again, another woman that can't control her.
I don't care. Shut up.
Man,
You were
drop.
hiding behind her a while ago. See, the thing about it is
That's
the
not
thing.
the same person. That's not the
Uh,
same person, Pastor. Now shut up.
No, I'm
hey,
back talking
kill,
my shit.
kill, kill.
Between these
Hey,
two, I don't know who's worse. I don't even know. Let's see if we can have a conversation. Let's see. I don't know.
hey,
I don't.
Sharon.
Yeah,
Before you bring him back up, hey,
yeah.
Sharon. You're on the right path. What can we establish where people can set up with all the trades and all these things? Because MJ, she gonna be free and do what she gotta do, and your wife and all this. Can we set up our own platform? Don't take my word for it.
Mm,
Go on LinkedIn. You know, this is the craziest shit on the planet.
mm,
That the majority of the people that's helping doing things for veterans and all that, guess who they don't look like?
mm. Well, I think like I think
It's
before
she
I
very
has
say,
the
simple. It's
number
very
one.
simple.
She
If you
has
run
the
away,
number one.
but
She has the
but
number
if you
one.
run away,
She
let
has
me
the
finish.
number one solution. And just we have to expand our skill set. We cannot just get stuck on one
Right.
skill set. It cannot just be straight a physical skill set, and it cannot
Thank
just
you.
be straight a technical aspect.
Thank you.
Because a lot of things in the technical world is starting to be overran by AI. A lot of these cloud jobs that was really rocking 2 years ago, they are starting to
going
get
away.
overran by AI.
It's going away.
So
All I hear is a bunch of posturing. It's
and
we deserve this.
so like
Why?
even
Why
so-
is healthcare good? Why?
so even things like being a lawyer is about to be, they are going to get AI'd as well, because
Yes,
somebody
sir.
can
If
go
that were
through it.
true, we wouldn't run the society.
Well,
So
Yes, sir.
no. You see artificial intelligence.
You think
okay,
the Supreme Court is going to use AI?
so the problem is people are not able to see past themselves. They really believe that they are important. I know for a fact, whether if I'm on a construction site or not, it's going to get done. Just because I got a high level of skill set, it doesn't mean that I cannot be replaced by 10 dudes that don't know what they're doing. It's insane that you think that you yourself is not replaceable. It's crazy. The shit doesn't stop because I get hurt. It doesn't stop because Imperius loses his thing. It doesn't stop. They are finding ways to take human beings out of the workforce. And so for us, we have to get better at creating work for ourselves and keep the things moving forward. See the writings on the wall. And then once you see it, read it correctly and adjust properly. Not just say things and say, we gotta suffer. Shut up. We don't have to.
We don't
actually
have to.
No,
Sharon,
we
say
don't
it
have to
again.
suffer.
Say it
We
again.
don't have to suffer,
Say it
and
again.
resilience is in our name. Sorry, Stan. Go ahead.
You know, I mean, MRT level 2 certified. And I'm gonna tell you this. This is one of the biggest tropes that we keep telling each other. But all these people that thought they was like untouchable, right? And the federal government and all these jobs, all these contracts went away. It goes down. And now I ain't got a job and I ain't got this and I had this contract and I bought all this equipment for it. I'm telling you, Sharon,
It be going down.
if you, and we'll talk about it more, me, you, and MJ, how do we move the needle forward? Because all these people talking all this dumb shit and talking about a lawyer, man, a lawyer ain't worth a damn any goddamn way.
Yeah.
Depends on what side they go on, right? Back in
So
the day, it was about
and the reason why I'm
relationships.
saying is because the reason why lawyers was so important before is because we didn't have the information in the
No,
schooling.
we're the
Yeah,
ruling class of society and
Now,
make the rules. We're the
right.
ruling
wait a
classes,
minute.
and so
That's
therefore we
fine, but
make
that
it
has
so you,
nothing. But again, see, this is the problem
Let me
with people.
finish. Let me
You can't even have a conversation towards what we are saying. You want to turn it into something
no,
else.
there's no, it's just that you can't address it. You can't
Yeah,
address the.
I know, dude, but you got to address what we're saying before we address what you're saying.
There's nothing to address. We're the ruling.
Okay, fine. So you don't rule. You think
If
that
we're the ruling class, we make the rules.
right, but the problem is that you just saying things. It doesn't mean that you're telling any truth.
Well,
And
you
So
find the
lawyers don't
ruling.
rule.
okay. All right. So clearly,
Hey,
and
Sharon,
so
the
like
only
so
thing I
the
want to
problem is that
say,
now we have the information, right? So
yeah,
we don't
that
need
was
you anymore.
hidden. Uh,
Ron, information is very important. Data is extremely important.
Right.
But so I'm not trying to give that Peckerwood any love. However, even in the religious world, there's
So again, like we talking towards something, and y'all just be wanting to talk, right? But
It's over. Sharon,
we,
tell him it's
we,
over. Leading people down a path, a blind path. It's
right.
over. Now everybody can read it. Now everybody can understand. So it
but
needs people like you and
mhm.
MJ and whomever for us to reason together for ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren, and the futures or whatever. I'm like,
Hey, look,
man, come on,
hey
man.
Stan, you know that these people don't not really understands that like at one point like language was a barrier. It's not even a barrier anymore. You could put on a pair of headphones and you can understand exactly what another language is saying, and you got that knowledge and information to all of the languages.
So the law is still not a barrier, Sharon.
No, it's not anymore.
Yeah.
I,
Well,
and that's where
this,
that's where I technically disagree with you.
So,
Now,
I mean, you could disagree, but
mhm.
life, especially in America, has proven people that do not have any kind of bar goes to go to court and then they win because they
because
got
they
without
because they
the
they
lawyer.
right.
because
Because,
they use the
no,
law,
hold on.
Sharon.
Exactly. So therefore, as okay, so you agree. So again, I don't know why y'all be trying to argue when you actually agree with me.
Thank you,
I no,
Sharon.
no, I'm not trying to argue
The
with you.
motherfucker, the lawyer that said something, they say it now and they get out.
Sharon,
Right.
Why do you need a lawyer?
I don't. I've been pro se and defeated lawyers before, so I understand what you're saying.
Okay. All right.
But
So let's just leave it there. So like we understand that. So it's going to be more and more of degenerate lawyers out there that's not making as much as goddamn McDonald workers. It is what it is. They're going to be making minimum wage too. If they don't have their own practice, or you not a goddamn quants lawyer and you in the finance world, your ass is done too. If you just out here thinking that you
mhm,
could be, you just gonna be a criminal lawyer, you make money, it ain't gonna work like that anymore. They're
that
gonna
is true,
they're gonna
Uh,
AI all this shit. They
and that is
literally,
true.
they literally 2 years ago they pushed out a RoboCop. Literally, it
So,
was
and
right
I
there in
agree.
Times Square, and I was watching it, and the dog could do face recognition. Like we don't have to be like it's changing, and it's changing rapidly. It's changing very fast. A lot of things is going to be automated. Like I
And,
mean, literally in New York City, you don't go through a toll anymore. There's no human beings there.
mhm.
It
right.
used to be a good job to be the person at the toll. And Easy Pass was the writing on the wall. They just had to figure out the structure for it.
And you're
And
right.
Tesla,
So
and
you're right.
Tesla,
You're right. Lawyers, and you're right. The lawyers are
Mm.
becoming more AI, and you
yeah,
see it through you see it through the
right. So
automotive
right, and all
industry.
I'm saying is that we got to start being able to recognize that right now we cannot wait until it's right in front of us. Waymo is a great example of the transport industry is a writing on the wall. It might not happen in 2 years, but hey,
Hey,
they have a
Sharon.
whole city
So, like,
driving people around without somebody driving the car. That means that car, they even figured out ways where they could recharge the car when it doesn't need a human being to plug it in. They
Hmm.
are finding ways to do all these things, and the writing is on the wall. So I just want people to start being able to see a little further than they goddamn hand.
Man,
And this is what happens when you are dealing in project managing. You have to see things before it happens, because if you're a project
thank
manager,
you,
you already
project manager.
dealing on things as it happens. You are not a good project manager. You will lose your job quick, fast, and hurry. You got to see things before it happen and correct them before we get there. And way too many people I'm seeing that they wait until something happens to them and say, "Oh,
Now I'm
I,
gonna figure it out.
that's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
you're right, Sharon.
And just to say, just put it out there. So like in New York, public defenders salary, the average is about 117,000, right? But that ranges from 80,000 to 146,000. And the 80,000 is if you're in the 25th percentile, and the 146,000 is when you're in the 75th percentile. So the top earners can make over like 200,000. This is New York State. We know that the cost of living is different in other states. So, just add that in. That is not going to be the same average pay amount in other states. So like miss me with the cap about lawyers all being making over $100,000. No.
right.
Man, I know a bunch of broke lawyers,
Absolutely.
and they ask me for money. But at the end of the day, but Sharon, you got the opportunity, and we'll talk offline about it. It's just that you got to take care of looking ahead, right? Who
Yes.
knew that DoorDash was going to do something and this and that? And in our industry, hey man, this is the time for us to strike, and we can train people. I got outreach stuff that these people that's trying to get on their feet, that they paying their salary, and I don't think we have to do to train them, bro. I'd
Mm,
share you that little tidbit from
okay. Yeah, let's get to it because
if we get to the point, like a lot of these people that's been on this panel, It's about me because the only thing I see myself the way I see myself today, honorable, decorated soldier. And I share
Mm,
my deeds at 214. I don't matter. But like MJ said, hey guys, I'm going to transition. She been on it for a while. She said I'm going to transition in a few years. I'm telling you, man, she got the soft approach, man. Man, we got the hammer. You're not the rock hammer. She got the rock hammer, and so she can talk and do all that, and your wife and whatever. It's just
mm.
like, man, come on, guys. This is the time to strike. And if we don't strike, bro, we're gonna be what are
Yeah,
we gonna do?
you're gonna wait too
We
late.
we're done. We're done.
And
But
so I
I'm
want
gonna
to
share
let
something
Black
with you,
Panther
brother, and
know.
it's you and and I'm gonna share it with you. You say, "Fan, let me pen and ink this and whatever." But I got to share it with some other people first, and then you put your spin on it. It's like, man, I really care about us. And when I say care about us, it ain't no black and white thing. But I know if we don't do this, how you think the civil rights bill got passed? If they would have made it just about blacks, it would have
Mm,
never got passed.
mm,
Why do you think Cory Booker did that shit? The one
mm.
guy that was filibustering, fine, man, and then it still went through. Man, just check history. Just forget history and all that. Man,
Mm.
I'm listening on these damn stages because somebody gave me a check for $1,500. I'm making more money and all. Man, you crazy as hell. You're telling the truth. AI and all that, they can write a resume better than you ever thought you could, and all these other things. We can get ahead of it instead of paying somebody else to get ahead of it. Can we get that? And
Mm.
I'm on the. I
This
told you,
is
man. When
and
I
I
came
think
back
I
from
don't
my
know for
last
some
two and a
reason,
half years,
and
when
for
I
some
came,
reason, Stan, this is a very true say. For some reason, like just being able to see further than something happening to you physically, right? Like,
right,
like they look at that as some kind of fear. Like that's not fear. That's just being honest with what is happening in front of you. You see people fighting down the block. You see somebody pull out a gun. Maybe you shouldn't walk that way. You know what I'm saying? Like you
hey,
kind of know what's happening down there, right? So we know we keep going down there, we're gonna deal with some kind of crazy conflict where we could put our life at risk. So when we just seeing these things, it's okay to address them. This is one of the reasons why I started getting certifications about 4 years ago because I understood. And a lot of people, when I'm talking to these young men, they never even heard of some of these certificates. They never even heard of some of these jobs. They never even heard of a cloud architect. They never even heard of it.
wow,
You know what
exactly.
I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying, Sharon. Your conversations that go this way, and I guess what? You're gonna get a bunch of super chats about it. That's why we talk about all this stuff on the back end, the PMP
Mm,
and the Lean Sigma 6, right?
mm,
All
mhm.
these things, right? So I'm like, but we can't talk about it in front of them. But we'll be in a position where we can help others, man, because man, we
Yeah.
getting older, bro, right?
Right. and
Bro,
right,
because
so
you're
like
gonna go into the phone.
I see the writing on the wall. So I'm like, hey, something else gotta happen, goddamn, because
Yeah, motherfucker, I can't keep pulling this damn train all these years, right? But you allow a platform where people can talk about things, and and so people get pissed off. Man, a lot of people don't know that 40,000 job when you get the certification, man, you making twice as much, and this is the conversation we need to have sometimes, right? Because we all like BS going on, man. We watch
right,
TV all the time, a lot of
yeah,
people. But
yeah.
no, man, I thank you for the opportunity, man. I wasn't trying to hog your show, but
It's so good.
this is the thing, man. It's that we got people, man.
Hey,
Say,
listen, Sam, so like I figured it out a while ago that like I have to slowly get us into having these other conversations because it's just I couldn't just
thank you,
jump out the
thank
window
you,
and do it because it's not easy for people to have conversations like this and talk
thank
about
you.
moving forward, different than maybe leaving the industry and moving to a different one and see what you could possibly do, see what's good for you, what's bad for you, what you can afford, how much is it to get certifications. Some of them are expensive, some of them are really not. There's a lot of them that you could get for free. What kind of architect are you, Black Sanford? Also, we got Robin M. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate it. With the $9.99, she said support for the show. Thank you so much,
man.
Robin. I really
Hey,
appreciate that.
Sharon, the
One more
veteran stuff, man. I plugged it. Go ahead, go ahead. You got another super chat?
no, God, you good.
Hey, but I'm telling you, man, I plugged into this veteran world on the LinkedIn stuff, and
Mm,
I've shared with MJ, and I shared with you because you got a lot of veterans come over here. Man, them jokers just like let's go, and they proven people that want to start their jobs and like what you're doing now. You want to do your YouTube channel and you want to do an influencer, be a public speaker. So you can do it here and you can get off your ass in that house because
right.
you got a wealth of knowledge. And so I'm gonna go through the five first, right? I'm telling you, man, this is the conversations that are very important. It's like, man, because I know you, and they know you. People will reach out, and it's like, okay, man, we give you the blueprint, and then you run with it.
Mm,
It doesn't matter. I'm like, man, I'm tired of this individual stuff. This YouTube
ooh,
stuff, cool.
right.
Man, come on. Why can't you do both? Man, you done did both, man. You was a guy, HVC,
Mhm,
HVAC guy, and you was the project man and all. Bro, you did all them jobs. Okay,
mhm.
so now start talking to us like we dumb.
Right,
But
please.
I'll plug you in. But I'll
Mhm,
plug you in, and I'm gonna plug MJ in it because I know, and she getting ready to do her thing and retire. I mean, because man, I'm trying to reach out, man, for us as a people. If I
mm,
did it just strictly for my family,
right.
I would
It's
think it
different.
would be good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, nah, man, it's one world. And so if your children ain't good and nobody's children ain't good, we run into a
They don't
roadblock.
understand that, Stan. They
Nah, man, but we can't talk about that, Sharon, because they think I'm good. You get up your lazy ass. You didn't do this.
yeah, it doesn't really work
Man,
that way.
your daddy one day and your mom ain't there,
And listen,
and then
I got young men stand that's hitting me up today that I haven't spoken to about like 2 years, and they're like, "Hey,
thank you.
I spoke to you about 2 years ago. I don't know if you." They even say, "I don't know if you remember me, but you gave me a conversation, and I changed my life, and I appreciate you." Like that's all. And I ain't asked that person for no money or nothing like that. I just gave them the information, point them in the direction, and that person took off running because I already seen they have the potential to move forward. They just don't have no information. They don't know
Uh,
about these things. Like people think that
man,
it's so difficult to do things because of and I understand where we from. Nobody talks about buying houses. Nobody talks about the future. Nobody talk about the rise and wall. What do you see for yourself? And I get it. And we think that all these things are so difficult, but it's not as
what the average age they told you growing up? What you
what's the
would
average
live
what?
with? Average age.
Which that I'm speaking to?
No, don't your average age. How long you was supposed to live?
Oh, especially the way how I was moved. I wasn't supposed to make it past 18 when I was
Uh,
younger.
Thank you. So that's what I'm telling you, man. It's just like, man,
I don't understand why y'all keep coming over here. I'm gonna have to put this person in timeout soon because I don't understand you breaking up Stan. I'm not sure why y'all keep mentioning other people on my channel. I'm confused about it. Like I don't know why. As I'm every single day, I'm working on not always just dealing in only. You know what? I'll leave it there. MJ, why is it so weird that people can't just allow us to just keep growing our community?
Because people are weird.
Like we did the we I did enough of the messiness, and it's time for us to move on past the messiness. It's okay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I did enough of that. Like I'm not afraid of any of it. I'm willing to go to it at any time. However, I'm also like if we are doing a different conversation, it's okay for us to stay there as well. This is weird, MJ. I don't
Well, you know,
know.
a lot of people don't like change, you know, and especially when they get accustomed to something, they don't like to change from it. So it becomes a problem, you know, and it makes them feel uncomfortable. And people are weird. That's pretty much
Mm.
all I can, you know, really say.
Yeah. And so we are definitely gonna still have those other conversations as relationships and men and women and all those other things. Yes, we could still have those conversations, but that do not have to be the only conversation we have. That's insane to me. We're not gonna
Hey,
only
sure.
talk about beefing with people that is the next channel over our neighbor channel. No, we don't have to do that on a day-to-day basis. We want new people, we want new conversations, new arguments. Not having people afraid to have a conversation. It is okay. It's um it's okay for us to really move conversations forward. This is how we actually
Uh,
get better as humans, whatever whatever
hey,
gender it is.
Sharon. Hey, Sharon. I'm gonna tell you this: is that you got to be a balance, right? One way or
It
the
has
other.
to.
You know, because guess what? You know how many people, man, I spent 35 years of my life mentoring 17, 18-year-old people. And when I give them the initial counseling, and the MJ can understand that. And and I'm talking to them. They said, shit, nobody never asked me that.
Right.
Hey, now can we do this outside the uniform? Are we serious right now? Come on,
Uh,
man. We need each other. I don't care, man. Y'all
We
can
do,
do all
and
this beef
especially
and
the
all
ones
this.
that actually have the information stand, and a lot of people. So and this is why I still try to slowly creep in different conversations because I know there's a lot of people that are not saying anything in the chat that actually get something from it. Cause they either walking, running, or working. They just not able to type and say, "Yo, here I am here and I'm enjoying it." There's a lot of people that's there that's not commenting, and I want to let them know that you don't have to be scared. You could drop down from the class, say, "Hey, I'm from here and I'm listening. I appreciate the different conversations you give me through my day. It's
Yeah,
okay." Because it's actually a lot of people that are not talking. A lot of times, people just get caught up in just a few people that they see, and they think that's the world, or that's the internet, or that's YouTube. That's why they get so caught up in this little space. We are not in a space. We are on YouTube. YouTube is huge.
hey,
They got
brother,
somebody
I
right now
can.
probably live stand that has probably 10,000 people watching and they ain't talking about nothing.
Yeah, hey, but
You know what I'm saying? They watching them play
watch
a
this,
goddamn
Sharon.
video game. You know what I'm
Watch this,
saying?
Sharon. Watch this, Sharon. You know how we can dial things in better? I mean,
Mm,
after all of us talk in the back, where you located at?
mm,
I'm in North Carolina, and you where you are and all
mhm,
that, and other people that's normally on the panel. Hey, okay, man, then we can do the research, and then we
mm,
can get the resources in the back that they don't even have to do.
mm.
Start the channel. Where you from? Shout out your state. Shout out your location, right? Ain't your location. Hey, what state you from? I'm telling you, man, if we don't do this, man, we already behind the curve, bro.
We're gonna get there though. Slowly but surely, we'll start having more honest conversations and not worry about which political party is better and more worry
Yeah.
about what policy is better. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying? Like,
man.
'cause, that's how it actually really works in the real world. That hey, we gotta have the people that is not a part of our circle. We're gonna need them as well. I'm an
Yeah, man,
HVAC
because
guy, but guess what? I'm gonna need a goddamn work with the sprinkler guy too. Right?
right. But
That's the
hey, Sharon, what I tell you this, you starting the conversation because then all these people with all these certifications and all this resumes and this electrician and all that. Hey, guy, you this what you into? Then we can vet
Mm,
everybody, and then we can go in the back and talk about it. Now, how can we formulate a channel, not what your channel is now. And
Mm,
then we can bring them up here and we can do what we got to do. Man, if we don't help each other, man, who in the hell we helping?
right.
Bruh, I gave my life to it,
Mm,
more than half my life to it. And
mm,
and like you've done, man, I've never heard you when you were hiring people, you say I gave them a chance and this and that. Bruh, if you wasn't there, would they even have a job to get one
right.
check, two check, four check? And everybody talking trash. They
Right.
ain't got a half a check. Come on, bro. I mean, that's why I'm
They,
like
they,
talking
they
to
never
you to
they ain't never even pay unemployment insurance. They don't even know when you have a business and you hire somebody, you gotta have
uh
unemployment insurance. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't
right,
even know. Like all that stuff
right.
you pay into that. I know a lot of people believe that it's them that's paying into unemployment insurance, but no, it's actually the company. And then there's a lot of insurance that you got to do, especially in the construction world. Like
Yeah.
it's absolutely
Yes.
it's starting not to even be affordable because what they tend to do is they raise in the insurance policies so they can have bigger companies to actually take over these jobs. So it's getting more difficult by the day. A lot of people don't understand what small businesses really have to do to fight to even stay afloat. Running a business 1 week or 1 month, you're doing really good. Next month, you might be poor again because they changing regulations on a day to day. Other people are changing policies for you to even get in the door to even bid for jobs in our world. It's so many different things. It's
The
not as
beauty behind it is, hey
it's harder
Sharon,
to get a vacation when
we
you
ain't
work
gotta
for
worry
yourself.
about none of
You know what
that.
I'm saying? Like people don't even understand. Like when you work for yourself, it's much more difficult to have a vacation.
Hey, Sharon, when I send you this business plan, man, only thing we have to do is set up a platform to
Mm,
train people because we know the industry needs it.
mm.
So we can get back to society. That's it. You can shoot at it and cross through it and all that, man. And that's fine. Because man, it's a fight to get contracts. It's a fight. It's a fight. I get it. But can we start training people?
We can.
Yeah, well, guess what? I'm setting up a situation and
Mm.
all that other stuff, man, to set it up. Because even where you are, that they bring people in, they're gonna teach them a trade and all that, man. All you have to do is train them. You ain't have to pay them nothing. However, is that the companies that's training them, they hire 'em. That's what it's all about, man. What's up, unlikely? I'm with unlikely, man. I mean, we ain't got too much time to cry no more about anything. What we going to do?
But with that being said, unlikely, you got the final thoughts. Go ahead. Unlikely. Damn. Your microphone.
No, no, don't salute, man. Get on your mic, unlikely. He gave
That's
a salute.
crazy. All day he been hanging out with us and he couldn't get to talk. He got to say a couple of words. Shout out to Unlikely's patience, goddamn shit.
Yeah.
So can I give
Nah,
my
man, but
final thoughts?
hey, Sharon,
Uh,
we'll talk. We'll
yes,
talk. We'll
sir.
Hey,
talk,
can y'all hear
Sharon.
me real quick?
What happened, Jalen?
Go ahead.
Y'all couldn't. My mic was messing up. I had to fix it, but I'm gonna give my final thoughts, man. Just practice economics and global economic and etc. Then you'll learn how to stuff that goes on in society. That's all to say.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Jalen. And I got a link pinned at the time. Y'all can go ahead and click that. It's another video. I'm trying to get into making videos of different conversations. So this way I could do like what Robin am telling me is break different algorithms. So hey, make sure y'all go hit the link. It's pinned to the top. It's just a different conversation. It doesn't have anything to do with money, but it's just something a little bit different. That's all.
You gonna let Jalen get the last thought? Yeah, I guess I don't get the last. My final thought.
I
go,
already got my final thoughts.
go ahead, Stan. You got the
Yeah,
final thoughts. Go ahead.
yeah. I gave the floor. Hey, Sharon, keep on the path because it's a way that we can teach the trades and all this stuff, and then we're the ones that's above teaching people.
Mm.
I'm doing it in Fairfield right now. So once I give you the blueprint and all that, man, we can take it all over, man. Because I'm
Yeah.
telling you, man, you ask. I tell you what, tell everybody the next live you do,
Mm.
tell them to pull out a tape measure. And I promise you, the majority of them won't. Give me a minute and all that. They still can't find it. But
They like
then you ask them
they
what the
say, oh, this
measurement.
is instead they say this is 20 inches and 2 notches.
Yeah. So how do we train each other, right? To get
Yeah.
ahead of this curve? Because it's needed.
I
It's
was
needed.
thinking about doing just do the blueprints and teach people how to read blueprints because it is important.
Man, I
And
read blueprints. Man, I've been reading blueprints forever. I see you
yeah,
brought
I'll
Anger
finish
Man up
that
this motherfucker. And Anger Man, I'm ready to kick his ass.
too. Chef Smitty Cook, you wanted some thoughts? Go ahead.
Oh, that's
Actually,
Smitty.
no, sir.
That's Smitty.
Yeah. Actually, no. I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure that my mic was working. Mic check 1 2. You
No,
can hear
your
me?
mic ain't
Yeah,
working. No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. So you
Hey,
just
what's up,
responded to the
Smitty?
air. Okay. All
What's
right.
up,
So I just want to
Smitty?
make
What's
sure.
up, Smitty?
What's up? Ain't nothing. I just want to
Smitty,
make sure my mic was working. I know you getting ready to get up out of here. I just came to mess with you, Sharon. Y'all have a
What's
beautiful
up?
day, man. I'm still fasting, man. Respect to the family.
Appreciate
hey,
it. Everybody say happy birthday to the Black Seinfeld, our resident
the
architect.
Black Santa.
Wonderful rotation to you. Wonderful rotation.
Hey, man.
May you get at least 115 more. All right. God.
I like that.
No,
And
man.
happy
I
birthday
don't
to
want
the
none of
Black
that.
Seinfeld.
About to be a
Hey,
situation.
happy birthday.